Chapter 254. Why are you giving it to me? Wu Yang wasn't angry when he heard Su Yan's words. Instead, he smiled contemptuously. A few months ago, he was only a 7-meridian saint. Su Yan might have been able to fight him to a draw. However, he was now a 9-meridian saint and was only one step away from the celestial phenomenon realm. He didn't believe that Su Yan could improve from a 4-meridian saint to that level in just a few months. Therefore, Wu Yang wasn't afraid that Su Yan would take the banner away. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Since Su Yan had the banner in his hand, he could rightfully snatch it away. This was the perfect opportunity to regain his previous humiliation. Su Yan, are you really going to hold on to this banner and not let it go? Wu Yang looked at Su Yan coldly. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an evil smile. At the same time, the power of a 9-meridian saint surged in his body. Wow, Wu Yang has already entered the 9-meridian saint. This cultivation speed, the moment the spirit energy on Wu Yang's body surged, the disciples who were familiar with him immediately burst into a burst of exclamations. This was because they knew very well that Wu Yang was only a 7-meridian saint a few months ago. Now, in just a few months, he was able to enter the 9-meridian saint from the 7-meridian saint. This cultivation speed could definitely be described as fast. After all, some disciples might not be able to enter the 1st meridian even after 1 or 2 years. When Wu Yang heard the exclamations of the people below, the smile on his face became even more smug. He looked at Su Yan with eyes full of disdain and waved his hand disdainfully. Su Yan, if you want to die, you can hold on to the banner and not let it go. Oh, no, Wu Yang said with a cold smile. Su Yan, I forgot that our monster palace has been unified. You and I are now considered disciples of the same sect. Since we are disciples of the same sect, we can't kill each other. I forgot about it. TSK, what a pity, what a pity. Although Wu Yang said this, his eyes were still filled with disdain when he looked at Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but sigh. It's indeed a pity. When Wu Yang saw Su Yan's expression, he sneered and said, Su Yan, even so, this is a competition. Since it is a competition, it is inevitable that there will be some accidents. For example, if I want to snatch the banner in your hand, then your arm. Arm? Su Yan looked at his arm and smiled. I really didn't expect this. Su Yan turned his head to look at elderly Tianyi and asked, Elderly, is it allowed to lose an arm in this competition? Of course. At this moment, Li Tianyi wished he could tear Su Yan apart. This was because if not for Su Yan's appearance, Wu Yang would have been able to enter the trial grounds and obtain the qualifications to enter the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. And all of this was because of Su Yan's appearance, causing all of this to change. If not for the fact that he was a sect elder and that he had Princess Chu behind him, Li Tianyi would probably have snatched the banner from Su Yan's hand. Now that Wu Yang had said so, even if there was no such rule, Li Tianyi was willing to bear the responsibility. After all, Li Tianyi believed that Princess Chu wouldn't give up a genius disciple for an ordinary disciple. When Li Tianyi thought of Wu Yang's strength, he calmed down a lot. He suppressed the resentment in his heart and looked at everyone. This trial is to determine the strength of our sect's disciples, so it is inevitable that there will be some accidental injuries. Elder Li Tianyi is right. Su Yan looked at Li Tianyi and naturally knew what he was thinking. After all, Su Yan was now Monster Palace's palace lord, so how could he not know what Li Tianyi was thinking? However, Su Yan didn't dislike Li Tianyi's actions. Instead, he admired it. After all, this society was a world of the strong. It was also a world of mutual deception. How could there be no schemes in this world? Although Su Yan usually disdained using schemes, he didn't dislike it, especially under such circumstances. Therefore, not only did Su Yan not dislike Li Tianyi's words, but he was also very satisfied. He even nodded respectfully at him before looking at Wu Yang again. Li Tianyi wanted to show his fairness. What he said was for all the disciples to hear. Naturally, Wu Yang also heard his words. Hearing Li Tianyi's words, the smile on Wu Yang's face deepened. He operated the cultivation method in his body, and the majestic spirit suddenly surged up. His entire person became more powerful. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted domineeringly, "Su Yan, I'll give you one last chance to choose." "No need." Su Yan didn't wait for Wu Yang to finish his words. He smiled slightly and interrupted him. "What?" Wu Yang was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. Then, he suddenly sneered, "Ha, Su Yan, why do you still want to be as lucky as last time? Don't forget that I'm now a 9 Meridian saint. I'm not someone a 4 Meridian saint like you can resist." "I know." In the face of Wu Yang's arrogance, Su Yan's expression remained calm. There was not the slightest change in his eyes. The more Su Yan acted like this, the angrier Wu Yang became. In Wu Yang's eyes, Su Yan was just an ant. And he was a divine dragon. How could an ant be so arrogant in front of a divine dragon? This was obviously a disgrace to a divine dragon. Seeing Su Yan's calm expression, Wu Yang immediately became angry. He shouted coldly, "Su Yan, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being rude." "Is that so?" Su Yan's lips curled up, but he still looked calm. Seeing Su Yan like this, Wu Yang immediately jumped up and shouted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his body rushed out and directly grabbed Su Yan's head. The moment Wu Yang attacked, Su Yan's people, whether they were familiar with him or not, all started shouting. "Who is Su Yan? How dare he go against Wu Yang? That's right, doesn't he know Wu Yang's potential?" These words happened to be heard by Wu Yang's two subordinates, Zhou Qin and Li Jun. Zhou Qin immediately explained, "This kid is just a 4 Meridian saint." "What 4 Meridian saint?" Hearing Zhou Qin's words, everyone became even more surprised. A 4 Meridian saint dares to go against Wu Yang. Isn't he courting death? That's right, a 4 Meridian saint dares to fight for the banner. Just as everyone was shouting, bang. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. Zhou Qin immediately shouted excitedly, "Senior brother Wu, cripple this kid, cripple this kid." Seeing this scene, the other disciples kept shaking their heads. Perhaps they didn't know Su Yan's identity earlier and still had some thoughts about Su Yan, but after hearing Zhou Qin's explanation that he was just a 4 Meridian saint a few months ago, the suspense in their hearts immediately disappeared. Now, besides feeling sorry for Su Yan, they also felt that Su Yan was stupid. "I really don't know where this kid gets his courage from. If he's stronger than Wu Yang, then so be it, but a 4 Meridian saint dares to go against Wu Yang. Isn't he courting death? That's right, this kid is probably from the Eastern Palace. He doesn't know Wu Yang's potential. What doesn't he know? Even if he doesn't, a 4 Meridian saint dares to fight for the banner. Isn't he courting death? That's right, that's right." Just as everyone was talking, a voice sounded in their ears, "Hey, hey, can you guys look carefully before you speak?" Those people couldn't help but be stunned. Just as they were about to flare up, they turned around and saw the cynical smile on that face and immediately restrained themselves. They knew who this person was. It was Dong Qinghao, one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. Someone immediately reacted and greeted Dong Qinghao. Dong Qinghao ignored them and laughed, "Boys, look carefully before you speak, okay?" "Yes, yes." Several people nodded, and after a long while, someone came back to his senses. "What did senior brother Dong Qinghao tell us to look carefully?" "That's right." Several people shook their heads in confusion. When they looked in the direction where Su Yan and Wu Yang were fighting, they were all stunned. It took a while for someone to react. What's going on? Didn't they say that Su Yan was only a former Meridian saint? Zhou Chen, didn't you say that this kid was only a former Meridian saint? Someone immediately questioned Zhou Chen excitedly when he recalled that it was Zhou Chen who said that Su Yan was a former Meridian saint. Zhou Chen's face was also filled with shock. Being questioned by this person, his entire body kept trembling. I don't know either. This kid was only a former Meridian saint a few months ago. That's right. Graduate chimed in from the side. What? He was only a former Meridian saint a few months ago. Who are you lying to? Countless people looked at Zhou Chen with astonishment in their eyes. On the field, Wu Yang looked at Su Yan in front of him with a face full of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you be a celestial emperor? How is this possible? Su Yan ignored Wu Yang's words and glanced at him. Wu Yang, do you think the right hand is more suitable or the left hand? How is this possible? How is this possible? Wu Yang had long lost his mind. He looked at Su Yan and kept muttering to himself, how is this possible? Su Yan, how can you be a celestial emperor? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Wu Yang shouted. Suddenly, he rushed outside like a madman, shouting non-stop. Seeing this, Li Tianyi's heart ached. He wanted to chase after him, but thinking of his identity, he held back and hurriedly gave Zhou Chen and Graduate a look. The two immediately understood and chased after Wu Yang. But as soon as they got close to Wu Yang, they were sent flying by Wu Yang's palm. Zhou Chen looked at Wu Yang's red eyes and shouted in horror, crazy, crazy, Wu Yang has gone crazy. Seeing this, Li Tianyi was even more shocked and hurriedly went forward to stop Wu Yang. Seeing that his proud disciple had gone crazy like this, Li Tianyi's heart immediately widened. He really wanted to get rid of Su Yan. Chapter 255. Su Yan, huh? I'll remember you. Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan with a murderous look in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Even so, it still didn't escape Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan didn't care much when he saw this. After all, Wu Yang was Li Tianyi's disciple. Li Tianyi had gone crazy because of him, so it was reasonable for Li Tianyi to be angry. This showed that Li Tianyi was still a loyal person. Only those who were loyal could work for the Supreme Demon Palace. Therefore, not only did Su Yan not care, but he was also a little happy. After all, Su Yan was now the palace master of Monster Palace. There were many things that he couldn't do just because of a moment of anger. Wu Yang, if he hadn't been so aggressive, Su Yan wouldn't have made things difficult for him. Even if Su Yan said those words in the end, it was only to save his face. He didn't think that Wu Yang's mind would be so weak. Wu Yang, as a disciple of Monster Palace, had such qualifications. It could be said that his existence could greatly increase the strength of Monster Palace. But that was it. The bit of regret that Su Yan originally had in his heart had completely disappeared. Su Yan didn't like such a person. He didn't feel that it was a pity. He leaped and arrived in front of Dong Qinghao and the others. Chu Linger and the others saw Su Yan and immediately greeted him excitedly. They excitedly grabbed Su Yan's hand. Junior brother Su, congratulations. Thank you, senior sister. Su Yan couldn't help but touch Chu Linger's soft and smooth hand. Chu Linger realized something and hurriedly pulled back her hand. Her face was flushed, and she turned around and secretly glared at Su Yan. Dong Qinghao happened to see this scene, which immediately made him laugh. Ha, junior sister Chu, at first you didn't believe Su Yan, but now you do. I didn't. When Chu Linger heard Dong Qinghao's words, her face became even redder. She looked at Su Yan apologetically. After all, Dong Qinghao had made a bet with Macario Ice, and Chu Linger was skeptical about it. Because Su Yan did not hear the conversation that day, he could not help but ask doubtfully, "Senior brother Dongqing, what is there to believe or not to believe?" Dong Qinghao did not answer Su Yan directly. Instead, he turned to look at Macario Ice and said, "Senior brother Mu, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to get the 10,000 elephants divine skill from my Dongqing clan. We still have to see if Su Yan can persevere through the second stage." Macario Ice was still unconvinced. However, although he said so, he could not help but sigh in his heart at Su Yan's fast cultivation speed. In just a short month, Su Yan was able to go from an 8 Meridian Saint to a Tianxiang Saint. This cultivation speed was absolutely monstrous. Macario Ice had always held himself high, but now when he saw Su Yan, he could not help but feel a little sad. With such a fast cultivation speed, when can I catch up with him? Macario Ice sighed in his heart. Looking at the shy Chu Linger beside him, he felt even more bitter in his heart. It seems that junior sister Chu Linger's choice is true. Macario Ice said and sighed again. He stepped forward and looked at Su Yan with a serious face. "Su Yan, this time you must get the qualification to the top 10, do you understand?" "Yes." Su Yan could not help but be stunned, not understanding what he meant. He wasn't the only one who was stunned. The others were stunned as well. However, Dong Qinghao reacted quickly. Looking at the serious Macario Ice, he laughed and said, "Senior brother Mu, don't you want the Wanxiang divine skill of our Dongqing clan?" When Macario Ice heard Dong Qinghao's words, he could not help but snort coldly. Then he turned his head and ignored Dong Qinghao and the others. This brother Mu is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Now he only lacks Ming Ruofeng. Dong Qinghao looked at Macario Ice's back and smiled slightly. Then he turned his head and was about to say something to Su Yan. But before he could say anything, a voice rang out. Li Tianyi had already settled Wu Yang's matter and stepped forward to announce, "The trial begins." Obviously, Li Tianyi was very disappointed because of what had happened to Wu Yang. Without wasting any time, he waved his hand. The trial ground that had been set up a month ago was finally opened at this moment. You can use the banner in your hand to pass through this barrier. Then, you can retrieve the specific item hidden in the trial ground. Once you reach the designated location, you will be qualified to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Li Tianyi was clearly in a bad mood. After briefly explaining the rules, he turned and left. However, the disciples who received the banner were not affected by Li Tianyi's bad mood. Looking at the light screen that slowly opened, each of their faces were filled with excitement. The moment the light screen opened, the 300 disciples who were qualified for the trial rushed forward with the banner in their hand. "Su Yan, let's go." When Dong Qinghao saw this, he did not say anything else and quickly flew into the barrier. After all, no one knew what was going on in this training ground this time, and what kind of factors were present. Everyone was afraid that if they were too slow, they would not be able to obtain the specific item hidden inside. This trial ground belonged to the Eastern Palace of the Supreme Demon Palace, an empty space without any buildings. And this was because Li Tianyi had developed this land a month ago for the sake of this battle. Li Tianyi had been promoted by Princess Chu. He was extremely attentive to this matter. He spent a lot of effort on this trial ground. In a month, not only did he turn this empty space into a huge barrier, but he also filled it with many traps. When everyone stepped in and saw the illusory scene in front of them, everyone frowned. They did not know where to go or where to start searching. Just at this moment, the voice of Li Tianyi that he left behind echoed out, "Disciples, welcome to the training ground for the great battle. Since you are able to come here, it clearly means that you have already escaped from the tens of thousands of Supreme Demon Palace disciples." Obviously, Li Tianyi was in a good mood when he set up this trial ground. He spoke a lot of nonsense and spoke for nearly half an hour. All the disciples were a little impatient. Li Tianyi finally got to the point. This battle is to test the strength of our Monster Palace disciples. At the same time, it is also to test the wisdom of our Monster Palace disciples. That's why the test this time has broken the usual trials of our Supreme Demon Palace. This is the first trial, and I call it the Illusory Maze. Disciples, do your best. If you want to pass this trial, not only will it test your strength, it will also test your intelligence. Oh, right, I almost forgot to say. In this stage, there are 200 banners. These banners are the key to the second stage. While Li Tianyi was talking a lot of nonsense, all the disciples had already stepped forward. Although Li Tianyi talked about the rules here, he did not explain the illusion maze. He only said that there were traps here. All the disciples looked at the illusory scene and did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would fall into some traps. Wisdom, humph, only strength is everything. Just as everyone was walking slowly, suddenly, a cold snort came from among the disciples. Then, a young man in white jumped out and walked in front of the crowd. He did not care about all the illusions. With a wave of his hand, a spacious road immediately appeared in front of him. All the disciples saw this scene and were surprised. Su Yan looked at this person and could not help but frown. At this time, Dong Qinghao quietly approached from somewhere and showed his signature smile. This person is Nangong's strongest disciple, Murong Fu. It is said that his strength is close to the peak of the spiritual sea realm. Murong Fu. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he frowned slightly. He did not care about this and continued to walk forward. Su Yan did not want to get a spot in the Monster Palace competition today. He only wanted to get the qualification to cultivate in the Great Monster Ancient Pagoda. Even if he was last, Su Yan did not care. Of course, he did not know that Dong Qinghao and Mikaryu Ice had already discussed to guarantee that he would enter the top 10. Su Yan was like this, but it did not mean that the other disciples were like this. Under Murong Fu's lead, many disciples followed suit. Unfortunately, some disciples were not strong enough and followed his example. They did not care about the illusion and directly jumped up. Bang! With a loud sound, a fog suddenly rose from the ground and surrounded him. No matter how he struggled, he could not get out. Among the colleagues, Li Tianyi's voice came. Eliminated. With this order, the person's figure disappeared from the trial ground. Seeing this scene, many disciples who wanted to follow suit were shocked. Only then did they realize that the maze illusion array was not that simple. When Su Yan saw this, he laughed in his heart. This maze illusion array is not that simple. Then, he took a step forward. Soon, Su Yan realized that everyone around him had disappeared. He did not find it strange and only smiled slightly. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with such a method. Not only was he familiar with it, but Su Yan had already seen it before entering the Monster Palace. This was an illusion. Su Yan had already seen it in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. At that time, Su Yan might not have known the power of illusion. When Su Yan entered the Monster Palace, Su Yan also understood the existence of illusion. Illusion could be said to be a kind of myriad divine skill. However, because there were differences in strength in illusion, those who cultivated illusion did not need to become Emperor Tianxiang to cultivate illusion. Because of the mystery of illusion, many warriors liked to cultivate some illusion to bewitch others. Of course, although every martial artist could practice illusions, not every martial artist could succeed in doing so. After all, illusions required a very high amount of spiritual force. Without a strong spiritual force, it was impossible to construct illusions. Chapter 256. Although Elder Li Tianyi had some tricks up his sleeve when setting up the illusion realm, it was still an illusion realm. Compared to the illusion realm Su Yan had encountered in Myriad Ghost Cavern, it paled in comparison. You want to stun me with just this? Su Yan looked at the illusion around him as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. If this were in the past, Su Yan might have been worried when encountering such an illusion realm. However, such a simple illusion realm was nothing to Su Yan. But don't forget, Su Yan is now the Emperor of Heaven. Furthermore, Su Yan had been able to escape the powerful illusion realm in Myriad Ghost Cavern when he was only at the sacred bloodline realm, much less the simple illusion array that Elder Li Tianyi had set up. The reason why an illusion realm was called an illusion realm was because it was an illusory existence. As long as one's willpower was strong enough, the illusion realm would automatically vanish. Su Yan had encountered countless dangers along the way. He had been on the brink of death several times. With his willpower, he naturally did not fear such a simple illusion realm. However, Su Yan was in no hurry to get rid of the illusion realm. This was because he knew the rules of this competition very well. Apart from having to pass through the illusion realm, the most important thing was to obtain the item that Elder Li Tianyi had buried here. Only by obtaining the item would he be able to pass this round and proceed to the second round. Furthermore, Su Yan had no intention of competing for a ranking. All he wanted was to obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, Su Yan was in no hurry at all. Instead, he casually searched through the illusion realm. As he searched, Su Yan studied the illusion realm. Illusory and real. This Elder Li Tianyi is indeed quite strong. However, I wonder what level I would reach if I were to cultivate in illusions. Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the illusion realm. Illusions were a special divine skill that existed in the world. Every warrior could cultivate it. Of course, the only difference was in their attainments in illusions. In the past, Su Yan only wanted to pursue strength. However, ever since Su Yan became the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yan's mentality had changed a lot. Especially after the trip to the Blood Devil Cave, Su Yan's attitude towards cultivation had undergone a huge change. In the past, Su Yan only believed that strength was the only way. The continuous pursuit of strength was the way of the king. This caused Su Yan to overlook many things in the world. At the same time, it also made Su Yan forget that there were many mysterious things in this world. For example, this illusion technique. It was a strange technique. If one could learn it, they wouldn't be able to use it to temporarily subdue their enemies. However, it would add many benefits to the defense of some sections. Especially now that Su Yan was looking at the mysteries of this illusion array. Su Yan's heart was even more moved. He circled around and couldn't help but nod. It seems that after this competition, I really have to cultivate the illusion technique. Although illusions could be cultivated by every warrior. However, because of the special existence of illusions, one also needed illusions books or a master to guide them. Only then could one use spiritual power and mental power to condense illusions. Without these, it would be impossible to comprehend illusions by relying on one's own comprehension. Therefore, although Su Yan wanted to cultivate illusions now. However, there was no book of illusions here, so he had to give up. I'll have to wait until this matter is over before I can make any plans. The most important thing now is to find the thing that Li Tianyi buried here. Su Yan murmured, no longer thinking about the matter of the illusion. Instead, he began to concentrate on finding what Li Tianyi hid here. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not find anything here even after circling around for a long time. Is there nothing here? Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to break this illusion array, bang! Suddenly, a loud noise exploded in front of him. At the same time, a red light burst out. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. This is, oh whoa, at this moment, a huge demonic beast suddenly jumped up from the ground. As soon as this monster beast appeared, it immediately roared at Su Yan. Monster beast. When Su Yan saw this monster beast, his brows couldn't help but frown. Because this was the boundary of the monster palace, it was impossible for monster beasts to exist. Now that a demonic beast had suddenly appeared, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Why would a monster beast appear here? Su Yan looked at the monster beast in front of him and frowned. He looked carefully at the monster beast in front of him and found that he didn't recognize it. This made Su Yan even more puzzled. After watching for a long time, Su Yan found that this monster beast was different from the usual monster beasts. To be precise, this monster beast didn't seem to be a real monster beast. I understand. Su Yan looked carefully and finally understood. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be an illusion arranged by Li Tianyi. Oh whoa! At this moment, the demonic beast let out a low roar and pounced towards Su Yan. Interesting, interesting. Su Yan smiled slightly. Seeing the monster pounce on him, he didn't panic at all. Just when the monster beast was about to get close to him, his closed eyes suddenly opened and burst out a ray of red light. The mental power in his mind burst out. Oh whoa! The demonic beast let out a low cry and then disappeared. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Just a little illusion and you want to stump me? Su Yan smiled so calmly, but Li Tianyi, who was outside the illusion, was shocked. How can this kid have such a strong mental power? The reason why Li Tianyi could reach this point was that he found the path he wanted to cultivate, which was illusion. Li Tianyi had always been proud of his illusions. However, his powerful skill was so weak in the hands of Su Yan. How could Li Tianyi not be shocked? This kid is only in his early 20s. How can he have such strong mental power? Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan, who was in the illusion array. His face was filled with horror even though it was just a moment ago. Even though it was only a short moment, Li Tianyi felt the strength of Su Yan's mental power. This mental power was not something that an Emperor Tianxiang could have. It was also not something that Su Yan could have at his age. Of course, Li Tianyi didn't know what Su Yan had experienced. Su Yan had gone through the experience of the 9 zigzag cloister of the Stupa Pagoda. His wisdom was better than a 100-year-old person. Su Yan. Let's see how you are going to block my attack this time. Since you dared to injure my disciple, how can I not make you pay a price? Li Tianyi looked at the complacent Su Yan in the illusion array and a cold smile appeared on his face. Following that, with a thought, bang, suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the illusion. Su Yan naturally didn't know that it was Li Tianyi who was playing tricks behind the scenes. He thought that this illusion was set up by elder Li Tianyi long ago. With the previous experience, Su Yan did not show any signs of shock when faced with the sudden explosion. Instead, he was looking forward to it. He smiled and said, Elder Li Tianyi's arrangement is quite interesting. Not bad, not bad. I want to practice illusion. This illusion array set up by Elder Li Tianyi can give me some understanding of illusion. As Su Yan spoke, he rolled his eyes and a resplendent ray of light immediately surged out. He stared at the red light and leaped up. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few sword shadows suddenly flew towards Su Yan's body. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Not only that, at the moment the sword shadow flew, Su Yan could also feel a strong sense of oppression surging towards him, directly entering his mind. Su Yan felt the strong pressure and couldn't help but frown. It seems that the illusion this time is much stronger than before. Illusion, although it was an illusory existence. As long as one's mental power was strong enough, one could break it. However, if the mental power of the person who cast the illusion was stronger than the person who broke it, then the person would be able to control the person's mental power. Then, this person could directly control this person's spiritual power, making it impossible for him to break out. Su Yan didn't feel anything from the demonic beast just now. However, Su Yan immediately felt a burst of pressure from the sword shadows. It was as if his whole body was being controlled. Just like this, do you really want to trap me? Su Yan looked at the approaching sword shadows and couldn't help but feel a burst of anger. He shouted coldly and opened his eyes. Suddenly, a strong light burst out. This wasn't a competition of spiritual power or spiritual energy. It was a competition of mental power and willpower. Looking at the sword shadows that kept flying toward him, Su Yan didn't retreat. Instead, he went up to meet them. Because Su Yan knew very well that if he retreated, he would lose. "Break for me." Su Yan jumped up and shouted coldly. Suddenly, a thought of nothingness burst out from his mind. All of a sudden, the sword shadows disappeared. What, how is this possible? The moment the sword shadows were broken, Li Tianyi, who was outside the illusion array, had a look of horror on his face. However, soon, a burst of anger surged in his body. He shouted, "Su Yan, let's see how you resist this." While speaking, Li Tianyi's mental power moved. Instantly, a powerful force burst out from his mind. Bang! With a loud bang, a bright light suddenly surged in the illusion array. What? There's more. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Su Yan thought that Li Tianyi had already set up this illusion array. However, with so many of them appearing, Su Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was reasonable to say that this was just a trial. This kind of battle array shouldn't be so endless. Could it be that Elder Li Tianyi wants to frame me? Su Yan didn't have any dislike for Elder Li Tianyi. After all, Su Yan was now the palace master of Monster Palace. Everything must be considered for the Monster Palace. As an elder of Monster Palace, the stronger Li Tianyi was, the happier Su Yan would be. However, Li Tianyi was now targeting him. This made Su Yan very unhappy. Chapter 257. It was just an ordinary trial, but he had encountered such attacks again and again. This made Su Yan wonder if Li Tianyi was behind this. After all, Su Yan had driven his proud disciple crazy. And this illusion was originally set up by Li Tianyi. It was very likely that Li Tianyi would make things difficult for Su Yan. "Li Tianyi, I don't care if you're the one behind this. I'm going to test your illusions." Su Yan's mouth curled into a sneer. At this time, his eyes were like torches. He didn't care whether Li Tianyi was behind this or not. He was more concerned about what would happen next. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound erupted from where the red light had appeared, condensing into a burst of bright fireworks. The fireworks exploded, and in the slightly dim illusion, a huge five-horned dragon suddenly roared out, turning into a bright scene. The huge dragon that seemed to be formed by light was imprinted in Su Yan's eyes, causing him to be a little stunned. Five-horned gigantic dragon. To think that Li Tianyi could use illusions to create such a powerful demonic beast. Su Yan stared at the overlord of the demonic beasts and thought of the ancient demonic beast, five-horned dragon. This five-horned dragon had been destroyed hundreds of years ago. Su Yan didn't expect to see it in this illusion today. Interesting. On the other hand, Su Yan was only stunned for a moment before he quickly recovered. His expression was solemn because Su Yan was certain that Li Tianyi was definitely controlling this illusion. Otherwise, Li Tianyi wouldn't have added such a powerful illusion in this trial. However, Su Yan wasn't angry. He looked at the five-horned dragon in front of him with a burning gaze, and there was a bit of expectation in his eyes. As soon as the five-horned dragon appeared, it burst out a shrill roar as if it was swearing something. This seems to be different from the illusion I saw earlier. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. When he turned his head to look at the five-horned giant dragon, he immediately sensed something and his expression changed drastically. However, before he could hastily retreat, the five-horned giant dragon roared. Its body turned into a bolt of lightning and directly collided with Su Yan's body. Bang! Su Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain surging through his body. A low groan came out from his throat. His body was like a rubber ball that was sent flying, and he was directly sent flying. What the hell is going on? Su Yan suppressed the surging blood in his body with a slightly solemn expression. This was because Su Yan could clearly feel that this didn't seem to be a simple illusion. The attack speed of the shadow just now was too terrifying. Su Yan had always been proud of his speed, not to mention that Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil. It could be said that no one could escape from Su Yan's eyes if their strength wasn't too much higher than his. Unfortunately, Su Yan could only vaguely sense that the five-horned dragon had leaped up. He only saw a flash of light, and he was sent flying. Su Yan had always thought that illusion was only an attack of mental strength and willpower. This sudden unforeseen event caused Su Yan to be involuntarily stunned. Illusion, five-horned dragon. Su Yan didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness. His eyes were fixed on the five-horned dragon in front of him. Looking at the faintly discernible light on his body, Su Yan immediately understood what was going on. Illusory technique. It is created through the essence blood left behind. It can make this illusory technique more realistic. It doesn't even need to destroy the opponent's will. It can attack directly. Su Yan thought. A look of shock quickly appeared on his face. Although Su Yan had never cultivated illusion, it didn't mean that Su Yan didn't understand illusion. Don't forget that Su Yan had been reading all kinds of books in the Spirit Palace for a month. There were records about illusion in the Spirit Palace. Therefore, Su Yan wasn't unfamiliar with illusion at all. Not only was he familiar with it, but he was also very familiar with it. It was just that he had never cultivated it. At that time, Su Yan had once read about using the blood essence of some monsters to cultivate illusion. That way, the illusion would appear real. In other words, as long as one used the blood essence to create an illusion, mental strength couldn't break through it at all by relying on willpower. Of course, Su Yan also knew that it took a lot of strength to cultivate illusion to such a level. I didn't expect Li Tianyi to have such a powerful move. The moment Su Yan thought about it, the fear in his heart disappeared. Looking at the five-horned dragon in front of him, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. At the same time, he thought to himself, Li Tianyi, I didn't expect you to use such a big move to deal with me. If I don't show you something today, you'll really think that I, Su Yan, am easy to bully. Su Yan didn't have any bad intentions towards Li Tianyi. After all, compared to before, Su Yan's mentality had changed a lot. Su Yan didn't just have to work hard for the Buddha sword sect. He didn't just have to work hard for his own cultivation. He also had to think about the future of the Monster Palace. And Li Tianyi was an elder of the Monster Palace. Now, the more powerful Li Tianyi became, the happier Su Yan was. Of course, Su Yan knew better than anyone that the most important thing now was to get rid of the five-horned dragon. Otherwise, he would probably have died here today. A five-horned dragon. Su Yan looked back at the ancient giant beast, the five-horned giant dragon. His eyes glowed with radiance. At this time, Su Yan knew that this was no longer an ordinary illusion attack. Suddenly, with a shout, the spirit chi in his body suddenly surged. The majestic spirit chi suddenly rotated, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble at this moment, bursting out with a burst of whistling sounds. In the past month, Su Yan had been working hard to condense his ninth holy meridian. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried and condensed it, he was still faced with failure. Finally, at the last moment, Su Yan understood that his cultivation method was different from others. He comprehended one meridian at a time, so naturally, he couldn't cultivate according to the conventional way. Therefore, Su Yan tried to condense the spirit chi of the 8 meridians. With this attempt, Su Yan succeeded. He didn't condense his 9th meridian. He directly stepped into the Emperor realm. Elder Li Tianyi, your five-horned giant dragon is strong enough. Let me try out the power of the celestial phenomenon stage. Su Yan smiled and suddenly leaped up. Roar! The five-horned dragon seemed to have noticed Su Yan's movements. With a low roar, it instantly attacked Su Yan. Su Yan didn't notice it the first time. This time, Su Yan was serious. How could Su Yan suffer the same move of the five-horned dragon a second time? The moment the five-horned dragon jumped up, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned, and a blood-red light surged out. With a bang, a powerful force erupted from his body, filling the air with a burst of bright light. Go to hell! Su Yan immediately shouted and patted his storage bag. He had already taken out the Ghost Hall sword and held it in his hand. His body rushed up, and his sword met the five-horned dragon. Bang! With a loud bang, in the void, two powerful auras slowly spread out from the man and the beast, and a thick fog burst out. At the same time, a powerful energy followed the fluctuations. Bang! With another loud bang, the surrounding maze array set up by Li Tianyi broke at this moment. The sun above the sky immediately shone down. At the same time, this powerful sound immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples who were about to move forward. The surrounding people also entered the maze array. This time, the maze disappeared. Everyone could not help but be surprised. At the same time, when they saw Su Yan and the five-horned dragon in the air, they were all stunned. At this moment, the man and the beast let out a low roar at the same time. Their bodies suddenly turned and cut through the sky. After a moment, under everyone's gaze, they collided with each other again. What the hell is going on? Yes, where did this demonic beast come from? Only then did countless people see this scene clearly. Although they saw it clearly, the shock on their faces did not fade at all. Instead, they looked at the huge five-horned dragon and became even more surprised. Not only them, but even Li Tianyi, who was controlling the illusion, was stunned when he saw this scene. In particular, his illusion maze suddenly disappeared when Su Yan and the five-horned dragon collided, which made Li Tianyi even more surprised. Who is it this time? Why is he so determined to fight against my five-horned dragon? This is impossible. This boy only has the strength of an Emperor Tianxiang. How is it possible? Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan's figure with a face full of surprise. He could not believe what he saw in front of him was real. Illusion was the most important thing for a person's control of mind power. If some energy crystals were used in advance to set up an illusion array, it would be fine. However, if one used illusion to attack, as long as there was a slight difference in consciousness, their strength would be greatly reduced. Although the five-horned dragon was transformed by Li Tianyi using his essence blood, it was different from ordinary illusions. However, it was still an illusion after all. While Li Tianyi was surprised, Su Yan immediately noticed it. He could not help but sneer, "Elder Li Tianyi, do you feel a little strange?" Of course, Su Yan did not say this out loud. He only said it in his heart. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yan suddenly let out a low roar. The Ghost Hall sword in his hand immediately surged with a resplendent radiance and struck towards the head of the five-horned huge dragon. The speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the sword had slid through the five-horned dragon's head. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. At the same time, Su Yan's eyes turned and his mind power surged out. The five-horned dragon suddenly trembled. When Li Tianyi sensed the powerful mental force, he was shocked. He hurriedly recalled the five-horned dragon. This was probably the only drop of blood essence left in the world. If it was destroyed here, Li Tianyi would not be able to take it. If it was destroyed, Li Tianyi would really suffer a double loss today. Chapter 258. Su Yan, you almost destroyed my five-horned giant dragon. Today, his beloved disciple had suffered a setback in the hands of Su Yan, and Li Tianyi was infuriated. If it wasn't for his status, Li Tianyi would have taken Su Yan's life the moment Su Yan went crazy. But thinking of his current identity, Li Tianyi endured it. He wanted to get rid of Su Yan in this illusion. Illusions had always been something that Li Tianyi was proud of. Although every martial artist could cultivate illusions, it was not an easy task to cultivate illusions. In order to cultivate illusions, not only did one need a strong mental control, one also needed someone to lead the way. Otherwise, even if one knew the existence of illusions, they wouldn't be able to practice illusions. Li Tianyi was from the Monster Palace. In the entire Monster Palace, there were only a few people who practiced illusions. In the Monster Palace, Li Tianyi's illusions were unparalleled. Even if someone of the same level fell into his illusions, they wouldn't be able to break through it so easily. But today, he wanted to make Su Yan suffer a little, but he didn't expect to suffer at the hands of Su Yan again and again. Li Tianyi looked at Su Yan's calm expression and felt that Su Yan had slapped him hard in the face. This was an absolute humiliation for Li Tianyi. "Su Yan, I'm going to kill you." Li Tianyi suppressed his anger and was about to go to the trial ground to take Su Yan's life. But just as he was about to move, he heard the exclamation of the disciples in the trial ground. "Su Yan, it's actually this kid. What the hell is he doing? And what's with the giant dragon just now? Yeah, and what happened to elder Li Tianyi's illusions just now? Could it be that this kid also knows illusions?" Everyone looked at Su Yan with surprise in their eyes. Although they didn't know what was going on, they recognized the illusory maze that elder Li Tianyi had set up. He was also aware of Li Tianyi's attainments in illusions. They were even more clear that if they wanted to break the illusion, they had to cultivate the illusion technique. Su Yan's monstrous cultivation speed was enough to surprise them. Now that he also knew the illusion technique, how could they not be surprised? One by one, they looked at Su Yan. In addition to shock, there was also jealousy. Of course, there were also some envious gazes. Of course, there were more people who didn't believe that Su Yan could use illusions. After all, the time needed to cultivate illusions was definitely not any less than the time spent on cultivation. And Su Yan's monstrous cultivation speed was already shocking enough. If they knew that Su Yan cultivated illusion techniques, they would be jealous to death. When Li Tianyi heard these doubts, he stopped in his tracks. Li Tianyi was different from other cultivators. He preferred to guide newcomers in their cultivation. To put it bluntly, he preferred to take in disciples. Over the years, Li Tianyi didn't know how many disciples he had taken in. However, Wu Yang was the only one that satisfied him the most. It was also because of this that Li Tianyi was so angry when Su Yan made Wu Yang crazy. Now that he heard the words of those disciples, Li Tianyi suddenly woke up. Illusion technique, haven't I always wanted to find someone who could follow me to cultivate illusion technique? Illusory techniques were something that every martial artist could cultivate. But because illusion technique was too complicated, many people couldn't cultivate it successfully. Take Wu Yang for example. Although he was talented and intelligent, it was a pity that he couldn't cultivate illusion technique successfully. This also made Li Tianyi feel regretful. At this moment, hearing the words of those disciples, coupled with Su Yan's powerful mental strength, Li Tianyi immediately had some ideas. This Su Yan has such a powerful mental strength, he can cultivate illusion techniques. Perhaps in the future, he can even make a real pentagonal dragon appear. Li Tianyi thought as he looked at Su Yan without the killing intent in his eyes. The anger in his body also slowly dimmed. Even so, when he thought about how his beloved disciple had been driven crazy by Su Yan, Li Tianyi still couldn't bear it. Looking at Su Yan's figure, his eyes darkened as he counted the people in this trial. There are more than 300 people who entered the first stage, and only 200 people were able to enter the second stage. Now, more than 100 people have passed, and there aren't many banners left. Li Tianyi muttered to himself. And those with strength have already passed the second stage's barrier. There are only a few dozen people left, and they are all around the celestial stage. Li Tianyi thought and gritted his teeth. Okay, Su Yan, if you can obtain the qualifications to enter the second stage today, I will spare your life. As he spoke, Li Tianyi suddenly moved his mind, and a voice sounded in the trial ground. Disciples, there is only one banner here. In other words, among so many of you, only one can obtain the qualifications to enter the second stage. If you want to enter, then fight for it. As Li Tianyi spoke, a red banner suddenly burst out with a ray of red light and landed in front of Su Yan. Su Yan hadn't reacted to Li Tianyi's words when he saw the red light in front of him. Seeing the other disciples swarming over, Su Yan immediately reached out and grabbed the banner. Su Yan, quickly take out the banner. Yes, Su Yan, you are only a celestial emperor. You won't be a match for us. When the other disciples saw Su Yan holding the banner in his hand, they shouted at Su Yan. Su Yan ignored them and looked at the banner in his hand. He could not help but frown. Why is there only one banner left? Could it be Li Tianyi's doing again? Su Yan, quickly take out the banner. Su Yan, if you don't want to die, hurry up so that we don't have to do it. The disciples by the side began to clamor again. When Su Yan heard their words, he shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, forget it. No matter what Li Tianyi is thinking, I should focus on obtaining the right to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda first. As Su Yan thought about it, he turned to look at the disciples. With a glance, Su Yan memorized the strength of all the disciples in his heart. The strongest person here was only a 2-star emperor. A 2-star emperor. Su Yan could not help but curl his lips. Ever since I advanced to the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, I haven't really fought with a Celestial Phenomenon Realm expert. I wonder if I can deal with them. As Su Yan thought to himself, the cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated, and his spirit energy erupted. At the same time, the surrounding spirit energy seemed to become irritable. Not only the surrounding spirit energy, but even the spirit energy in the disciples' bodies seemed to be churning. All the disciples could not help but be stunned. When they saw the spirit energy surging in Su Yan's body, they were even more stunned. What's going on? Isn't Su Yan only a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm expert? Why does he have such rich spirit energy? Everyone had shouted loudly just now, but when they saw the spirit energy erupting from Su Yan's body, none of them dared to step forward. Seeing this, the corners of Su Yan's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and a domineering aura emitted from between his brows. If you want to obtain the banner, then come and get it yourself. Don't think about asking for a favor from your fellow sect members. Humph, Su Yan, let me experience your power. At this moment, a 1-star Emperor Realm expert suddenly jumped out from the crowd. With a cold snort, he immediately attacked Su Yan. Su Yan, let's see what kind of door you have. Bang! Unfortunately, before that person could finish his words, he saw Su Yan leaping up, and that person was already sent flying. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? Isn't this Su Yan only a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? How could he be so powerful? Amidst everyone's astonishment, another 1-star Emperor Realm expert jumped out. Unfortunately, just like the first person, he was directly repelled by Su Yan with a single move. This made everyone even more shocked, especially the majestic spiritual chi surging from Su Yan's body, which was daunting. Even the 2-star emperors present did not dare to make a move against Su Yan for a moment. Seeing that the crowd did not make a move, Su Yan floated in the air and shouted coldly, "Who else?" Although his voice was not very loud, with the addition of spiritual chi, it was as loud as muffled thunder in everyone's ears. Especially the domineering aura mixed in his words, it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Su Yan was only a martial artist who had just advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm. Now that he was facing so many people, no one dared to make a move. The aura of a ruler was undeniable. Is there no one else? When Su Yan saw this, he sneered and ignored them. With a leap, he flew towards the second barrier. At the moment when Su Yan's figure flew away, everyone came to a sudden realization. Quickly stop him, stop him. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Su Yan. Only a shadow was left floating in the air. When the disciples saw this, their faces were filled with shock. What a fast speed! Is this Su Yan really only a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? That's right. How can a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator be so fast? Amidst everyone's shock, Su Yan had already arrived at the barrier of the second stage. Just as Su Yan entered the barrier of the second stage, he heard Li Tianyi's voice. "All right, now that our last trial participant has arrived, I'll start talking about the rules of the second stage." The moment Li Tianyi said this, many disciples cast their gazes towards Su Yan. Especially when they heard Li Tianyi mention the last trial participant, many people's gazes turned into disdain. Some people even snorted and said, "Last place. Last place." When Su Yan heard this, he could not help but be startled, and then laughed. At the same time, he memorized the appearance of the person who said this, as well as his strength. 3-star celestial phenomenon realm, not bad. Chapter 259. Look, I told you that Su Yan couldn't possibly fail to pass the second stage. Su Yan had yet to reach Dong Qinghao and the others. Dong Qinghao spoke to Mikario Ice and the others beside him. Although he still had a cynical smile on his face, his trust in Su Yan could be clearly seen in his eyes. The trust that flowed from his eyes couldn't be deceived. It was emitted from his heart. Although Su Yan didn't get close, he could still see the emotions in Dong Qinghao's eyes. His heart was moved. Like everyone else, Su Yan didn't have too many feelings for Dong Qinghao. It was precisely because the two of them had never had any emotional interactions that Su Yan was most moved by Dong Qinghao's trust in him. This feeling was like a long-lost family affection. Just like how Fatso Lu had trusted Su Yan unconditionally when he was in the Hidden Sword Tomb. This kind of trust was something that only true friends could have. During this period of time, Su Yan had been busy cultivating. Although Su Yan could endure this boring life, he still felt tired. After all, Su Yan was only a human, not a god. Dong Qinghao's trust undoubtedly eased the fatigue in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan was moved. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a voice that made him feel disgusted. "You're just at the bottom. What's there to worry about?" When Su Yan heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from his eyes and shot towards that person. Su Yan might not have cared about what those people had said just now. However, Su Yan couldn't ignore what this person had said. Because this person was none other than Ming Ruofeng. Inside the Blood Devil Cave, Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Mikario Ice all chose to follow their palace lord. Only Ming Ruofeng didn't. This had already left a knot in Su Yan's heart. Looking at Ming Ruofeng's arrogant appearance, Su Yan was even more displeased. "Ming Ruofeng, I will definitely convince you," Su Yan said to himself. He retracted the light in his eyes and was about to say something. At this moment, Li Tianyi finished explaining the rules of the second stage. There was a loud bang. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. A huge pool of blood appeared. This pool of blood covered a vast area. Before he even got close, he could already feel a demonic aura. The blood flowing in the pool didn't look much different from normal blood. It was viscous and bright red. On the surface of the pool of blood, there were blood bubbles. When the blood bubbles burst, a dense blood-colored energy slowly spread out like smoke. As expected of the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood Formation. Such a shocking concentration of energy, it simply. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and recovered from his shock. At the same time, he recalled the rules of the second stage that Li Tianyi had just explained and the formation of the second stage. This was the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation that Elder Li Tianyi had set up. This Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation was refined using the essence blood of some demonic beasts. The formation that was set up, in addition to the fact that this formation existed in the pool, caused the essence blood that was refined using a special method to dissolve into the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation. This made the Evil Blood formation more demonic. Not only was it demonic, but it was also dangerous. The moment the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation was activated, Li Tianyi's voice sounded again. Disciples of the Monster Palace, I presume that you have seen this Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation. This Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation was originally used to trap enemies. If you want to pass, you must enter the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation and withstand the refinement of the essence blood of thousands of demonic beasts. If you can withstand the refinement of the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation, not only will you not be harmed, but you will also have a tempering effect. Therefore, if you want to qualify for the third stage, you must pass through this Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation. Of course, not only must you pass, you must also obtain the 100 banners inside. Of course, if you are a coward or think that you cannot withstand the essence blood of thousands of demonic beasts inside the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation, then don't throw away your life. Also, I must remind you that there is an ancient demonic beast's essence blood in this Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation. This ancient demonic beast's essence blood will emit a huge amount of energy and even create illusions. If you are afraid, I advise you to withdraw from this place. After Li Tianyi finished speaking, his voice was no longer heard. With a splash, a disciple entered the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood pool first. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to enter the pool. Instead, he watched from the side. As he watched the pool continuously emit dense bubbles, Su Yan knew how powerful this Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation was. However, Su Yan didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as his admiration for Li Tianyi increased. He couldn't help but nod. Elder Li Tianyi is indeed a rare talent. He was actually able to set up such a large formation in just a few short months. Su Yan knew that Li Tianyi was definitely targeting him. Furthermore, Su Yan believed that when Li Tianyi had said that there was only one qualification to enter the second stage, it had definitely been Li Tianyi's doing. He wanted to use the disciples present to get rid of Luo Yunyang. At the time, Su Yan had been a bit angry, but when he saw the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation, that anger in his heart completely disappeared. Although Su Yan had accepted Chu Wangfei's last wish, he was still a genius. Given Su Yan's personality, if he accepted something, he would definitely do it. The Princess of Chu wanted to ensure the safety of the Monster Palace. Su Yan also knew what he was carrying on his shoulders. It was the honor of the entire Futu sword sect. At the same time, Su Yan's heart was burdened with too many things that he had to do. The Monster Palace had always been Su Yan's springboard. Now, if Su Yan didn't want the Monster Palace to become a hindrance to his future cultivation path, the only way was to recruit more talents and experts to ensure the safety of the Monster Palace. Only by doing so could he prevent the Monster Palace from becoming a hindrance to Su Yan in the future. At the same time, Su Yan would be able to do some of the things he wanted to do with peace of mind. However, how could it be so easy to recruit talents? In the entire huge Monster Palace, there were only a few talents that Su Yan was interested in. Now, Li Tianyi could definitely be considered a talent. As the head of the Monster Palace, Su Yan only wanted to recruit him. How could he blame him? After all, Li Tianyi still didn't know his identity. After this matter is over, I also need to find a few people who can really take charge. That way, I can find the item to open the 10,000 Fei ancient tree, Su Yan muttered to himself as his gaze returned to the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood formation in front of him. He knew very well that no matter what, the most important thing for him now was to obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan saw that many disciples were continuously entering the heavenly mountain evil blood formation. Many of them had worried expressions when they first entered, but as soon as they entered, their expressions immediately changed into relaxed expressions. There were even some arrogant disciples who shouted happily in the heavenly mountain evil blood formation, "It's fine, it's fine. The blood water has no effect at all." Upon hearing this person's shout, more people jumped into the pool. Right at this moment, a disciple in the pool suddenly let out a miserable shriek. The sudden change caused everyone present to be shocked. By the time they recovered, they saw that a disciple wearing white clothes in the pool had already slowly sunk to the bottom of the pool. Other than Su Yan, the rest of the disciples present felt a chill in their hearts. They looked at each other and there was no discomfort or fear on their faces. As the man sank to the bottom of the pool, the surface of the water continued to bubble. His body could still be seen twitching uncontrollably, as if he had been attacked by something in the water. This scene made all the disciples feel a sense of fear. Before, no one had chosen to leave. However, at this moment, many disciples had chosen to withdraw from the competition. Only those who believed themselves to be stronger than them were still looking at the disciples who had withdrawn with disdain. This included Ming Ruofeng, who had yet to enter the pool. "Su Yan, if you are afraid, you should leave as soon as possible." Ming Ruofeng glanced at Su Yan indifferently and sneered. "Afraid?" Su Yan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Ming Ruofeng's words. Ming Ruofeng saw Su Yan's expression and ignored him. He leaped into the pool of the heavenly mountain evil blood formation. "Su Yan, I'm going to. I'll leave it to you," Dong Qinghao said as he also entered the pool. He didn't intend to protect Su Yan. It wasn't that he didn't want to protect Su Yan. It was that he believed that Su Yan definitely wouldn't be afraid of the pool. This was clear from the confidence in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan when he entered the pool. Makario Ice and the others followed. The moment they entered, they all nodded at Su Yan. Obviously, they all believed in Su Yan. Of course, there were also people who were worried about Su Yan. This person was none other than Chu Linger. Chu Linger wasn't in a hurry to enter the pool. She looked at Su Yan with worry in her eyes. She bit her lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it out loud. When she saw that all the disciples had entered the pool, she lowered her head and said to Su Yan, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Linger's face flushed red and they all ran into the pool. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. He looked at Chu Linger's enchanting body and a happy smile appeared on his face. He didn't know why, but the figure in red on the heavenly sword peak of the hidden sword tomb appeared in his mind. Chapter 260. Lin Hualu, Lu Lan, and now, Chu Linger. Su Yan could not help but think of the three beautiful figures in his mind. Lin Hualu was the woman Su Yan had fallen in love with in the hidden sword tomb. Because of her, Su Yan had felt uneasy several times. In the Thousand Ghost Cave, it was because of her that he couldn't get out of the illusion. And the reason Su Yan almost got out of the illusion was because Lin Hualu had left too many impressions in Su Yan's mind. Although Lin Hualu had always been cold and heartless to Su Yan, she had helped him several times in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan had always engraved it in his heart, making it impossible for Su Yan to forget. Lu Lan. Su Yan didn't have many feelings for her. But how could Su Yan forget the chance encounter in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pool and the figure of Lu Lan when she was taken away by the Devil's Sect? Chu Linger, needless to say. Her delicate appearance made people want to protect her at first glance. And Su Yan now knew about Chu Linger's feelings for him. Facing these three feelings, Su Yan felt a sense of melancholy. Maybe I should forget some of them. Thinking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. Originally, Su Yan felt that he would only be obsessed with Lin Hualu in this life. But the appearance of Lu Lan and Chu Linger made it difficult for Su Yan to choose. Forget it, forget it. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. He suppressed the feelings in his heart and looked back at the Heaven Mountain Blood Evil array, seeing that all the disciples had entered the pool. Su Yan no longer hesitated and suppressed his feelings for the three people in the bottom of his heart. He resolutely jumped into the blood pool. Rushing into the blood pool, Su Yan's first feeling was an unbelievably rich and comfortable feeling lingering around his body. This comfortable feeling was related to Su Yan's 8th Saint vein in the Blood Demon Cave. The blood demon power in the Blood Demon Cave was condensed from fresh blood. And the Heaven Mountain Blood Evil array was also condensed from fresh blood. Therefore, Su Yan didn't feel any discomfort when he entered. Instead, he felt that the entire blood pool had turned into pure energy as he circulated his cultivation method. However, Su Yan didn't absorb the energy because he knew that it wasn't the time to cultivate. The most important thing was to obtain the qualifications to enter the third stage. After pausing for a moment, Su Yan quickly swam forward. Although the blood-red liquid in the blood pool was formed by the blood essence array, it was rather viscous, just like fresh blood. During the process of swimming, one could feel a strong resistance. However, this resistance had no effect on Su Yan, who could transform the entire blood pool into spiritual qi. In addition, Su Yan's speed was astonishing. The spiritual qi in his body surged violently. With a move, he was like a dragon in the deep sea, breaking through the blood pool and rushing forward. The blood pool was extremely vast, spanning thousands of feet. It wasn't easy to reach the other side with the help of the blood pool. Not to mention, one had to prevent the blood pool from harming oneself. Therefore, it wasn't easy to reach the other side. Although many disciples came down before Su Yan, unfortunately, their speed was extremely slow. When they saw Su Yan rush in like a dragon, they were all shocked. Each and every one of them revealed an astonished expression as they looked at Su Yan's swimming body. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Some people even forgot to swim as they said with their mouths, "Agape, how? How is this possible? How is this kid so fast?" Su Yan did not pay attention to the voices of these people at all, and quickly swam forward. He only stopped in the middle of the pool. Although many powerful disciples were about to reach the other side, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry. This was because Su Yan didn't plan on fighting for a ranking. All he needed to do was obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he searched for the banner that Li Tianyi had set up in the blood pool. As long as he obtained the banner, he could reach the third stage. This was the rule, so it was useless no matter how fast he reached the other side. Su Yan's luck was pretty good. Just as he stopped by the side, he saw a banner floating above the blood water. Su Yan didn't look around as he reached out and grabbed the banner. Looking at the banner in his hand, the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. He wasn't too excited, nor was he too happy. After all of this was part of Su Yan's plan. Holding the banner, Su Yan wanted to walk forward. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly saw a figure appear in the pool, blocking him. Seeing this person, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. This person was none other than the 3-star celestial phenomenon realm expert who said that he was the last person when Su Yan passed the first stage. Su Yan didn't know this person, so he shouldn't be a disciple of the Eastern Palace. It would have been fine if this person hadn't provoked him, but now that he had, Su Yan naturally wasn't afraid. "Brat, hand over the banner in your hand if you know what's good for you." The 3-star emperor looked at Su Yan with a cold smile on his face. His eyes also revealed a look of disdain. Su Yan looked at his face. Although he was a 3-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, the blood flowing in his bones slowly began to boil. 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. I wonder if I can withstand it with my current strength. Su Yan thought in his heart. At the same time, the cultivation technique in his body slowly surged. When the 3-star emperor saw that Su Yan actually ignored him, he was immediately enraged and coldly shouted, "What an arrogant last person! Since you want to die today, then don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, the 3-star emperor suddenly leaped up and slashed out with one hand, exploding with a powerful energy. When Su Yan felt this powerful energy, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. When Su Yan was in the Saint Vein realm, he was able to rely on the 4 Saint Veins to fight Wu Yang, the 7 Saint Veins, to a draw. However, Su Yan was clear that in the celestial phenomenon realm, the difference of 2 stages was always much greater than the difference in the Saint Vein realm. After all, the difference in strength would be greater without the increase of a single realm. This was why so many people were in the celestial phenomenon realm, but so few were in the Spirit Sea realm. After entering the Spirit Sea realm, it was almost impossible to kill someone above one's level. Therefore, to the current Su Yan, the 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor was definitely a strong opponent. Su Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. When he felt this strong pressure suddenly attacking him, he activated the cultivation technique in his body and instantly retreated a few steps back, dodging this attack. You do have some strength. The 3-star emperor had obviously heard of Su Yan's name before. When he saw that Su Yan was able to dodge his attack, he wasn't too surprised. Instead, he sneered and shouted, "Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this time." As he spoke, the 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor instantly waved his hand, and a powerful energy directly exploded into the blood pool. There was a loud bang. Countless splashes of water surged up, following the powerful energy surging out. The power of the water element. When Su Yan felt this powerful energy, he immediately knew that this 3-star emperor of heaven phase had comprehended a water element emperor of heaven phase. Those who had stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm could feel the power of all things in the world. And this power of all things also contained too many different elements, such as water, fire, wood, and so on. In the moment of this energy fluctuation, Su Yan immediately felt that this 3-star emperor was definitely a water element celestial phenomenon emperor. Since it was the water element, then in the pool, it would definitely have a greater advantage than the celestial phenomenon realm experts who had comprehended the power of the other elements. When the 3-star celestial phenomenon realm expert erupted with this wave of energy, a cold smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. He knew that Su Yan would definitely be able to dodge the first move, but this move, he believed that even people of the same level would not be able to dodge it. Therefore, he did not believe that Su Yan would be able to dodge it. Su Yan looked at the smile on his face and sneered in his heart. Looking at the huge amount of energy that had erupted in front of him, his eyes suddenly turned, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated. At a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, he quickly turned the blood that had erupted into spiritual energy and poured it into his body. When the 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. What's going on? Why is this attack ineffective against him? Could it be that this brat has also comprehended the power of the water element? The 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor couldn't help but frown. Then, he felt that something was wrong and shook his head. That's not right. Even if this brat has comprehended the power of the water element, he definitely can't be afraid of my attack. Now is the time. Just as the 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor was stunned, Su Yan sneered. His body suddenly erupted with a bright light. Using the spiritual energy that he had just absorbed, he suddenly erupted from his palm and entered the blood water. Suddenly, a thick fog burst out from the blood water. At the same time, a loud sound was heard. In an instant, a huge water column jumped out from the blood pool like a blood dragon and directly attacked the three-star celestial phenomenon emperor. When this blood dragon appeared, a powerful energy storm immediately erupted. When the three-star celestial phenomenon emperor saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. With a face full of surprise, he said, "What the hell is going on? How can a mere one-star celestial phenomenon emperor erupt with such a powerful attack? Go to hell." Su Yan rolled his eyes and opened his big hand. The huge blood dragon directly smashed into the three-star celestial phenomenon emperor's head. While the three-star celestial phenomenon emperor was shocked, he quickly came back to his senses. He snorted coldly and shouted, "Su Yan, I've neglected you. A mere one-star celestial phenomenon emperor can erupt with such a powerful attack. But do you think you can hurt me with this?" The corners of the three-star celestial phenomenon emperor's mouth twitched slightly. Suddenly, his body jumped up and his hands moved quickly. A bright light surged up. Bang! He pushed out his palm and in an instant, a powerful energy burst out and directly collided with the water dragon condensed by Su Yan. Rumble. Chapter 261. As expected, it's still useless. Su Yan did not feel the slightest bit surprised when he saw that his attack was broken by the three-star Emperor Tianxiang. Although Su Yan had just entered the celestial phase stage, because of Su Yan's experience and the many memories he had absorbed, Su Yan had a better understanding of the celestial phase stage. In the celestial phase stage, the gap between each stage was huge. With a difference of 2 ranks, the difference in spiritual energy between the two was probably greater than the difference in the entire Saint Bloodline realm. This was also the reason why a Saint Bloodline stage cultivator could not defeat an Emperor Tianxiang. With my current strength, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with this 3-star Emperor Tianxiang. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was no longer as calm and collected as before, because he realized the strength of this 3-star Emperor of Heaven phase. Su Yan had just entered the celestial phase stage. The reason why he was able to release such a powerful move was because he had borrowed the blood water in the Sky Mountain Evil Blood Formation to transform the spiritual energy. That was why he was able to release such a powerful move. If this move could deal with this 3-star Emperor Tianxiang, then Su Yan had a way to deal with it, but since he could not deal with it, everything would change. This 3-star Emperor Tianxiang has abundant spiritual energy in his body. Obviously, he has been a 3-star Emperor Tianxiang for a long time, so he must have cultivated the 10,000 Elephant Divine skill. At this moment, he has not used the 10,000 Elephant Divine skill, but his attack is so sharp. My attack with the blood water is useless. How can I resist it? Su Yan frowned slightly, knowing that this 3-star Emperor Tianxiang was definitely a strong opponent. Su Yan, I really underestimated you. Although Su Yan's attack was useless against this 3-star Emperor Tianxiang, the 3-star Emperor Tianxiang was still surprised. He could not believe that such a powerful move was actually released by a 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Looking at Su Yan, his eyes were gloomy and slowly surged with killing intent. When Su Yan saw the murderous intent in the eyes, he did not dare to be careless. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the Ghost Hall sword. The 3-star Emperor Tianxiang also took out a long sword. At first glance, one could tell that this long sword was not an ordinary item. When it leaped out, there was a burst of roaring sound. At the same time, a burst of dazzling light leaped up. The light was so bright that it seemed to cover up the light of the scorching sun in an instant. Good sword. When Su Yan saw this sword, his eyes couldn't help but flash. At the same time, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Of course it's a good sword." When the 3-star Emperor heard Su Yan's words, a proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you, a mere 1-star Emperor, actually forced me to use my sword. It's your honor to die under my soul separation sword today. Really? The corner of Su Yan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer as he tightly gripped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. Although Su Yan didn't know how he would win against this 3-star emperor, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes emitted a thirst for battle. A true expert could only reach the pinnacle by constantly fighting and killing. Right now, this 3-star celestial emperor was obviously a strong opponent. Only such a strong opponent could evoke the bloodline in Su Yan's body that thirsted for battle. Not to mention, he was an expert with the sword. This made Su Yan's heart yearn even more. One sword to decide the universe. Of course, Su Yan was also very clear that no matter what, he had to live. Facing such a strong opponent, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of carelessness. As he circulated the cultivation technique in his body, he let out a cold shout and used one of his sword moves. One sword to decide the universe. When the 3-star celestial emperor saw Su Yan's move, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a sneer. What an arrogant brat. Do you want to use this ordinary attack to defeat me? As the 3-star celestial emperor sneered, his body suddenly leaped up. His hands waved, and the soul separation sword in his hand erupted with a strong light. With a wave of his hand, bang, suddenly, a loud sound tore through the void. The powerful energy followed and directly broke Su Yan's one sword to decide the universe. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. This one sword to decide the universe was taught to Su Yan by Lu Hong when he was in the hidden sword tomb. Although there was nothing fancy about it, its speed was indeed very fast and its power was astonishing. Su Yan didn't expect it to be so easily broken by the 3-star celestial emperor. The moment the one sword to decide the universe was broken, a loud noise surged, followed by a powerful energy. The soul separation sword in the hands of the 3-star celestial emperor emitted a powerful light. The blade cut through the void and directly cut towards Su Yan's arm. The speed was as fast as lightning. The sword cut through the void and suddenly burst out with a loud noise. The sword light flashed. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. His eyes suddenly turned and his body hurriedly retreated a few steps. At the same time, the Ghost Howl's sword in his hand didn't dare to be the slightest bit hurried and slashed horizontally. Bang! Suddenly, he met the soul separation sword of the 3-star celestial emperor. A powerful energy erupted, and the blood on the ground seemed to boil at this moment. Pucci, under the powerful force, Su Yan suddenly felt a surge in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure also retreated dozens of steps away. The 3-star celestial emperor is really strong. Su Yan steadied his footsteps and looked at the 3-star celestial emperor. He couldn't help but secretly take a deep breath. His mind was spinning rapidly. This person hasn't used the 10,000 elephants divine skill, and I'm already forced to this point. If he uses the 10,000 elephants divine skill, what should I do? Su Yan, I advise you to obediently hand over the banner in your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The 3-star celestial emperor flew up and floated in the air, looking down at Su Yan with an arrogant face. You're welcome. Hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. A bright light surged in his eyes. He operated the cultivation method in his body, and the spirit chi in his body suddenly surged and spread into the Ghost Howl sword. Let's see this move, 9 Dragon Soul Snatching. Su Yan shouted coldly. The Ghost Howl sword that was submerged in the blood suddenly swung up, and a huge burst of energy burst out. In an instant, several bright rays of light burst out. A loud whistling sound burst out in the void. The entire pool seemed to tremble along with it. This is... Seeing such a powerful energy, the arrogant expression on the 3-star celestial emperor's face suddenly disappeared. In exchange, he was stunned and surprised. He couldn't believe that Su Yan, who was just a one-star celestial emperor, could release such a powerful attack. How can a one-star celestial emperor release such a powerful attack? As the three-star celestial emperor muttered to himself, the huge energy instantly pressed down. He quickly reacted, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Humph, Su Yan, I have to admit that you are very strong, but with this move, you can't do anything to me. While speaking, the three-star celestial emperor's body also burst out, exuding a powerful energy. Following his body, he quickly pulled back. The soul separation sword in his hand also followed, and a powerful energy burst out, directly colliding with Su Yan's 9-dragon soul snatching. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly sounded, and countless energy fluctuations were released. The clothes of the three-star celestial emperor fluttered, and his face was ugly. However, seeing Su Yan's 9-dragon soul snatching, the corners of his mouth immediately emerged a smile. Su Yan, I said that you can't do anything to me. At this moment, in the void, a sword light suddenly flashed, and several flying swords flashed like a sharp light. What, this is? The three-star celestial emperor was stunned. His body hurriedly turned, and his whole person immediately flipped forward. Unfortunately, it was still too late. A flying sword slipped past his shoulder, and with a splash, his whole body fell directly into the blood water. How is this possible? The three-star celestial emperor fell into the water and quickly stood up, floating in the water. His whole body was soaked, and he looked very embarrassed. How is this possible? How is this possible? The three-star celestial emperor looked at Su Yan and roared, his eyes emitting anger. Now is the time. Su Yan did not care about the roar of the three-star celestial emperor. With a turn of his eyes, he instantly activated his cultivation technique. The surrounding blood water quickly surged up, turning into streams of spiritual energy, and quickly poured into Su Yan's body. Not only that, the blood flowing out of the arm of the three-star celestial emperor that was in the blood water directly mixed with the blood water, and was also constantly converted into spiritual energy and poured into Su Yan's body. As Su Yan activated his cultivation technique, the blood of the three-star celestial emperor flowed faster and faster. What's going on? What's going on? The three-star celestial emperor saw the blood flowing out of his arm, and a look of astonishment immediately appeared on his face. He had clearly stopped the bleeding just now. Now, for some reason, blood was still flowing out. The speed of the blood flow was so fast that the three-star celestial emperor could not help but fall into a state of fear. Not only that, but he also found that the spiritual energy in his body was also surging out. This made the three-star celestial emperor even more surprised, and his face became even more terrified. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ah! The three-star celestial emperor roared in fear and instantly leaped up, hurriedly flying out, and left the Sky Mountain Blood Evil formation. It really works. When Su Yan saw the three-star emperor Tian Xiang leave, a faint smile appeared on his face. He also stopped absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Although he had won, Su Yan wasn't too excited. That was because Su Yan knew very well that he had actually lost the battle. Yes, Su Yan had lost. Chapter 262. The Celestial Phenomenon Realm is indeed different from the Saint Bloodline Realm. As Su Yan had just advanced to the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, he had rushed to participate in the trial to compete for the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda's cultivation qualifications. However, he had not studied the Celestial Phenomenon Realm properly. This time, when he clashed with the three-star Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, Su Yan realized that there were some differences in the Celestial Phenomenon Emperor realm. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that if the three-star Celestial Phenomenon Emperor had not underestimated his opponent and that the blood water was beneficial to him, he would have been defeated long ago. Therefore, Su Yan did not feel any excitement. Instead, he felt somewhat melancholic. Of course, Su Yan was the only one feeling melancholic. The others did not see the profoundness of the battle between the two. They only thought that Su Yan had defeated the 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor. The battle between the two had been very loud, attracting the attention of all the disciples in the Heavenly Mountain Evil Blood Array. Everyone was watching the battle between the two. A 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor against a 1-star celestial phenomenon emperor. This was originally a battle without any suspense. At first, everyone thought that Su Yan would definitely be defeated in this battle. Some people even lost the intention to watch. However, this outcome and the powerful attack that Su Yan had just unleashed was still shocking. It left everyone stunned. Everyone could not believe that Su Yan had actually defeated a 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor. All of them stood on the spot in a daze as they stared at Su Yan with their mouths agape. Of course, there were also some people who saw through the trick. For example, the few disciples of the Eastern Palace, Ming Ruofeng, had seen everything clearly. Although they were surprised that Su Yan had unleashed such a powerful attack, they knew that if the 3-star celestial phenomenon emperor had been serious, Su Yan would have been defeated long ago. Therefore, when Su Yan's gaze surged, Ming Ruofeng could not help but snort disdainfully. He's just opportunistic. Su Yan happened to hear Ming Ruofeng's words and could not help but frown. Su Yan didn't have any ill intentions towards Ming Ruofeng. However, Ming Ruofeng's arrogance and strength constantly challenged Su Yan's pride. Ming Ruofeng, I will definitely convince you. Su Yan gritted his teeth and said. He did not try to explain himself. He grabbed the banner in his hand and quickly swam to the other side of the blood pool. Now that Su Yan had obtained the banner, there was no need for him to stay in the blood pool any longer. The resistance created by the blood water of the Heaven Mountain Blood Fiend formation was completely ineffective against Su Yan. Furthermore, Su Yan's speed was extremely fast to begin with. His body moved like a dragon as it surged forward. Countless exclamations of surprise immediately erupted from the surroundings. Even Ming Ruofeng couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Su Yan swim to his side, Ming Ruofeng couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he grasped the banner in his hand and quickly swam to the other side. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, seemed to be competing for something as they both erupted with their strength. Ming Ruofeng's strength was always greater than Su Yan's. Originally, he was always faster than Su Yan. However, he couldn't push through the resistance of the blood water like Su Yan could. In the blood water, he was stronger than Su Yan. Unfortunately, his speed was actually comparable to Su Yan's, which was a huge blow to Ming Ruofeng's confidence. Su Yan, I don't believe you can be faster than me. Ming Ruofeng gritted his teeth and gathered all the spirit force in his body to quickly surge forward. When Su Yan saw Ming Ruofeng chasing after him, he couldn't help but frown. His current strength was much weaker than Ming Ruofeng's, so Su Yan didn't want to compete with Ming Ruofeng. Just as Ming Ruofeng said in the Blood Demon Cave that day, only by being stronger than him would he be qualified to say such words. Su Yan also agreed with Ming Ruofeng's words. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. Only strength was the way to go. Therefore, Su Yan didn't use Ming Ruofeng's feelings for Monster Palace or his feelings for Princess Chu to follow him. Even for Macario Ice and the others, Su Yan didn't force any feelings on them. It was just that they were willing to do so. Of course, being willing was one thing. In fact, Su Yan had been spurring himself on in his heart. He was the palace master of Monster Palace, so he had to become the strongest person in Monster Palace. However, at this moment, facing Ming Ruofeng's pursuit in the blood pool, Su Yan's competitive spirit was aroused. Su Yan's eyes were filled with energy as he quickly swam forward. When all the disciples saw the two's monstrous speed, they were all dumbfounded. When Dong Qinghao saw this scene, his signature smile appeared on his face again. He kept nodding and said, "Interesting, interesting." Chu Ling, and the others also stopped to watch the chase between the two of them. In the Tian Shan Evil Blood formation, there were some dangers set up by Li Tianyi. In fact, soaking in the formation was beneficial to the body and had a tempering effect. In addition, the second level was only to snatch the pennant to obtain the qualification to enter the third level. There was no ranking. Therefore, Dong Qinghao and the others, as well as some of the other disciples who got the pennant, were not in a hurry to swim to the other side. Instead, they watched the competition between the two with interest. When Dong Qinghao saw this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. He turned to Makario Ice and said, "Brother Mu, shall we make another bet? Let's see who can reach the other side first." "I won't bet." Makario Ice glanced at Dong Qinghao and swam to the other side. This made Dong Qinghao stunned, but Dong Qinghao had always been an optimist, so he didn't care about this. He laughed and said, "Interesting, interesting. It seems that Makario Ice won't make things difficult for Su Yan this time. Su Yan, you're really lucky. As long as you can deal with Brother Mu, my entire Eastern Palace will be under your control." As Dong Qinghao spoke, the moment he looked at Su Yan, the expression on his face suddenly changed into a rare serious look. He secretly said, "Su Yan, who exactly are you? Why can't I see through you? Su Yan, with your mere one-star celestial phenomenon strength, you want to be faster than me." Ming Ruofing looked at Su Yan in front of him and snorted coldly in his heart. The spirit energy in his body instantly surged, and his speed suddenly increased by hundreds of times. He directly surpassed Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. At this moment, he met Ming Ruofing's disdainful eyes. Su Yan looked at the disdainful eyes. Although he was unwilling, it was a pity that he didn't have enough strength. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Even if Su Yan could ignore the resistance of the blood in the pool, he still couldn't surpass Ming Ruofing in speed. Seeing Su Yan's helplessness, Ming Ruofing's face became even more proud. He didn't pay attention to the front at all. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Su Yan, who was following closely behind, saw the whirlpool in front of him clearly. His heart trembled and he hurriedly shouted, "Senior Brother Feng, be careful." Unfortunately, it was too late. When the loud sound rang out, a stormy wave suddenly surged from the blood pool, emitting a powerful energy that swept over. Bang! With a loud bang, this powerful force directly bombarded Ming Ruofing's body. Ming Ruofing's body was immediately sent flying. Ming Ruofing looked at the powerful energy in front of him and was overwhelmed with shock. While he was overwhelmed with shock, the powerful energy followed and pressed towards him. Ming Ruofing was immediately shocked and hurriedly retreated. But because he had suffered a heavy blow just now, although Ming Ruofing was strong, he couldn't avoid such a fast attack. However, Ming Ruofing was also considered to be intelligent. Facing such a powerful attack, he didn't show the slightest fear. His face darkened as he shouted, "Good boy, I'll take your attack." Bang! Just as Ming Ruofing said this, a figure suddenly floated up from behind him. Plop! A sword directly hit the stormy wave. Su Yan. Ming Ruofing couldn't help but frown when he saw this figure. Under Su Yan's attack, the stormy wave finally stopped. Ming Ruofing's body also flew up from the pool. Looking at Su Yan in front of him, he shouted, "Su Yan, why did you help me?" Although Ming Ruofing knew that under the circumstances just now, he could take the attack, but because he blocked it hastily, he would definitely be injured. It would be disadvantageous for him in the third stage. He didn't expect Su Yan to help him. This made Ming Ruofing somewhat puzzled. The corners of Su Yan's mouth rose slightly. Looking at Ming Ruofing's sharp gaze, his eyes were also like torches. He smiled faintly and said, "Because you are a member of my monster palace." Others didn't understand Su Yan's words. Ming Ruofing knew the inside story, so how could he not understand Su Yan's meaning? Hearing Su Yan's words, Ming Ruofing couldn't help but snort coldly and said, "Su Yan, you haven't defeated me yet, so don't think about such nonsense." Su Yan smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud bang suddenly erupted again, and that powerful force surged up again. Feeling this powerful force, Su Yan suddenly frowned. He quickly understood that this was the blood essence of the ancient monster beast that elderly Tianyi had set up here. According to elderly Tianyi's explanation, not only could it erupt with powerful force, but it could also emit illusions. Thinking of all this, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He immediately clenched the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. Bang! Just when Su Yan was about to counterattack, a figure suddenly flashed, and a huge energy wave spread out. With a loud bang, the huge energy wave from the bottom of the pool was instantly shattered. Not only that, but the moment the energy wave was shattered, Ming Ruofing waved his hand and a powerful energy wave attacked the pool. In an instant, the pool burst into a frenzy, but a moment later, calmness was restored, and there was no sound. After dealing with this, Ming Ruofing looked back at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Su Yan, strength is everything." After saying this, Ming Ruofing once again dove into the pool and swam forward. Chapter 263. Su Yan did not dislike Ming Ruofing's arrogance at all. This was because Su Yan knew very well that only people with true strength could be so arrogant. Not only that, but Ming Ruofing's arrogance also stimulated Su Yan's desire to defeat him. This was because Su Yan knew that if he defeated him, Ming Ruofing would be of use to him. Talent, talent. After coming out of the Blood Demon Cave, he knew very well that he needed a large number of talents to help him. And Ming Ruofing was undoubtedly a talent, so Su Yan had to defeat him. Of course, Su Yan knew that all of this had to be done by obtaining the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He did not stay any longer. He jumped into the water and surged towards the other side. In a short while, he reached the other side. Dozens of disciples had already gathered here. Each and every one of them had a cold look on their faces. They were not moved by Su Yan's arrival at all. They squinted their eyes, making it impossible for others to guess what they were thinking. In the past, Su Yan was only an Eastern Palace disciple, so he might not know who these people were. Now, as the Monster Palace's palace lord, Su Yan naturally knew who these people were. These people were the best of the best among the disciples of the various palaces. Some of them were even stronger than the current strongest person in the Eastern Palace, Ming Ruofing. However, Su Yan did not pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at the barrier leading to the third stage and guessed what existed in the third stage. Although Su Yan was the Monster Palace's palace lord. However, because he had to hide this identity and the fact that Princess Chu had perished, Su Yan could not handle many things. Therefore, as the Monster Palace's palace lord, Su Yan could only use the Monster Palace's palace lord's seal to make some important decisions. Other things still needed to be done by people who could reveal their identities. For example, all the arrangements for the trial were carried out by the Monster Palace's elder, Li Tianyi. Although Su Yan was the palace master of the Monster Palace, he was completely unaware of the arrangement of the trial grounds. From the very beginning of the competition for the Silk Banner, to the first stage of the maze, and now the second stage of the Heavenly Mountain Fiend Blood Array. This made Su Yan very satisfied. Even Su Yan felt that if he were to do these things, he might not be able to do it so perfectly. Because of this, Su Yan also wanted to know how elderly Tianyi had arranged the third stage. As the crowd waited, the other people who had qualified for the third stage arrived one after another. When the last person arrived, elderly Tianyi's voice sounded, "Welcome to the third stage." At the same time, a figure glided through the void. elderly Tiany's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The princess of Chu had fallen. Xia Wuchang had fallen. The celestial pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng were both demoted from their positions as palace lords. They were only left behind to protect the sect. Therefore, apart from Su Yan, Li Tiany's strength was the strongest in the monster palace now. As soon as Li Tiany appeared, his face was filled with a smile. When he looked at Su Yan, there was a hint of appreciation. The killing intent from before had long disappeared. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, Su Yan still admired Li Tiany. He was also an important person that Su Yan wanted to recruit. After Li Tiany glanced at Su Yan, he quickly returned to his senses and habitually said a bunch of nonsense. When countless people were impatient, Li Tiany returned to the main point. Everyone must have experienced the power of the previous two stages. Now, I will explain the third stage to everyone. The third stage is also the final stage of this trial. In the third stage, it's actually simpler than any other stage. Whoever reaches the designated location first will obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. In other words, only the top 50 people who reach the designated location will have the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. As for the other 50 people, they will be eliminated. Therefore, the third stage is not only to determine the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, but it is also an evaluation of your faction. As Li Tiany spoke, the corners of his mouth suffused a sinister smile. Therefore, in the third stage, all of you have to work hard. With that said, Li Tiany waved his hand and the barrier in front of him disappeared. The third stage's trial grounds immediately appeared. The third stage was different from the other stages. There was nothing here. The moment the barrier opened, Li Tiany waved his hand and pointed at a spot of light opposite him. He said with a smile, "That's it. Whoever reaches there first will have the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. Similarly, whoever reaches first will be first place. Similarly, the second person will be second place. In order of succession, the top 50 will be determined. Those who do not reach the designated location will all be eliminated and lose the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate." Upon hearing Li Tiany's words, everyone turned restless. They looked at the circle of light opposite them with burning eyes. When Li Tiany saw everyone's expressions, he smiled and said, "By the way, there is one more important thing to remind everyone. There are many traps here, so you have to be careful. In addition, I would like to remind everyone that you can fight here, but you cannot kill others." As Li Tiany said that, he waved his hand and a few dominoes appeared in everyone's hands. These dominoes are life-saving dominoes. If you encounter a strong enemy and there is absolutely no way for you to win, you can crush the dominoes and surrender. Of course, there are experts who can crush the dominoes of other disciples to eliminate that person. After Li Tiany said that, he did not care if the crowd understood. He waved his hand and shouted, "I now announce the start of the competition." Asterisk bang, asterisk with a loud bang, 100 people rushed into the trial grounds at the same time. One of the strongest experts here instantly leaped forward and flew hundreds of meters away, leaving everyone behind. Everyone couldn't help but frown. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest as they all rushed forward. Asterisk bang, asterisk at that moment, there was a sudden sound. A light screen reverberated and stopped that person. At the same time, Elder Li Tiany's voice sounded, "I said that there are many traps here. North Courtly Yuanba has activated the light prison. Temporarily, no one can pass. If you want to proceed, you have to eliminate another 10 people. 10 people eliminated." Everyone's brows furrowed. Some of the weaker ones felt a sense of crisis approaching. Although Su Yan admired the rules of the trial set by Li Tiany, he could not help but frown when he realized that he definitely did not have the advantage with his strength. He carefully observed everyone around him. Because in the process, everyone could become your enemy. Just at this moment, a person standing beside Su Yan abruptly attacked Su Yan. That boundless energy instantly pressured Su Yan. The moment that spiritual chi surged, it was like a mountain flood erupting. The moment the energy fluctuated, Su Yan felt the blood in his entire body surge. Spiritual Sea Realm. Su Yan's heart trembled as he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, the person was too strong and his speed was too fast. Su Yan had no way of dodging. Seeing such a powerful attack, Su Yan had no choice. Only by crushing the dominoes could he dodge. However, crushing the dominoes meant that he would miss out on the opportunity to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. No, definitely not. Su Yan had been working hard for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda for a long time. How could he give up so easily? Su Yan gritted his teeth and immediately circulated his cultivation technique. His body emitted a frosty light. Against an expert at the spiritual sea realm, Su Yan was powerless to resist. However, Su Yan was unwilling to give up just like that. Su Yan was unwilling to give up. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to take a gamble. He wanted to bet that his Ice Divine Shield could withstand the attack. Bang! Just as Su Yan was about to use the Ice Divine Shield, there was a loud explosion in front of him. He saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. It was none other than Mikaryu Ice. Su Yan looked at Mikaryu Ice with gratitude in his eyes. However, Mikaryu Ice was still as cold as before. He looked at the spiritual sea realm expert opposite him and said coldly, "The people of the East Palace are not people you can bully." After Mikaryu Ice said that, Dong Qinghao, Ratli, Geng Ji, Chu Linger, Hao Fang, and Yu Yun, the top 10 disciples of the East Palace, all stood beside Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the few of them, and his heart was once again filled with gratitude. The spiritual sea realm expert glanced at the people from the East Palace and smiled, interesting. However, he did not make things difficult for Mikaryu Ice and the others. Instead, he turned to the other emperors of Heaven Phase. Under the attacks of the spiritual sea realm experts, the 10 eliminated people were quickly born. The light screen opened. The remaining 90 people charged forward again. Bang! However, he had only taken a few steps when another sound rang out. Countless thorns rose from the ground. At the same time, Li Tianyi's voice rang out, "Array of thorns. As long as you cut down all the thorns, you can continue forward." Everyone began to deal with the thorns that suddenly appeared. There were still some spiritual sea realm experts who quickly chopped at the thorns. Unfortunately, there were too many thorns. Even with so many people, they could not cut them all in a short time. After these thorns were cut down, they appeared again. This made countless people complain. Amidst the complaints, Li Tianyi's voice sounded again, "Sorry, I forgot to tell everyone that in this array, these thorns can only be broken with a specific domino. Among the 90 of you, 10 people's dominoes will light up. This is to break these thorns." As soon as these words were said, everyone looked at each other and looked at the dominoes on their waists. Because these dominoes were specially made by Li Tianyi, they could not be put in storage bags. Everyone could only put them on their waists. If they did not emit light, perhaps it would be better. However, if they emitted light, the light would overflow and could not be hidden. After all, it was close to night. Chapter 264. In fact, the trial that Li Tianyi had arranged was very interesting. This trial not only tested a warrior's strength, but it also tested a warrior's intellect. Furthermore, there was no loss of fairness. If one wanted to reach the end and obtain the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate, one had to possess powerful strength. Of course, this trial did not focus on an individual's strength. It also focused on the strength of the entire team. Normally, if he were to behave like a normal person, he would not have a chance to win in this trial. Su Yan was secretly impressed by Li Tianyi's arrangements for this trial. While he looked at Mikaryu Ice and company standing beside him, he also felt wishful. If not for the trip to the Blood Demon Cave that made Su Yan understand that on this path of the strong, one could not only rely on oneself, but also rely on one's friends and brothers. Su Yan would definitely be at a disadvantage this time. Especially at this juncture, it placed more emphasis on the friendship between friends. Just as Li Tianyi finished speaking, many warriors who were usually on good terms with him stood together to prevent any sneak attacks. Of course, there were also some powerful warriors. He did not care about this at all. His expression remained the same. Ling Jun could not help but look at everyone. His eyes emitted a sharp glint as though he was looking down on all life. On the contrary, some of the weaker warriors were in a much more miserable state. Furthermore, there were some who were usually lowly and did not have any friends by their side. As they stood in the surroundings, their faces were filled with horror. Their hands were constantly covering the dominoes at their waists, afraid that their dominoes would suddenly light up. Of course, even the warriors who had friends did not have it easy. They looked around cautiously with similarly cautious expressions. At this moment, all the disciples were in danger. They were afraid that the dominoes at their waists would suddenly light up. Su Yan also had a similarly cautious expression. Su Yan, are you afraid? Under the heavy atmosphere, Dong Qinghao, who was standing beside Su Yan, suddenly asked Su Yan. Yes. Su Yan was stunned. He turned around and saw that Dong Qinghao still had that frivolous smile on his face. He felt a lot more relaxed. He smiled and said, "Scared? How can I not be scared? Coward." Before Su Yan could finish speaking, he heard Ming Ruofeng snort disdainfully. Su Yan ignored him and looked at Dong Qinghao instead. He smiled and said, "I'm afraid, but what's the use of being afraid?" Dong Qinghao was stunned by Su Yan's rhetorical question, and then he suddenly laughed out loud. "Su Yan, I really didn't misjudge you. Don't worry, as long as I, Dong Qinghao, am here today, you, Su Yan, will not be eliminated." Dong Qinghao's words were sonorous and forceful. They were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. Su Yan was touched when he heard this. He nodded to Dong Qinghao. He wanted to say something, but he had never been good with words. He pursed his lips for a long time and didn't say a word. Xiao, at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and a bright light shone from the waist of a cultivator. The cultivator didn't expect that he would be the first person to have his domino lit up. He suddenly screamed in fright. Unfortunately, before he could finish his scream, a whistling sound came from the void. A figure flashed, and then the person's domino was shattered. Not only was the person's domino shattered, but he was also seriously injured. Pucci. The person spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. This sudden change caused the already tense atmosphere to become even stranger. Some of the weaker cultivators looked at the person who had fainted. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and their faces were filled with horror. Su Yan also frowned. Although he wasn't afraid, he couldn't say that he wasn't nervous at all. After all, Su Yan wasn't one of the strongest here. Instead, he was one of the weaker ones. Especially when he saw the person's fast movements just now, Su Yan was even more nervous. He frowned and asked himself, if my domino lit up, would I be able to resist such a fast attack? Su Yan, this person is Nangong's strongest Morong Fu. At this moment, Dong Qinghao, who was standing beside Su Yan, spoke again. Morong Fu. Su Yan frowned slightly. Although he was now the palace master of the Monster Palace, because he had only been in the Monster Palace for a short time and there were so many disciples in the Monster Palace, Su Yan could only remember the names of these people. However, he didn't know these people. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone brightly. He didn't know this person, but he had heard about him. This person was Nangong's strongest cultivator. His strength was close to the peak of the spiritual sea realm, and he was extremely sinister and ruthless. And the one in purple. He is North Palace's strongest cultivator, Yuan Taiqing. Before the second domino lit up, Dong Qinghao told Su Yan about all the disciples in the Monster Palace and the strongest cultivator in the North Palace. Dong Qinghao pointed at another person and said, "That person is West Palace's strongest cultivator, Lei Gao." Yuan Taiqing, Lei Gao. Su Yan listened to Dong Qinghao's explanation and frowned more and more. Although Su Yan was now the palace master of the Monster Palace, he naturally hoped that the Monster Palace's disciples were as strong as possible. However, Su Yan knew very well that although the Monster Palace was unified now, it was still in a state of disunity. Now, it was only supported by the last trace of the Princess of Chu's majesty. If everyone knew that the Princess of Chu had fallen, the entire Monster Palace would definitely fall into chaos again. Moreover, they didn't know whether these people were friends or foes. In addition, these people weren't originally disciples of the East Palace and were very loyal to the Monster Palace. Their strength was very likely to become a threat to the Monster Palace. Therefore, when Su Yan heard these people, not only did Su Yan not have a trace of joy, but he was also somewhat worried. I quit. Just as Dong Qinghao continued to introduce Su Yan to some of the powerful disciples of the other three palaces, a disciple suddenly shouted and crushed the domino on his waist. Everyone was stunned. Su Yan watched as that person disappeared from the trial grounds. He was stunned for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a light smile. This Li Tianyi's arrangement is indeed quite good. Just this round alone is not only a test of a disciple's strength, but also a test of their wisdom. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, the firmness of one's mind was of utmost importance. Just like here, if one couldn't even withstand this most basic of dangers, then this person definitely wouldn't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. However, Su Yan didn't look down on that person. After all, the person who had just left was only a 2-star heaven stage cultivator. Under the scrutiny of so many experts, not every warrior could withstand it. If it weren't for Su Yan's extraordinary intelligence, he would have already chosen to withdraw. Swish, at this moment, another crisp sound rang out. Following that, a resplendent beam of light shot out from the waist of a martial warrior's. With the same loud bang, the domino on that person's waist was crushed by Murongfu. This disciple who was eliminated was obviously also a disciple of the Nangong Palace. Murongfu had shown mercy for him and did not hurt him. That person was extremely moved. Even though he had been eliminated, he still thanked Murongfu endlessly. Murongfu did not pay any attention to this person. His face was still cold as he narrowed his eyes. The light from the corner of his eyes swept across the area, and his face was filled with disdain. To him, he was a divine dragon. Everyone here was nothing more than an ant. As for this trial, it was just a waste of time for him. Swish, at this moment, another domino lit up. However, this time, it was not Murongfu who made a move, but Yuan Taiqing. The speed at which he dealt with that person was not the slightest bit different from Murongfu's. Swish, just as he eliminated one person, another domino lit up. Swish. Swish. Swish, this time, it was not just one domino that lit up slowly. Instead, several of them lit up consecutively. The entire trial ground was suddenly thrown into chaos. The entire scene fell into a riot. This time, because there were more dominoes lit up, and their strength was much stronger than the previous two. Not to mention, these people had some followers around them. It was not something that Yuan Taiqing, Murongfu, and the others could deal with in one go. The entire trial ground immediately fell into a riot. The sound of fighting constantly rang out. Fortunately, none of the dominoes on the Eastern Palace's side lit up. Su Yan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He did not participate in the battle and retreated. However, Ming Ruofing did not retreat. Instead, he joined the elimination round. Qin Luo was originally the strongest person in the Eastern Palace. However, because he had fallen in the demonic blood cave, only Qin Luo could fight against the disciples of the other palaces. This was also the reason for Ming Ruofing's conceit. Therefore, even if the Eastern Palace disciples were not attacked, Ming Ruofing still joined the hunt. That's right, for these masters, this was a hunt. Only by hunting down the cultivators whose dominoes lit up could they open the barrier and enter the competition. Due to the presence of the strongest experts from the various great palaces, the people whose dominoes lit up were unable to do anything even though they tried to defend themselves. It didn't take long before they were all eliminated. Some of the people who were still stubbornly resisting were even seriously injured because of this. These masters turned a blind eye to this. They only cared about starting the next round as soon as possible. Originally, they thought that after these people were eliminated, the barrier blocking the path would open. Unfortunately, the barrier was still there. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Su Yan was also the same. Counting the people who were eliminated, he thought to himself, so only 9 people were eliminated. There's still one more. Chapter 265. Su Yan was immediately stunned. Just now, when he saw the dominoes of those disciples light up, he was secretly rejoicing. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he was not an arrogant person. He was very clear that with his current strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon stage, he was merely an ant amongst the many experts and disciples here. If the domino lit up, then he would not have the chance to resist at all. As expected, the moment Su Yan's domino lit up, a powerful wave of energy suddenly rushed over like a torrential storm. Murong Fu. Su Yan's eyes immediately turned, seeing that this person was Murong Fu. A bright light immediately condensed in his eyes, his body quickly retreated, and a snort came out from his nose. Humph, I didn't expect that the last one would actually choose me, but wanting me to surrender is definitely not my, Su Yan's, character. Although Su Yan was clear that this time, he was very likely to be eliminated. However, because of Su Yan's personality, he would definitely not give up just like that. No matter how strong the other party was, he had to work hard. It was not because of any reason, but because his name was Su Yan, and his bones flowed with that arrogance. Murong Fu was the strongest person in Nangong. Facing this person, Su Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The spirit energy in his body was circulated to the limit, and his figure quickly flew backwards, narrowly avoiding Murong Fu's attack. Su Yan dodged Murong Fu's attack. Murong Fu could not help but be stunned, then the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Very good, with the strength of a mere 1-star celestial phenomenon stage, you were actually able to dodge my attack. You have some ability, but do you think that resistance is useful? As Murong Fu spoke, his eyes shot out a disdainful gaze. To him, even if Su Yan dodged his attack, it would be useless. This was because in his eyes, a 1-star celestial phenomenon stage was like an ant, and he was a divine dragon. How could an ant compete with a divine dragon? Hee, Murong Fu, don't go too far. This Su Yan is someone I'm protecting. At that moment, Dong Qinghao had already walked in front of Su Yan and blocked Murong Fu's path. When Su Yan saw that Dong Qinghao had come to protect him, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Dong Qinghao's gaze, he felt touched. He gripped the ghost hall sword in his hand and thought to himself, Dong Qinghao, I, Su Yan, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Dong Qinghao. When Murong Fu saw Dong Qinghao stand up, he couldn't help but laugh. I thought who it was. A mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, do you think you can stop me? And me? At this moment, Ratley also stood up. Following that, Gengji, Mikaryu Ice, Hao Fong and the others all stood up and blocked in front of Su Yan. When Murongfu saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Naturally, he wasn't surprised by these people, but by Su Yan. Su Yan was only a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. He never thought that Su Yan would have so many people standing up for him. Not only him, even Su Yan himself didn't expect this. Good boy, you have some skills. Murongfu looked at Su Yan, and the corner of his mouth rose into a devilish smile. At the same time, he looked at Su Yan and frowned. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, I thought that you were so familiar. So you are the spirit-drawing boy who was chased by the Guyu sect in the Hingduan mountain range. What? Spirit-drawing boy. When Murongfu thought of this, his entire body suddenly trembled. That's right, Murongfu was none other than the Monster Palace expert who saw Su Yan when Su Yan was being chased by the Guyu sect in the Hingduan mountain range. When Murongfu had long forgotten about him, he only felt that Su Yan looked familiar. Only now did he remember. Since he remembered, Murongfu knew that this person was only a mere spirit-drawing realm cultivator. Moreover, Murongfu clearly knew that the last time he went to the Hidden Devil region, it hadn't even been half a year. Half a year, when Murongfu thought of this, his heart was incomparably shocked. In half a year, a spirit-drawing realm cultivator was actually able to step into the celestial phenomenon realm. How could Murongfu accept this? How is this possible? How is this possible, this cultivation? Murongfu looked at Su Yan with a face full of shock, and then a wave of killing intent immediately surged in his eyes. Because Su Yan was in the Hingduan mountain range at that time, he didn't know about Murongfu. Seeing the sudden burst of killing intent in Murongfu's eyes, he couldn't help but frown. Murongfu, I have no enmity with him. Why would he suddenly show such a strong killing intent? Not only Su Yan, but even the others also frowned. This was because they didn't know why Murongfu would suddenly produce such a strong killing intent. Under this strong killing intent, the spirit energy on Murongfu's body also surged. Su Yan, quickly crush your own domino, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Murongfu looked at Su Yan and said gloomily. The viciousness in his words was clearly much heavier than before. The other disciples also felt Murongfu's aura. However, they all thought that Murongfu would be able to get rid of Su Yan, so they didn't help. They only held the attitude of watching the show. Su Yan sneered and didn't answer Murongfu's words. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated. When Murongfu saw that Su Yan, a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, actually dared to look down on him like this, a strong wave of anger suddenly surged from his chest. He coldly shouted, Su Yan, you're asking for trouble, don't blame me. Actually, Murongfu still hoped that Su Yan would not crush the domino, because only by doing so would he have a chance to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Su Yan. Dong Qinghao, Mikaryu Ice, all of you, quickly step back. Otherwise, don't blame me, Murongfu, for being impolite. Murongfu swept a glance at Mikaryu Ice and the others, and said domineeringly. Mikaryu Ice and the others were also the cream of the crop in the Eastern Palace. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Hearing Murongfu's words, Mikaryu Ice immediately revealed a cold smile and shouted, Murongfu, don't be arrogant. Today, I have so many people here, it's absolutely impossible for you to eliminate Su Yan. Then give it a try. Murongfu had always been ruthless. Hearing Mikaryu Ice's words, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged violently. His body was like lightning, and he stretched out his hand to grab Mikaryu Ice. Be careful. Seeing this, the frivolous smile on Dong Qinghao's face disappeared. In exchange, it was replaced by a grave and stern expression. With a light shout, he immediately took a step forward and patted his storage bag, and a long sword flew out. This long sword was obviously not an ordinary item. The moment it flew out, it immediately surged with a bright light, and a burst of whistling sound broke through the void. It was so deafening. Whoosh! Dong Qinghao did not slow down at all when he took out the long sword. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and he immediately slashed horizontally at Murong Fu. Murong Fu's attack on Mikaryu Ice was immediately cut off. However, Murong Fu's speed was too fast. With a flip of his body, he dodged Dong Qinghao's attack. Immediately after, Rat Li and the others took out their magic treasures and jumped up, attacking Murong Fu. Even though Murong Fu was an expert in the spiritual sea realm, he could only retreat in the face of so many experts from the Eastern Palace. Very good, very good. What a good Eastern Palace. Murong Fu stopped and looked at Mikaryu Ice and the others. He could not help but sneer. Then, his eyes turned, and a disdainful light flowed out. He snorted and said, "But do you think it will work?" While speaking, Murong Fu's body suddenly surged with a bright light. In an instant, a huge burst of energy followed. At the same time, Murong Fu waved his hand and shouted, "Today, I will let you all see the true strength of the spiritual sea realm." The strength of the spiritual sea realm is not something that you can resist. Bang! Under Murong Fu's words, a loud sound suddenly burst out. Murong Fu pushed out with both hands. A powerful energy surged out like the waves of the East Sea. It was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning, directly pressing down. Be careful. Mikaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and the others' faces changed at the same time, and they hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, Murong Fu's huge energy was too fast. Bang! After a few loud sounds, they were all sent flying at the same time. Poochie! They all spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Today, I will kill you arrogant people. Murong Fu had always been ruthless. After this battle, seeing Mikaryu Ice and the others being repelled, he had no intention of letting them go. His body leaped up, and he immediately pressed forward. Be careful. Mikaryu Ice and the others shouted at the same time and jumped up from the ground. One by one, the cultivation techniques in their bodies began to revolve rapidly, and a dense energy burst out from their palms. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. That's right, they all used the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. The power of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was naturally earth-shattering. What's more, they were all outstanding disciples, so the power they burst out was even more shocking. When they condensed the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill at the same time, the whole space suddenly seemed to be torn apart. Light overflowed, and there was a burst of loud noise. Murong Fu frowned slightly when he saw the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, but it soon disappeared. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you think it's useful? While speaking, Murong Fu immediately waved his hands. As he waved his hands, the surrounding air seemed to have become turbulent. Countless spirit qis surged into his palms, and a huge energy storm began to spin. Collapse of Mount Tai. Wild Dance of the Fire Dragon. Silver Snake Strike. Mikaryu Ice and the others shouted at the same time, and each launched the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill formed in their hands. Several forces condensed, and the powerful force was like a giant thunder exploding from the horizon. All of a sudden, countless explosions rang out. Chapter 266. What a powerful force! The spectating disciples also revealed looks of surprise on their faces. Murong Fu frowned when he saw this, but it only lasted for a moment. Soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he waved his hands quickly, and suddenly, a powerful force burst out. With a loud bang, a huge light screen surged in front of him. A few mere sky phase cultivators want to fight against me. Murong Fu shouted coldly. Suddenly, he pushed his hands forward, and the huge screen of light suddenly flew toward Murongfu. Bang! The two forces collided in midair with a loud bang. The powerful force was like a storm, rushing out. The gorgeous light screen lit up the entire training ground as if it was daytime. Although the two forces were very strong, in the end, Murongfu was still stronger. Bang! With a few loud sounds, Makario Ice and the others were sent flying. Poochie! At the same time, they all spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back. Bang! With a loud bang, they fell to the ground. Then, Murongfu took advantage of them and looked at them with a devilish smile. You rats want to stop me? You're courting death. As he spoke, Murongfu waved his hand. In an instant, a powerful force surged. Die! Murongfu roared and slapped his palm towards the group of people. Ah! Makario Ice and the others saw the powerful force approaching and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow, and they could only watch as the powerful force approached. When they saw this huge force, their hearts sank to the bottom. They were all the favored disciples of the Eastern Palace. When had they ever been humiliated like this? However, at this moment, under Murongfu's absolute strength, they did not have the slightest strength to resist. They could only watch as they walked into death. None of the disciples present cared. There was a mocking expression on his face, without the slightest bit of sympathy. This was the time of death that was about to happen. To them, it was a bit of schadenfreude. This was because everyone here was from the East Palace. For many years, because of the competition between the four great palaces, they could not enjoy some of the resources of the Monster Palace. Even though the Monster Palace was now unified, they still held some grudges against the disciples of the Monster Palace East Palace. Therefore, when they saw so many Eastern Palace disciples about to be killed, they did not feel any pity, only joy. Someone even laughed and said, "The disciples of the Eastern Palace really don't know their own limits." A cold smile appeared on Murongfu's face when he heard this. Bang! Just when everyone thought that all the Eastern Palace disciples were going to die today, a figure suddenly flashed, followed by a dazzling light. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded through the heavens and earth. What is this? What is going on? Everyone shuddered at the sight of this. Even Murongfu was stunned. The light receded, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's stunned expressions. The moment they saw Su Yan's figure, everyone was stunned again. How is this possible? How can a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm block the attack of a spiritual sea realm? What exactly is that defense? Everyone looked at the frosty light jumping on Su Yan's body, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Murongfu looked at the ferocious expression on Su Yan's face and was slightly stunned. He kept shaking his head and said, How is this possible? How can you block my attack? Not only them, but Makario Ice and the others looked at Su Yan with a look of surprise on their faces. At the same time, they were also touched. Although they stood up for Su Yan today, they stood up for Su Yan because Su Yan's strength was not enough. Under Murongfu's attack, everyone thought that they were going to die. They never thought that Su Yan would actually save them. They were actually saved by a one-star Emperor Realm cultivator. How could this not surprise them? The few of them had mixed feelings. At the same time, they were astonished. At the same time, they were touched, and even more so, they were suspicious. They doubted how Su Yan could block Murongfu's attack. Poochie! At this moment, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the few of them come back to their senses. They hurriedly jumped up from the ground and went forward to support Su Yan. Su Yan, are you all right? The few of them looked at Su Yan with concern. I'm fine. Su Yan gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the churning in his heart. Looking at Murongfu's figure, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh in his heart. it seems that with my current strength, even the profound ice divine shield is still unable to block Murongfu's attack. The difference in strength is too great. He, a dignified spirit sea realm expert, was actually blocked by a 1-star heaven phase realm expert. This is definitely a humiliation for Murongfu, a great humiliation. Murongfu looked at Su Yan with killing intent in his eyes. Thinking about how fast Su Yan's cultivation speed was, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Su Yan. Murongfu suddenly roared, and was about to attack Su Yan. Be careful. Su Yan hurriedly warned. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body slowly surged. The moment the spirit energy surged, Su Yan immediately felt the blood in his body churning. Puchi. Another mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Su Yan, you rest first. Let us do the rest. Mikaryu Ice and the others saw Su Yan's appearance and comforted Su Yan. The few of them stepped forward at the same time and blocked in front of Murongfu. When Murongfu saw that the few of them were blocking him without any fear, the smile on his face became even colder. His eyes flashed and he said with disdain, "A few scoundrels want to stop me. You're courting death." As he spoke, Murongfu suddenly jumped up. With a wave of his hand, a magic treasure appeared. This magic treasure looked like a kasaya. The moment it appeared, it emitted countless rays of light. Obviously, it was not an ordinary item. Murongfu waved his hand, and his posture suddenly swept out like a sharp sword, directly attacking Mikaryu Ice and the others. The speed of the attack was as fast as lightning. The ray of light surged, and a violent energy instantly erupted. Swoosh! It tore through the void, and suddenly, countless sounds erupted. Be careful! Mikaryu Ice and the others shouted at the same time, and the few of them scattered at the same time. Is it useful? When Murongfu saw that the few of them dodged his attack, he coldly smiled. At the same time, he jumped up, and the kasaya in his hand suddenly expanded. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and a powerful force erupted. It went straight for Mikaryu Ice. When Dong Qinghao and the others saw this scene, they hurriedly took the opportunity to attack Murongfu. But just as they took a step forward, a loud bang rang out. The force that flew over suddenly exploded in midair, and attacked the few of them at the same time. The speed of this force was too fast. Dong Qinghao could not dodge in time, and was directly sent flying. Dong Qinghao. Mikaryu Ice had always been at odds with Dong Qinghao. But at this moment, when he saw Dong Qinghao being sent flying, his heart could not help but tighten. At the same time, he looked at Murongfu with a vicious look in his eyes. Murongfu, I'm going to kill you. Mikaryu Ice roared. Holding the magic treasure in his hand, his body madly rushed forward. His hands formed into claws, and directly grabbed Murongfu's throat. You overestimate yourself. When Murongfu saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. His body moved, and he arrived behind Mu Lubing. With a clap of his hand, he sent Mu Lubing flying. Die! At the moment when Mikaryu Ice was sent flying, Murongfu had no intention of letting Mikaryu Ice go. He shouted coldly, and his body suddenly pressed forward, waving the kasaya in his hand to attack Mikaryu Ice. Senior Brother Mu. When Su Yan and the others saw this scene, their hearts tightened. They all wanted to go forward and save Mikaryu Ice, but unfortunately, their strength was limited, and it was too late. They could only watch as Mikaryu Ice was hit by Murongfu. Bang! Just when everyone thought that Mikaryu Ice was going to die, suddenly a figure slid past and blocked Murongfu's attack. Everyone was stunned. Ming Ruofeng, it's Senior Brother Ming Ruofeng. When Rat Li and the others saw this, their faces were immediately filled with excitement. They shouted, Great, it's Senior Brother Ming Ruofeng. Now we don't have to be afraid of Murong Fu. Ming Ruofing blocked Mikaryu Ice. Mikaryu Ice looked at Ming Ruofing, and his heart was moved. He wanted to say something. However, Ming Ruofing did not look at him. Instead, he turned his head and coldly looked at Murong Fu. Murong Fu looked at Ming Ruofing's cold face, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. Ming Ruofing, I didn't expect you to come and oppose me. Not bad, in your Eastern Palace, other than Qin Luo, only you have some ability. But Ming Ruofing, do you think you can stop me with a mere 4-star spiritual sea realm? You should know that I am a 6-star spiritual sea realm cultivator. Murong Fu said with contempt in his eyes. He did not put Ming Ruofing in his eyes at all. Ming Ruofing did not answer Murong Fu's words. He only coldly looked at Murong Fu. A light flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual qi in his body surged, bursting out with a powerful spiritual energy. Very good, very good. Murong Fu saw this and could not help but nod. At this time, Chu Linger and the others stood beside Ming Ruofing. They each took out their own weapons and looked at Murong Fu. Murong Fu saw Chu Linger and the others and could not help but frown. If Ming Ruofing did not make a move, perhaps he would not be afraid. Even if a few more divine emperors came, he would still not be afraid. However, now that Ming Ruofing was here, although there was a 2-star gap between them, they were still in the spiritual sea realm. Chapter 267. Although Murong Fu was cruel and merciless, this did not mean that he was a reckless person. On the contrary, he was sinister and cunning. Murong Fu would never do things that he was not confident in. Looking at Ming Ruofing and the others, Murong Fu smiled coldly, clapped his hands, and laughed, very good, very good. Several powerhouses from the East Palace have come. Are you trying to bully me, Nangong Wuren? As he spoke, several emperors of heaven suddenly appeared beside Murong Fu. These people were obviously from the Nangong Palace. Although the Monster Palace had been unified. However, after all, it had only been a short time. In addition, the enmity between the 4 great palaces had always been deep. How could it be resolved in a short time? Usually, everyone could still get along harmoniously for the sake of the Monster Palace's elders and the Monster Palace's palace master. However, today, because Mikaryu Ice and the others wanted to save Su Yan, coupled with Ming Ruofing's intervention. Obviously, the conflict between the 4 great palaces had been aroused here. The disciples of the East Palace and the disciples of the Nangong Palace each held a side. Although the disciples of the West Palace and the North Palace did not join the fight, each of them also held a side and were ready to move. No one knew when they would join this battle. When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but frown. He was now a disciple of the Monster Palace. The harmony between the 4 great palaces had always been the Princess of Chu's last wish. What Su Yan wanted to do was only to make the Monster Palace stronger. And the most basic element to make the Monster Palace stronger was to make the Monster Palace truly unified. Although the Monster Palace was now a huge sect in the outside world. But what about the real Monster Palace? In fact, the real Monster Palace was just a plate of loose sand. In the current state of the Monster Palace, if there was an external enemy invading, it would definitely be vulnerable. He looked at the several great palaces, each holding one side. Especially after seeing the Nangong disciples join in, Su Yan clearly saw the frown on Ming Ruofing's face. Su Yan couldn't bear to see him like this. He couldn't bear to let this trial turn into a massacre for the great palaces. More importantly, it was all because of him, the palace master of the Monster Palace. Su Yan found it even more unbearable. As Su Yan thought about it, he slowly took out the shiny bone tablet from his waist. A bitter smile appeared on his face. It looks like I won't be able to obtain the right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Enter the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. This was something that Su Yan had been preparing for a long time. This time, Su Yan was even more determined to win. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen? If Su Yan wasn't the palace master of the Monster Palace, it would be fine. But since he was the palace master of the Monster Palace, he had to think for the Monster Palace. For the sake of the Monster Palace, in order to prevent the four great palaces from killing each other. Su Yan gritted his teeth and raised the shiny bone tablet in his hand. He shouted, "All of you, stop." The people from several sides were about to attack when they heard Su Yan shout. They all looked over. Murong Fu also looked over. A cold smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, what tricks are you trying to play now? Murong Fu, don't you want to eliminate me? Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's evil face and sneered. He raised the shiny bone tablet in his hand and slowly said, "Since you want to eliminate me, I'll crush this bone tablet now. That way, you can stop." Su Yan, don't. Mikaryu Ice and the others hurriedly shouted when they heard Su Yan say that he was going to crush the bone tablet. Ratley also hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, don't." Although Murong Fu is strong, the disciples of the East Palace are not weak. We're not afraid of them. Today, we'll fight with him. Su Yan heard the sincere eyes of Mikaryu Ice and the others and knew that they were sincerely looking out for him. It was because of this sincerity that Su Yan made up his mind. This wasn't just for the Monster Palace. It was also for the many disciples of the East Palace. Because of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace was the palace that held the most power in the Monster Palace. However, the disciples of the Monster Palace were the weakest among the four great palaces. This caused the other three great palaces to have a deep grudge against the East Palace. Ignoring the fact that the strength of the East Palace disciples today was inferior to Nangong's. Even if he could defeat Murong Fu and the others today, Su Yan believed that the people from the other two great palaces would not sit still and wait for death. In the end, not only would Monster Palace's strength be weakened. Similarly, the disciples of the East Palace would not be able to escape this calamity. Su Yan had always been proud, but he was not conceited. He was also a brainless person. He knew very well the difference in strength between the two sides. This difference was not something he could make up for. Since he could not make up for it, he could only save it. And the best way to save it now was to eliminate it himself. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, I'm afraid I'll miss it this time. Su Yan looked at the shiny bone tablet in his hand and slowly clenched his fists. No. The disciples of the East Palace tried to persuade Su Yan, but no matter how hard they tried, Su Yan had already made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fists even tighter. Just as the bone tablet was about to be crushed, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge force coming from his arm. This unexpected attack caused Su Yan to be involuntarily stunned. Following that, Su Yan realized that his shiny bone tablet had flown out of his hand. In his shock, Su Yan hurriedly looked forward and saw that Dong Qinghao had appeared in front of him at some point in time. Although Dong Qinghao was seriously injured, he still maintained a cynical smile on his face. At the same time, one could see that he was holding Su Yan's shiny bone tablet. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. He asked, "Senior brother Dong Qing, what are you?" Dong Qinghao did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he turned to Murong Fu and said, "Murong Fu, didn't you want to eliminate one person from my East Palace today? Then today, I, Dong Qinghao, will eliminate myself first. This way, you can at least let my fellow disciples go." In fact, the reason why Murong Fu wanted to kill today was not only because of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda qualification fight. It was more because of Su Yan's astonishing cultivation speed that made Murong Fu feel fear. In less than half a year, he had gone from the spirit channeling realm to the celestial phenomenon realm. Such a monstrous speed. Murong Fu did not dare to believe that if he was given a little more time, how much would he grow? It was even possible for him to break through to a level that no one could reach. It was because of this fear in his heart that Murongfu wanted to kill Su Yan. And the matter of the domino was just an excuse. But now that Dong Qinghao had said so, Murongfu could not say anything else. Although Murongfu was arrogant and did not even put some elders in his eyes, he was still afraid of Princess Chu. After all, he still did not know much about Princess Chu. Although Murongfu was somewhat unwilling, he still said, "Today, I am here for the elimination. Besides, our monster palace is now unified. The 4 palaces are not divided. If someone is eliminated now, open the barrier. I, Murongfu, will naturally not make things difficult for the people from the East Palace." "Good, very good." When Dong Qinghao heard Murongfu's words, he laughed out loud and instantly crushed the domino in his hand. No, Su Yan wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, he was one step too late. Dong Qinghao crushed the domino, and his domino fell into Su Yan's hand. Dong Qinghao was eliminated. Brother Dong Qing. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's indifferent smile and felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he could not say a word. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan's sad expression and smiled. "Su Yan, go. This time, we have already discussed that we will ensure that you enter the top 10. So, go. Dong Qinghao said and pushed Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao reluctantly as mixed feelings welled up in his heart. He did not understand why Dong Qinghao would give him so much. "Su Yan, go quickly. Remember, you must clinch a spot in the top 10 and bring glory to our East Palace." Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan's slow footsteps and shouted behind him. Upon hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan's body immediately trembled. He nodded and turned to look at Dong Qinghao and shouted, "Brother Dong Qinghao, don't worry. I will definitely clinch a spot in the top 10 today." As he spoke, Su Yan did not hesitate and quickly ran forward. Previously, when Su Yan came, he did not think of clinching a spot. All he wanted was to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate. But now, things were different. The reason why he was still standing was not only because of the hard work of his brothers, but also because of Dong Qinghao's elimination. With so many people working hard for him, just to clinch a spot in the top 10, Su Yan had to clinch a spot no matter what. The third trial was also the last trial. Although this was the simplest trial, which was just a competition of who reached the other side first, the rules that kept appearing here made the entire trial even more dramatic. However, no matter how dramatic it was, the final goal of this trial was still speed. This was because only by reaching the other side first would one be the strongest. Furthermore, no one knew what existed ahead. No one knew if there would be any more obstacles ahead. Only by rushing forward quickly and putting in a disdainful effort and sprinting quickly would one have a chance. Top 10. Su Yan looked at the main point of the other side as a resplendent glow burst out from his eyes. As the spiritual energy in his body circulated rapidly, he stepped on the sword dragon and pushed his speed to the limit. Although Su Yan had wasted a lot of time chatting with Dong Qinghao, he was still considered a latecomer. His speed was like a shadow gliding by, producing a series of whistling sounds. The disciples beside him could not help but be stunned as they looked at Su Yan's figure in surprise. What fast speed! How can he be so fast? Stop him. Chapter 268. Su Yan looked at the two-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivators blocking him. His face immediately surged with a vicious aura. Although Su Yan was the palace master of Monster Palace, every disciple here was a disciple of his sect. However, Su Yan was disdainful towards such a shameless person. "You're courting death." Su Yan immediately shouted coldly. In an instant, he took out the Ghost Howl sword and directly attacked that person. The reason why that person wanted to stop Su Yan was because he saw that Su Yan was only a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. That was why he stopped Su Yan. Who would have thought that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such a powerful attack? They were immediately shocked and hurriedly retreated. Just as they retreated, Su Yan's figure had already slipped past them. The two of them were stunned again. Then, a disdainful smile appeared on their faces. "I thought you were some kind of hero. So you're just a scoundrel." Su Yan happened to hear the two of them. He only smiled slightly and didn't care at all. What he was more concerned about now was whether he could obtain the top 10 position in this trial. And although Su Yan wanted to kill the two of them when he saw them just now. However, Su Yan was well aware that, given his present level of strength, killing off the two of them would still be somewhat difficult. Additionally, if he were to waste his time here, forget getting into the top 10, he might not even be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the Extreme Yao Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, Su Yan didn't want to bother with them at all. As for everything they said, Su Yan believed that as long as he was given some time, he would let everyone know that he, Su Yan, was not someone they could bully. This wasn't because Su Yan wanted to dispute anything. It was because of the arrogance in a man's heart. The other side of the destination seemed to be in front of them, but when they really flew, they were hundreds of thousands of feet away. Clearly, elderly Tianyi had done something inside. Many people flew all the way and were eliminated after exhausting their spirit qi. Even those who were still persevering were becoming slower and slower due to the lack of spiritual energy in their bodies. Not only that, but because of the reduced speed, many people preferred to kill others. As long as these people were eliminated, there would be one less competitor. This was obviously a very good idea. Su Yan didn't want to stop others. But that didn't mean that no one would stop him. Although Su Yan's strength could be said to be the weakest here, because speed had always been Su Yan's strongest point, coupled with the existence of the blood dragon pupil, many Sky Realm experts might not be as fast as Su Yan. How can this brat's speed be so fast? He's only 1 star, yet he's actually faster than me. When a 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor saw Su Yan follow him, he was surprised. His eyes suddenly turned and revealed a fierce light. With a wave of his hand, he attacked Su Yan. When Su Yan saw the Emperor of Heaven Phase just now, he had already seen the mournful expression on his face. The moment his attack came, the blood dragon pupil suddenly turned and quickly retreated. His speed was as fast as lightning, causing the 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor to be stunned. So fast. The 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor looked at Su Yan in astonishment. At the same time, killing intent surged in his eyes. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I advise you to be tactful and surrender obediently, lest I make a move." Although Su Yan dodged the attack of the 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor, he couldn't help but frown when he saw his strength. A 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor was not someone Su Yan could deal with his current strength. Looking at the many people running in front of him, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. "I'll deal with this person." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Su Yan. Senior Ratley. When Su Yan saw that the person who came was actually Ratley, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Ratley's strength, he hesitated and said, "Senior Ratley, can you really deal with him?" After all, Ratley was only 1 level higher than Su Yan. He was a 2-star Heaven Phase Realm cultivator, so it was quite difficult for him to deal with a 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor. It was no wonder that Su Yan was a little worried. Not only was Su Yan worried, the 7-star Heaven Phase Emperor also had a look of disdain on his face. He looked at Ratley and sneered, "Brat, you want to stop me with your 2-star strength? Then give it a try." As he spoke, Ratley's body suddenly pressed forward, and a sharp attack directly attacked the 7-star Emperor. At the moment of the attack, Ratley saw that Su Yan was still standing and hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, hurry up and leave." Don't worry about me. If he wants to kill me, it won't be that easy. Just remember to get into the top 10. N. Hearing Rat Li's words, Su Yan nodded heavily. He no longer hesitated and looked at the other side of the finish line. His eyes turned and revealed a bright light. He patted his storage bag and took out a spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it, instantly recovering a lot of spirit energy. At the same time, he circulated his chi and quickly flew forward. Along the way, there were still many powerhouses who tried to stop him, but there were disciples of the Eastern Palace who helped him block them. Mikario Ice, Hao Fong, and even Chu Linger helped Su Yan. Looking at their sincere eyes, Su Yan couldn't say anything other than being moved in his heart. Moreover, Su Yan knew that it was useless to say anything now. If he wanted to repay them, the most important thing was to get into the top 10 this time. With the help of these people, Su Yan quickly arrived at the other side of the finish line. At the same time, elderly Tiany's voice was heard. There was no other meaning behind it, but it was to announce that the top 9 powerhouses had been born. 9. When Su Yan heard this voice, he could not help but frown. Looking at the other side of the finish line, he gathered all his strength and rushed forward. There were a few powerhouses besides Su Yan. Those powerhouses looked at Su Yan with a disdainful smile. A mere 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wants to compete with us. You're courting death. This person was a 9-star celestial phenomenon emperor. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a powerful attack directly attacked Su Yan. Not good. Su Yan cursed and hurriedly took a step back. Although this step back allowed him to avoid that person's attack, he was still a few dozen meters away from that person. At this final juncture, a few dozen meters was definitely fatal. The celestial phenomenon emperor looked at Su Yan and sneered. Kid, although you're fast, you're too weak. You don't have to fight for the last place in the top 10. Don't be happy too early. What about me? What about me? As that person spoke, in an instant, a few other experts with the strength of the celestial phenomenon realm also spoke up. Humph. The few of them glared at each other and snorted coldly. At the same time, they ran towards the finish line. They were also blocking and attacking each other. Even so, they didn't forget to fly forward. They were all at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, so their speed was naturally fast. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown as she thought to herself, if I were to catch up now, I'm afraid I would be attacked by a few people. The difference in strength between me and them is too great, I don't even have the chance to fight back. Su Yan knew very well that with her current strength, she was no match for these people. If he wanted to obtain the last spot in the top 10, he could only surpass them in speed so that they wouldn't have the chance to attack him. Speed, I'm only at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. Even if I have the blood dragon pupil, how can I surpass them? Su Yan looked at them and frowned. The few 9-star celestial phenomenon emperors continued to compete, and soon, the outcome was decided. A 9-star emperor revealed a victorious smile. Whoa! At this moment, a whistling sound suddenly blew by. At the same time, Li Tiany's voice sounded, 10th place, Su Yan. Su Yan. The few 9-star disciples who were competing for the 10th place were all stunned. Especially the disciple who had entered the finish line. He was dumbstruck and his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? When they reached the finish line, they saw Su Yan's figure standing in front of them. Looking at Su Yan's current appearance, their faces were filled with fear. Not only them, even the top 9 experts who had reached the finish line were shocked when they saw Su Yan's current appearance. Illusion technique. Murong Fu and the others looked at Su Yan in shock. How could this kid know the illusion technique? And it's in the shape of a dragon. Golden Mirage Dragon. How is this possible? Su Yan ignored the surprised expressions of others. Only when he heard Li Tianyi's voice did the corners of his mouth rise slightly. He looked back at the people who were still competing, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He took a deep breath and said to himself, I finally did it. Just now, when Su Yan saw that the person was about to enter the finish line, he thought that he had no chance. Finally, with his last breath, he used the Golden Mirage Dragon and used its dragon form to snatch the 10th place at the last step. He did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Su Yan, tell me, how did you master the Golden Mirage Dragon? Just when Su Yan was feeling happy, Murong Fu suddenly stepped forward and pointed at Su Yan. The killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. From the beginning, he knew about Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed. In addition, Su Yan's abnormal frost defense. Now, with the Golden Mirage Dragon, Murong Fu was more and more afraid of Su Yan. Murong Fu had never felt this way before, but when he looked at Su Yan, Murong Fu actually felt some fear. Based on this fear, Murong Fu would definitely not let Su Yan live. Su Yan, you must die. Chapter 269. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's sinister face, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a trace of a cold smile. He then turned around, not giving him any face at all, and directly ignored him. At the same time, he secretly left a mark in his heart, this Murong Fu must die. That's right, Su Yan was now the palace master of the Monster Palace, so he naturally hoped that his sect's disciples would become stronger and stronger. Murong Fu was the #1 person in Nangong Palace. Now that the entire Monster Palace was unified, he could also be said to be the strongest person in the entire Monster Palace. With such strength, it could be said that he was a rare talent. However, this person was sinister and overly selfish. It was impossible to guarantee that he would be loyal to the Monster Palace. Rather than keeping such a genius, it was better to let him disappear. Because keeping him would only be a scourge. Of course, Su Yan was also clear that with his current strength, even if there were 100 of them, they would not be a match for Murong Fu. Therefore, Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Su Yan, you, when Murong Fu saw that Su Yan, a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, actually dared to ignore him, a wave of anger immediately surged from his chest. At the same time, a strong killing intent erupted from his eyes. Go to hell. Murong Fu roared angrily, and suddenly attacked Su Yan. Murong Fu, don't forget that the trial is over. You dare to touch me. When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's attack, he did not panic and coldly said. Facing the powerful pressure of the spiritual energy, his eyes emitted a ray of light, and there was not the slightest trace of fear. What? When Murong Fu heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. The hand that was about to slap Su Yan's head suddenly stopped. Although he really wanted to kill Su Yan, it was just as Su Yan had said. Now that the trial was over, the entire Monster Palace was unified. If he killed Su Yan now, he would not be able to escape punishment from the Princess of Chu. Humph, Su Yan, just you wait. Murong Fu coldly shouted. He gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and left. Seeing Murong Fu leave, Su Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was no trace of fear on Su Yan's face, this did not mean that Su Yan was not afraid. After all, the difference in strength between the two of them was simply too great. If Murong Fu were to go berserk, he would not stand a chance today. Therefore, Su Yan was betting that Murong Fu did not have the guts to kill him. After all, now that the Monster Palace was unified, all the rules had been changed. Killing fellow disciples could definitely be said to be a big taboo in the Monster Palace. It seems that I made the right bet. Su Yan watched Murong Fu leave. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a devilish smile. Although this was just an ordinary conflict, everyone was stunned. However, everyone at the side was stunned, especially when they saw Su Yan's calm expression. Each and every one of them was extremely astonished. Just now, when Murong Fu's spirit energy exploded, the disciples were all extremely worried. And Su Yan was only in the sky phase realm. Facing Murong Fu, an expert in the spirit sea realm, he was actually so calm. Who the hell is this kid? He actually has such wisdom. Yuan Taiqing looked at Su Yan's appearance and frowned slightly. He was the strongest person in the North Palace, so he deeply knew how terrifying Murong Fu was. Even if he faced Murong Fu, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Yet, a mere one-star sky phase realm cultivator actually dared to challenge Murong Fu. This was truly unimaginable. Thinking of Su Yan's golden phantom dragon, Yuan Taiqing looked at Su Yan with an additional charm. At this moment, the trial disciples behind also reached the finish line one after another. When Li Tianyi's final voice sounded, Li Tianyi floated over. After saying a bunch of nonsense, he announced the top 50 people who had obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. A soul-stirring trial had finally come to an end. And this trial also made Su Yan become a celebrity in the entire Supreme Demon Palace all of a sudden. A mere one-star sky phase realm cultivator actually dared to challenge Murong Fu. And he even obtained the qualifications to be in the top 10. He also had the long-lost illusion technique. In just one night, Su Yan became the focus of the entire Monster Palace. To be honest, Su Yan didn't like this feeling. He preferred to live in seclusion in the dark and cultivate silently. This was because it was already late at night when the trial ended. In addition, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda had gone from 10 people to 50, so it still needed some adjustments. Before it opened, under Li Tianyi's announcement, everyone returned to their own residences to cultivate. This made the originally bustling East Palace quiet down. Su Yan originally wanted to return to his residence, but when he saw Dong Qinghao and the others, he frowned slightly. He stood up and said to them, "Senior brothers, today's matter has been resolved. Why don't we gather at my palace? Hey, this is a good relationship." Before anyone else could say anything, Dong Qinghao was the first to stand up and applaud. Although Dong Qinghao didn't obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate this time, the frivolous smile on his face still remained. There wasn't a trace of regret on his face. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but feel touched. Following that, he went to his palace with the others. TSK, this spirit palace is indeed the #1 palace. With such luxurious decorations, it's not something our palaces can compare to. Dong Qinghao praised the moment he arrived at the spirit palace. Following that, he shouted without holding back, "Good wine, good dishes, come up." Dong Qinghao shouted a few times, but no one came out. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he turned around and asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, why isn't anyone receiving you in your palace?" Receiving. Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback as he looked at Dong Qinghao in confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand what he meant. When Dong Qinghao saw Su Yan's expression, he frowned. Following that, he looked at Su Yan in surprise and said in an exaggerated manner, "Su Yan, don't tell me that you don't have any servants in your spirit palace." Servants. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he came to a realization. After Su Yan entered the spirit palace, there were indeed servants. However, they were Lu Lan in disguise. After that, the demonic sect attacked. Lu Lan was taken away, and Su Yan didn't think about servants. As a result, there were no servants in the spirit palace. Such a huge palace doesn't have any servants. What are you going to use to receive us? Dong Qinghao asked again. When Su Yan was asked this by Dong Qinghao, he didn't know how to answer. This was because entering the celestial realm was equivalent to entering the fasting period. As long as one had enough spirit energy, one wouldn't need to eat a single meal for a year. Usually, Su Yan was busy cultivating and didn't have the time to think about these things. There were no servants in the spirit palace, so there really wasn't any such thing. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Just get something from me. You guys wait for a while. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan helplessly and shook his head. Then, he turned around and left. After a short while, he came back. Behind him was a servant who had been carrying things for a long time. There was wine and food, and a whole table was set up. Hee, Su Yan, how are you going to thank me? This table of food and wine costs a lot of spirit stones. Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan evilly and smiled. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's mischievous smile and smiled embarrassedly. He was about to take out the spirit stones and give them to him. But before he could take them out, Dong Qinghao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll give you this table of food. Come, everyone sit, sit." After Dong Qinghao finished speaking, he unceremoniously put on the appearance of a master and invited everyone to sit. There weren't many people who came this time. Only the few people who entered the Blood Devil Cave and got rid of Ming Ruofeng. Only 5 people were left: Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, Ratley, Chu Linger, and Su Yan. Of the few people present, only Dong Qinghao had not obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Although Su Yan wasn't good at speaking or socializing, he knew that Su Yan was not good at it. However, Su Yan knew that the main reason why Dong Qinghao had failed to obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was because of him. Seeing the smile on his face, Su Yan felt a little upset. Senior brother Dong Qing. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Dong Qinghao spoke first. "All right, Su Yan, I know what you want to say. Today, let's not say anything. Let's drink." Drink? When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he frowned slightly. He looked at the wine cup on the table. To be honest, Su Yan had never drunk alcohol since he came to this world. "Come, cheers." Dong Qinghao was the first to raise his wine cup and drained it. When he saw Su Yan frown, he teased, "Su Yan, why aren't you drinking? Don't tell me you haven't drunk alcohol before." "Indeed, I haven't." Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. "Ha ha ha." Dong Qinghao immediately laughed again. "Su Yan, I think you only remember to cultivate in this life. You have to remember that you should still enjoy life. Taste the good wine between heaven and earth, often eat the good food between heaven and earth. Life should be like this." With that said, Dong Qinghao picked up a dish from the table and ate it with relish. What should be enjoyed should be enjoyed. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he sighed in his heart. Sometimes, one couldn't just live for cultivation. Tonight, I will also enjoy myself. Su Yan secretly said in his heart. He raised his wine cup and drained it. When they saw Su Yan start drinking, their anger suddenly became active. Obviously, Macario Ice, Ratley, and even Chu Linger weren't drinking for the first time. After a few cups, everyone let go. They didn't talk about cultivation and only talked about romance. This was because they didn't use spirit energy when drinking. It was a competition of drinking capacity. After one night, everyone was almost drunk. Su Yan was even more drunk. Fortunately, because Su Yan was drinking in his own palace, he directly lay down on the bed and slept. It's rare to get drunk in life. Chapter 270. It's rare to get drunk in life. Watching everyone leave, Su Yan recalled what had happened during this period of time and couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. This feeling made Su Yan very unhappy. especially when he thought about how Dong Qinghao had lost the qualifications to cultivate in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda for him. This was what made Su Yan feel the most uncomfortable. Strength, all troubles come from strength. Su Yan thought as a resplendent light shot out from his eyes. Su Yan was on the path of cultivation. Although he had been on the verge of death several times, he had always been able to safely survive. This time's trial. Although Su Yan had obtained the 10th spot, he couldn't be happy. Because of the strength of those disciples, Su Yan felt an unprecedented pressure and a sense of powerlessness that he had never felt before. All of this powerlessness and pressure was because he was too weak. I want to become stronger, stronger. This was because no one cheated in drinking this time. They all relied on their own alcohol tolerance to drink. With the help of the alcohol, Su Yan loudly vented the desire in his heart. His eyes shot out a resplendent light before immediately contracting. The cultivation technique in his body slowly surged. That wisp of pure spiritual energy erupted from his body. The celestial phenomenon realm could be said to be a brand new step for warriors. Stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm was equivalent to controlling the power of heaven and earth. How could the power of heaven and earth be so easy to control? One-star celestial phenomenon realm awakened the body's perception of the power of heaven and earth. Su Yan was currently in this realm. And because Su Yan had advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm too suddenly, Su Yan had yet to truly feel the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth. Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique and slowly recalled the moment when he entered the celestial phenomenon realm. At that time, Su Yan originally wanted to condense his 9th saint vein. The condensation of the 9th meridian allowed him to step into the peak of the saint vein realm and enter the quasi-celestial phenomenon realm. Feeling the power of heaven and earth, then slowly fusing the 9 meridians and breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm. However, Su Yan did not. He only condensed 8 meridians and broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that Su Yan had condensed a new celestial phenomenon realm, which was different from others. And because Su Yan was in a hurry to participate in this trial. Su Yan, on the other hand, had never properly sensed the power of heaven and earth in his body. At this moment, Su Yan circulated his cultivation method and immediately felt the strange power in his body. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Su Yan felt the power in his body, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Although Su Yan had just reached the celestial phenomenon realm, Su Yan still had some understanding of the celestial phenomenon realm. He knew that after entering the celestial phase realm, he would be able to control the power of heaven and earth. As for the power of heaven and earth, it was divided into countless types of elements. Among them, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder were the main elements. However, when Su Yan felt the power in his body, he did not feel this power. Especially when Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique and felt the power of heaven and earth, Su Yan did not feel the existence of the surrounding elements. This element was different from spiritual energy. Although it was different, it could be said that it was slightly similar to spiritual energy. It was a miraculous power that existed between heaven and earth, but because martial artists had different feelings towards power, it was divided into different types of power. And if a celestial phenomenon emperor wanted to level up and break through the bottleneck, he would have to feel the existence of this power in his body and cultivate it together with the purest place in the world, the spiritual energy. If he couldn't feel the existence of this power, then even if he broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm, he would only be a useless heavenly star. The celestial phenomenon realm was divided into 1 to 9 stars. 1 to 3 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one could feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth. 4 to 6 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one could control the power of heaven and earth and instead cultivate the celestial phenomenon divine skill. 7 to 8 stars in the celestial phenomenon realm, one's control of the power of heaven and earth was even purer, reaching the divine effect of releasing it. Stepping into the 9 stars was another new era, reaching the point where one could absorb the power of heaven and earth for one's own use and transform it into the spirit sea. Therefore, stepping into the spirit sea realm and opening a new realm was also called the quasi-spirit sea realm. Because of the celestial phenomenon realm, one could feel the power of heaven and earth. Feeling one or two of these powers of heaven and earth was called the celestial phenomenon of stars. If one could control more than 3, they would be called the celestial phenomenon of moon. As for the celestial phenomenon of sun, no one had ever reached it, and no one knew what it was. In addition to these 3, there was also the crippling celestial phenomenon. This kind of celestial phenomenon realm could only stay at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm because he could not feel the existence of the power between heaven and earth. Could it be that I'm a crippling celestial phenomenon? Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique, but he did not feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth around him. His eyes couldn't help but fall into a state of confusion. Impossible. How could I condense the crippling celestial phenomenon? Su Yan muttered to himself, unable to accept this fact. But no matter how Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique, no matter how he felt the power around him, he could not feel the existence of any power at all. There was only the existence of that pure spirit chi, and other than that, there was no other power. This made Su Yan fall into a state of melancholy once again. After a few more attempts, Su Yan still could not feel the existence of the power of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel a bitter smile in his heart. The heavens would not treat me like this, actually letting me condense the crippling celestial phenomenon. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, 1-star celestial phenomenon realm for life. Su Yan felt a burst of laughter as he thought about it. He had already suffered a blow from the spirit gathering realm for life. Could it be that he would also suffer such a blow now? Unable to cultivate, forever staying at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. To a martial artist, this was definitely a fatal blow. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Even with Su Yan's outstanding intelligence, he could not accept this fact at this moment. Impossible, it is impossible for me to condense the crippling celestial phenomenon realm. Su Yan roared in a low voice. Coincidentally, he saw that there was still a bottle of strong wine on the table. In a fit of anger, he directly picked it up and drank it in one gulp. 1-star celestial phenomenon realm for life, ha ha ha. Su Yan laughed loudly and drank a few more mouthfuls. He was already a little drunk. In addition to this bottle of strong wine, he immediately became drunk and fell to the ground, asleep. The moment he closed his sleepy eyes, a burst of light suddenly condensed in Su Yan's sad eyes. An evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, Su Yan, will definitely not stay in this realm for the rest of my life. After saying that, Su Yan was completely drunk and fell into a deep sleep. Because this was the spirit palace, no one came to disturb Su Yan's sleep. However, just as he was sleeping, a strange power surged from Su Yan's dantian and turned into a black shadow that floated out from Su Yan's body. The black shadow slowly turned into an old man who looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Looking at the sleeping Su Yan, he frowned. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm, how is this possible? The celestial phenomenon realm was a legendary existence. The celestial phenomenon realm was the highest existence, and very few people had reached it. As for the celestial phenomenon realm, most people condensed the power of heaven and earth and entered the celestial phenomenon realm to control 1 or 2 types of power of heaven and earth. As for the crippling celestial phenomenon realm, in fact, this was also a legendary existence, because basically, it was impossible to condense the celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that the crippling celestial phenomenon realm was an existence that was rarely seen in 100 years. The vicissitudes of life elder looked at Su Yan. He could not believe that such a once-in-a-century crippling celestial phenomenon realm would happen to Su Yan. How can a once-in-a-century genius be able to condense the celestial phenomenon realm? Does the heavens really want to destroy my Buddha sword sect? The vicissitudes of life elder looked at Su Yan with a sorrowful expression. Forget it, forget it. No matter what, since the Buddha sword sovereign chose him, he must have his reasons. Perhaps there will be a miracle. As the vicissitudes of life elder spoke, he turned into a shadow and entered Su Yan's body. That night, the battle for the Great Fei ancient pagoda came to an end. Some people were happy, while others were sad. However, no matter what, the outcome was already decided. That night was destined to be a peaceful one. Although Su Yan knew that he was a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, he managed to get a good night's sleep due to the alcohol. The next day, the first ray of sunlight had just risen. Su Yan had already woken up. However, he did not want to open his eyes. He could not accept the fact that he was a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. At the same time, he did not know about the appearance of the black shadow last night. Crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Su Yan smiled bitterly. His mind kept replaying the things he had to do. He kept replaying the humiliation he had suffered all this time. Su Yan had not been able to complete all these things. However, he had condensed a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could Su Yan accept this? He just lay there quietly for a long time. Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. They emitted a bright light as he shouted, "No! I can't fall like this. Who am I? Su Yan, I'm a man. A man must have the pride, backbone, and dignity of a man. So what if I'm a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? I don't believe that I will stay at the one-star realm forever. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Su Yan roared. His eyes emitted a red light. At the same time, he jumped up from the ground and sneered, "Isn't it just a crippling celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? Isn't it just that I can't feel the power of heaven and earth? Isn't it that I can't cultivate? Then I, Su Yan, will embark on a new path of cultivation." Su Yan said in a low voice. Although his voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. If someone was here, they would definitely be influenced by Su Yan's ambition. Since I can't cultivate the power of heaven and earth, then I will cultivate my combat skills. Su Yan swept away the haze in his heart. He sat down cross-legged and silently recited the incantation. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate again. Since I can't feel the power of heaven and earth, I can take this opportunity to cultivate my combat skills. In fact, Su Yan did not have many combat skills. Besides the sword techniques that he had cultivated before, he only had the ice profound shield left. The sword technique was a combat skill for the Saint Vein realm cultivator. After stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm, because of the power of heaven and earth, if the sword technique was the same as the power of heaven and earth, it could be cultivated together. Chapter 271. I just want to do things that are different from ordinary people. Su Yan circulated his cultivation technique. He no longer had any haze in his heart because of the destruction of the celestial form technique. Instead, his eyes were like torches as he began cultivating all kinds of sword arts. After cultivating the sword arts, he began cultivating the mystic ice-cold shield. During the battle for the right to cultivate in the Great Fei ancient pagoda, Su Yan had used the mystic ice-cold shield to block Murong Fu's attack. Although Su Yan was injured as a result, the mystic ice-cold shield strength was evident. Although that was the case, Su Yan knew that if Murong Fu had really used his full strength that day, his mystic ice-cold shield would not have been able to withstand it. The second layer of the mystic ice-cold shield could be said to be Su Yan's life-saving charm. This was because the Great Fei ancient pagoda needed to be rearranged and would open in 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Yan did not go anywhere. He focused on studying the mystic ice-cold shield. Needless to say, when Su Yan was cultivating the mystic ice-cold shield, he immediately realized that it could be upgraded. He had obtained the invincible golden body from the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Along the way, Su Yan had relied on this to walk out of the gates of hell countless times. The invincible golden body had undergone several changes. From the invincible golden body to the dragon blood ice fire shield, and now to the second layer of the mystic ice cold shield. The defense could be said to be getting stronger and stronger. However, as Su Yan had always been pursuing strength, he had neglected cultivating the mystic ice cold shield. After 3 days of cultivation, Su Yan had made a major discovery. I never expected the mystic ice cold shield to be able to be upgraded. Su Yan looked at the frost glow on his body that was getting thicker and thicker. The corner of his mouth could not help but suffuse a faint smile. The haze that the destruction of the celestial form technique had left in Su Yan's heart dissipated at this moment. I wonder what kind of effects this mystic ice cold shield will have when it is cultivated to the large success stage. Su Yan muttered to himself as he looked at the frost radiating from his body. If it was the invincible golden body, then it was passed down by the ancestors of the Su family. Su Yan knew that the invincible golden body would become stronger as his strength increased. But now, the invincible golden body had become the mystic ice cold shield. Everything had changed. The profound ice cold cover could still be cultivated. It was not something the invincible golden body could compare to. The mystic ice cold shield was transformed from the invincible golden body. In fact, it could also be said that it was created by Su Yan. In the entire cultivation world, Su Yan was definitely the only one who knew how to use the profound ice-cold shield. Now that the profound ice-cold shield had changed, Su Yan could only rely on himself to study it. First order. Second order. Third order. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and carefully considered for a long time. A smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself, well, this profound ice-cold shield can be divided into 10 orders according to the strength of its defense. 10th order, then I should only be at the 3rd order. If I want to make it into the 10th order, I'm afraid it won't be done overnight. Su Yan muttered to himself. He was quite satisfied with the order of the profound ice-cold shield. At the same time, Su Yan was also clear about the difficulty of cultivating the profound ice-cold shield. After all, the profound ice-cold shield evolved from the invincible golden body. It could be said that Su Yan already had it when Su Yan first stepped into this world. However, it was only at the 3rd order. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate. Of course, this division was not done out of interest by Su Yan. Instead, it was done after careful consideration by Su Yan. It was definitely not done at will. Forget it. No matter what, with the current profound ice-cold shield and profound ice divine shield, it's still possible to withstand the full-powered attack of a 3-star celestial phenomenon realm warrior. 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. As Su Yan spoke, he looked out the window and saw the ray of dawn. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Today is the day the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda opens, right? With that said, Su Yan jumped up from the ground and flew towards the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Although Su Yan knew that he was a cripple of the celestial phenomenon realm, no matter how much the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda affected a warrior's cultivation, it was useless to him. However, this still could not stop Su Yan from heading to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. From the first day Su Yan knew of its existence, his heart was filled with anticipation. Of course, it was not because of the rich spiritual energy inside. One had to know that when Su Yan learned of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he was still at the sacred bloodline realm. He comprehended it one by one, so the richness of the spiritual energy was of no help to Su Yan. The reason why Su Yan was looking forward to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Instead, he was interested in the Great Fey ancient pagoda. Spiritual energy was a power bestowed by the world. It was distributed in every corner of the world, and the richness of the spiritual energy depended on the surrounding environment. The richness of the spiritual energy in different places was not much different. However, the spiritual energy inside the Great Fey ancient pagoda was richer than anywhere else. When warriors cultivated inside, their speed would be several times faster. There was definitely something strange about it. Otherwise, how could it allow people to cultivate at such a godly speed? This was also the reason why Su Yan was looking forward to the Great Fey ancient pagoda. Su Yan wanted to enter the Great Fey ancient pagoda because he wanted to figure out what was inside. Although Su Yan was now the Monster Palace Lord and had some understanding of the Great Fey ancient pagoda, the entire Great Fey ancient pagoda was a secret to Monster Palace. This made Su Yan even more interested in the Great Fey ancient pagoda. At that moment, the entrance of the Great Fey ancient pagoda was already filled with people. Be it those who had obtained the qualifications or those who did not, all of them were gathered here. It was extremely lively. However, Su Yan was a disciple who had the qualifications to enter the Great Fey ancient pagoda. The moment he walked past, the disciples made way for him. At the same time, it made some disciples who did not know the truth look stunned and astonished. Hey, isn't that Su Yan? Isn't he at the sacred bloodline realm? How could he have the qualifications to enter the Great Fey ancient pagoda to cultivate? What? The sacred bloodline realm is weaker than me. How could he have obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Great Fey ancient pagoda? Amidst these words, a disciple who knew the truth immediately came forward to explain. What do you know? Su Yan is now a heavenly phenomenon realm expert. Furthermore, he obtained 10th place in this trial. 10th place. How? How is that possible? And when did he step into the heavenly phenomenon realm? That's right. How is that possible? When I saw him some time ago, he was only at the sacred bloodline realm. How could he reach the heavenly phenomenon realm so quickly? Upon hearing the explanation of those who knew the truth, the disciples' faces became even more astonished. All of them looked at Su Yan with astonishment in their eyes. Su Yan had given them too much of a shock. Su Yan did not respond to these words. It was not that Su Yan was pretending, but that Su Yan felt that there was nothing to be proud of. This was because Su Yan knew very well that there were many disciples who were stronger than him. Furthermore, the reason why Su Yan was able to obtain 10th place in the trial this time was because of the help of Dong Qinghao and the others. It was not Su Yan's strength that obtained it, so Su Yan did not feel that there was anything to be happy about. Su Yan. At this moment, Ratleaf and the others saw Su Yan and walked over to him. The few of them had become much closer because of that night's drinking contest. Although this was a world where strength was respected, there was also true feelings in this world. In addition, everyone was a sentimental person to begin with, and they had fought together before, so they naturally came together. Although Su Yan was usually a man of few words, he did not lack that kind of passion in his heart. It was only because he had always been pursuing strength, coupled with the dangers of the world, he rarely interacted with others. Now that he could gain their friendship, Su Yan was very touched. Of course, while feeling touched, Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and felt a little guilty. After all, Dong Qinghao had lost the right to enter the Great Fey ancient pagoda to cultivate because of Su Yan. Senior brother Dong Qing. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao apologetically and was about to say something. However, before he could say anything, Dong Qinghao said, "Hey, Su Yan, if you're a friend, don't say anything." Upon hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan was touched once again as he nodded heavily. The friendship between friends was not something that could be expressed with words. Su Yan. At that moment, Dong Qinghao suddenly called out to Su Yan. He suddenly waved his hand as a wisp of spiritual consciousness entered Su Yan's mind. This is, Su Yan was suddenly alarmed as he sensed the memories transmitted by the spiritual consciousness. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Dong Qinghao in disbelief with his mouth agape. Dong Qinghao, you. What about me? In contrast to Su Yan's shock, Dong Qinghao maintained his frivolous smile as he said disdainfully, Su Yan, isn't it just a myriad manifestation divine skill? What's there to be shocked about? What myriad manifestation divine skill? The surrounding people did not know what Dong Qinghao had transmitted to Su Yan just now. Now that they heard Dong Qinghao's words, they were all shocked, especially when they heard Dong Qinghao mention the myriad manifestation divine skill. Everyone was even more surprised. The myriad manifestation divine skill was a martial skill that could be cultivated after entering the celestial phenomenon realm. It was different from the cultivation of the saint bloodline realm because the myriad manifestation divine skill was the cultivation of the power of heaven and earth. No matter what realm one reached in the future, it could not be separated from the cultivation of the myriad manifestation divine skill. The myriad manifestation divine skill could be said to be priceless. However, Dong Qinghao played it down so casually. How could this not shock and surprise everyone? Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao's appearance and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Just as Dong Qinghao said, the friendship between friends did not need words. Senior brother Dong Qing. Su Yan looked at Dong Qinghao and then with a thought, a wisp of memory was transmitted into Dong Qinghao's mind. This is, the moment Dong Qinghao sensed Su Yan's memory, the indifferent expression on his face disappeared. In exchange, he was surprised, shocked, and shocked. Chapter 272. Illusion Art. Everyone was stunned when they heard Su Yan's words. Their mouths were wide open for a long time. The illusion art was much more precious than the 10,000 elephant divine skill. If the 10,000 elephant divine skill was priceless, then the illusion art was priceless. After all, the illusion art was a secret art. Not to mention a cultivator, even some sects might not have mastered the secret art. However, the illusion art was so precious. In the eyes of Su Yan and Dong Qinghao, it was so understated. How could this not be surprising? What a good way to break the illusion art. Murong Fu happened to be next to them at this moment. When he heard Su Yan's words, he was immediately furious. During the competition, he had snatched the illusion art. However, at this moment, Su Yan gave it away so easily. This was definitely a naked insult to Murong Fu. Especially when Su Yan said it so disdainfully, Murong Fu felt even more humiliated. He looked at Su Yan with anger in his eyes. Su Yan looked back at Murong Fu. When he saw the angry look on Murong Fu's face, he could not help but smile. However, he did not pay attention to Murong Fu. If Murong Fu did not take the initiative to provoke him, Su Yan could not be bothered with him at all. Moreover, Su Yan knew that he was not Murong Fu's opponent yet. It was better not to provoke him. Murong Fu was the strongest disciple of Nangong's sect. From the first day he entered Nangong's sect, he was ranked as a genius disciple. When had he ever been humiliated like this? When had he ever been ignored like this? If it was someone stronger than him, it would be fine. However, Su Yan was only a one-star emperor of heaven. This made Murong Fu even angrier. However, Murong Fu did not lose his mind. He only looked at Su Yan and clenched his fists. He thought to himself, Su Yan, just you wait. Just you wait. I, Murong Fu, will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. Su Yan ignored Murong Fu's thoughts. Instead, he looked at Dong Qinghao, who was still immersed in shock. He smiled and said, "All right, senior brother Dong Qinghao. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Aren't you unable to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate? Then let's practice the illusion technique outside." "Okay." Dong Qinghao nodded heavily and did not say any nonsense. Although Dong Qinghao was usually carefree, he was not good with words when it came to matters of the heart. It was not that he was not good with words, but Dong Qinghao knew that friendship was not something that could be expressed with words. You are all here. At that moment, Elder Li Tiany's voice sounded from the horizon. With a flash, Elder Li Tiany's figure appeared on a high platform in front of all the disciples. Li Tiany could be said to have a high status in the Eastern Palace. He was the #1 person under Princess Chu. Of course, this was also because they did not know that Princess Chu had already perished. Li Tiany's authority was all because of Su Yan. The reason why Su Yan had given Li Tiany such great authority. In addition to Elder Li Tiany's strength, Su Yan was very satisfied with the arrangements made by Elder Li Tiany during the battle. This also made Su Yan think that Li Tiany was a talented person. At least, he could be absolutely assured that he would be in charge of some matters in the Monster Palace. In addition, Li Tiany was originally an elder of another palace. Now that he had suddenly been promoted, Li Tiany thought that all of this was given to him by Princess Chu. This made Li Tiany feel grateful. Su Yan believed that even if Elder Li Tiany could not be used by him in the future, he would definitely be loyal to the Monster Palace. In fact, no matter what Su Yan's current identity was, Su Yan still knew that the Monster Palace was just a passerby. He would leave one day. At that time, if Su Yan were to leave, the Monster Palace would naturally need some experts to manage the Monster Palace. Obviously, this Li Tiany was a rare talent. Therefore, Su Yan could now be said to have handed over the entire Monster Palace to Li Tiany. At the same time, he also announced the news that the Princess Chu was in seclusion. In addition, Li Tiany's ability to handle matters was outstanding. No one suspected that there was actually a hidden story behind it. I think everyone must be waiting anxiously. Li Tiany went from an elder of a palace to an elder of the entire Monster Palace. Naturally, he was in a good mood. From his face, it could be seen that he was radiant. The indescribable excitement in his heart could be seen. However, the moment his eyes looked at Su Yan, he could not help but frown. However, it was only fleeting. Even so, Su Yan still saw it. He thought about how Li Tiany had dealt with him during the trial. Now that Li Tiany was looking at him like this, he did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Although Su Yan was the palace master of the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew very well that with his current strength, he was not qualified to be the palace master. At the same time, he could not announce his identity as the palace master. If Li Tiany wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. After all, Li Tiany was now the person in charge. If Li Tiany wants to deal with me, it will be troublesome. Su Yan looked at Li Tiany and frowned. He wanted to remove Li Tiany from his position as an elder, but when he thought about it, there were very few people in the entire East Palace who could be used. In addition, if he really removed Li Tiany's position as an elder, Li Tiany would definitely look for the Princess Chu. At that time, he would probably reveal when the Princess Chu had died. That would make things even more troublesome. Not to mention the Monster Palace, even Su Yan's life would be in danger. Forget it, forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. I believe this Li Tiany will more or less be afraid of the Princess Chu. Su Yan could only comfort himself. After all, Su Yan's strength was just too weak. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan's desire for strength surged in his heart. However, when he thought of his useless celestial form, he felt a little depressed. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda has opened. At this moment, Li Tiany looked at everyone and waved his hand as he shouted. There was no usual gathering, alliance, bloodthirsty and converging. GSCI. Ahem Soadong. Xan Chi Ko Kui Shuodong. Kuku Kuluan Pan. Pan. Su Yan was stunned when he heard Li Tiany's words. After all, those who were familiar with Li Tiany knew that Li Tiany was a Luli. From the porthole. Ji Zhanfeng. Zhanfeng Jia. Lu Shi Si. My staff merciful thoughts fly. Orderly Wan Wei Huan Zhao Shuos yes yeah. When he saw everyone walk into the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda, Su Yan came to his senses and followed the crowd. The Supreme Fei ancient pagoda was called a pagoda. However, it was not a real tower. Similarly, it was not built from the sky, but from the ground. The Supreme Fei ancient pagoda was divided into 10 levels. The further down one went, the denser the spirit qi became. Of course, the denser the spirit qi was, the more dangerous it was. That was because the further down one went, the higher the temperature would be, even surpassing the heavenly flames. Most people would only be able to cultivate at the 5th or 6th level. The highest was only Qin Luo, who had stepped into the 7th level. This was because Su Yan had Princess Chu's memories. Although it was his first time entering the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. It was just that he had experienced it in the past. Just by relying on his memories, he didn't feel much. When Su Yan entered the Great Fei ancient pagoda, he immediately felt the rich spiritual energy assail his nostrils. He immediately felt refreshed. The Supreme Fei ancient pagoda indeed lives up to its name. Su Yan could not help but praise in his heart. Elder Li Tiany's modifications are quite decent. At that moment, Rat Li suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Rat Li's words, Su Yan looked around and did not find anything wrong. He was stunned and turned back to ask, Senior Brother Rat, what modifications are there? Junior Brother Su, you might not know this, but the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda did not have these rooms in the past. These rooms were clearly added by Elder Su Yan in the past 3 days. As Rat Li spoke, he pointed at the surrounding rooms and explained to Su Yan. Look, Heavenly Room 1 is the place with the densest spiritual energy on this floor. On the other hand, the other side is relatively weaker. Therefore, you can tell that Elder Li Tiany has indeed spent quite a bit of effort on this modification. Rat Li pointed at the rooms, clearly very satisfied with Elder Li Tiany's arrangements. Although Su Yan had some memories of the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda, he had never entered it before. Therefore, he was not as clear about the layout as Rat Li, who had entered the Great Fei ancient pagoda to cultivate. Upon hearing Rat Li's explanation, Su Yan looked at the decorations around him. He was even more impressed with Elder Li Tiany's management skills. This also made Su Yan feel even more conflicted. After all, Su Yan still did not know if Elder Li Tiany would deal with him. Although Elder Li Tiany's decorations are ingenious, I wonder how he will distribute the rooms among us. At that moment, Chu Linger voiced her doubts. In fact, this was also a question on everyone's minds. Ha ha ha. And at that moment, Li Tiany's figure appeared in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda. Li Tiany looked at everyone's doubts and seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. He laughed and said, Are all of you wondering how to cultivate with so many rooms? The Supreme Fei ancient pagoda is the best cultivation ground in our monster palace. And all of you are the cream of the crop among the monster palace disciples. Therefore, all of you are qualified to cultivate here. Of course, cultivating here does not mean that all of you are qualified to cultivate here. Every month, if other disciples have the ability to challenge you and succeed, they will replace you and enter the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda to cultivate. Not only that, but there is also competition in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda. After Li Tiany said that, he pointed at the rooms and smiled. Do you see that? These rooms are what all of you are fighting for in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda. Every level has 10 rooms, and each room has a different concentration of spiritual energy. It's up to you to choose which room you want to enter to cultivate. Chapter 273. Competition, when everyone heard Li Tianyi's words, they could not help but be stunned. Everyone thought that after entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, they would all cultivate the same way. Who would have thought that there would be competition in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda? Su Yan was also surprised by Li Tianyi's decision. However, Su Yan quickly understood. By doing this, it could be said that it could greatly increase the pressure between the disciples, reducing some of the extravagance and indulgence, allowing the strength of the disciples of the Supreme Demon Palace to rise to a higher level. Su Yan was more and more appreciative of Li Tianyi's talent. However, as soon as Li Tianyi started speaking, Su Yan felt Murong Fu's sinister gaze. Su Yan could not help but frown. After all, Su Yan was very clear about Murong Fu's malice towards him. If there was competition in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Murong Fu would definitely not let him off so easily. Although Su Yan was not afraid of Murong Fu, the difference in strength between the two of them was obvious. The current Su Yan was no match for Murong Fu. If Murong Fu really wanted to deal with him, he would not stand a chance in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Just as Su Yan was worrying, Li Tianyi suddenly said, "Although there is competition here, you must remember that you are all disciples of Monster Palace. You should be harmonious between fellow disciples. Competition is fine, but if anyone wants to harm another disciple, then don't expect me to be merciless." Although Li Tianyi's words were not loud, they were sonorous and forceful. There was a faint sense of majesty in them. In fact, although Li Tianyi was now in a high position in Monster Palace, Li Tianyi was only an elder in the West Palace. Many disciples were not familiar with him, so there was no respect for him. However, following Li Tianyi's words, everyone felt their bodies tremble. This was especially true for Murong Fu, who was the pride of Nangong Tian. In addition, even the elders in Nangong Tian weren't as strong as him. Hence, Murong Fu didn't care about the position of an elder. Now that the Monster Palace had merged, Murong Fu was only afraid of Princess Chu. He did not put Li Tianyi in his eyes at all. However, Li Tianyi's words, especially the light in Li Tianyi's eyes, made Murong Fu's body and mind tremble. This was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. When Li Tianyi saw the expression on Murong Fu's face, he retracted the murderous aura on his face and revealed a smile. When his gaze swept across the crowd, it landed on Su Yan and he even nodded at him. The others might not have seen this fleeting scene. However, Su Yan saw Li Tianyi's expression. When he saw his gaze, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Who was Su Yan? He was a genius who had lived 2 lives. How could he not understand the meaning in Li Tianyi's eyes? The meaning in Li Tianyi's eyes was clearly telling him not to worry. In addition, he looked at Murong Fu with a serious expression just now. Clearly, Li Tianyi was helping him. Didn't Li Tianyi want to deal with me? Why is he helping me now? Su Yan looked at Li Tianyi and frowned slightly. He was very puzzled. Bang! At this moment, some of the surrounding disciples could not wait to snatch the cultivation rooms on the first level. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was divided into 10 levels. The lower one went, the denser the spiritual energy contained inside. Similarly, the lower one went, the more intense the heat would be. Although all the disciples wanted to go down to the next level, they knew their limits. Some of the disciples knew that their strength was not enough to go deep into the second level, so they all gathered at the first level and began to snatch the rooms on the first level. Of course, most of the people fighting for the first level were at the 4-star celestial phenomenon stage. As for the others, they were all looking at the stairs leading to the second level. The second level. I wonder how far I can go with my mystic ice-cold barrier. Su Yan looked at the stairs leading to the second level. His eyes revealed a resplendent light. After all, Su Yan was only crippling the celestial phenomenon stage. Crippling the celestial phenomenon stage meant that no matter how abundant the spiritual energy was, it had no effect on Su Yan. No matter where he cultivated, it was the same to Su Yan. However, Su Yan's real goal in coming to the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was not to cultivate, but to explore the secrets that existed within the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The moment he entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the scorching heat around him made Su Yan realize that the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was definitely not that simple. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that if he wanted to figure out the secrets of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, he had to go deep inside. He definitely could not find any secrets about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda in the first level. Su Yan, let's go. At this moment, Ratley, who was standing beside Su Yan, asked. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this. After all, Su Yan was only a one-star sovereign celestial phenomenon stage. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for him to stay on the first level to cultivate. How could Su Yan not be surprised that Ratley was inviting him to go down? When Ratley saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, Su Yan, although you are the weakest here, I believe that you will definitely not be content to cultivate here. When Ratley said this, Macario Ice and Chu Linger, who were standing beside him, also cast looks of trust at him. The trust between friends touched Su Yan. Looking around, he saw that the other disciples who felt that they had the strength to enter the second level had already gone down. Su Yan did not hesitate as he nodded and said to the three of them, let's go to the second level. Macario Ice and company nodded and followed Su Yan to the second level. As the few of them walked down the second level, Li Tianyi looked at their backs and the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a sinister smile. Su Yan, I hope you will not let me down. As long as you are not eliminated in the next round, I will bestow upon you my illusion art. With that said, Li Tianyi looked at the few people vying for the first level. He shook his head and turned to leave the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan naturally did not know about this. He was more concerned about which level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda he could enter. When he reached the second level, Su Yan suddenly felt the heat beside him become more intense. He even found it difficult to breathe. Su Yan immediately circulated his qi and activated the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier. The moment the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier surged, a frosty feeling came as it adapted to the heat of the second level. Ratley and company looked at Su Yan's frost-colored barrier. Although they were surprised, they did not ask any questions. All they did was nod slightly and head to the third level. They went all the way down until they reached the fifth level before stopping. I can't take it anymore. If we go to the next level, I definitely won't be able to take it. Ratley was the weakest among them. He reached the fifth level and did not follow the others' footsteps. After Ratley said that, Chu Linger shook her head and said, Su Yan, I can't go down either. Only Macario Ice was fine. Su Yan looked at the two of them and frowned. Originally, he wanted to let them enter his profound ice-cold shield together. However, after hesitating for a while, he did not say it in the end. After all, there was only one person on the path of cultivation. Even if he could help them now, it was impossible for him to help them in the future. Furthermore, Su Yan did not know the true mysteries of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Further down, Su Yan was not sure if his Mystic Ice Cold Barrier could withstand it. Junior brother Su, senior brother Ratley and I will cultivate here. You and brother Priest can go down. Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was in a difficult position and said considerately. This touched Su Yan's heart. At the same time, Su Yan no longer hesitated. He nodded and walked down with Macario Ice. Su Yan followed Macario Ice down, forgetting that Ratley was actually only a 4-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. In terms of strength, he could only cultivate in the first or second level, but Ratley was able to come here. Su Yan, we really didn't misjudge you. Normally, Macario Ice was also a man of few words. Now that he saw that Su Yan was able to reach this place with only the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, Macario Ice couldn't help but praise him. I'm only relying on the mystic ice-cold barrier on my body. When Su Yan heard Mikaryu Ice's words, he looked at the mystic ice-cold barrier on his body and smiled. Towards Mikaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Chu Linger, and Ratley, Su Yan now had absolute trust, and there were some things that Su Yan did not hide from them. Yes. When Mikaryu Ice heard his words, he nodded and did not waste any more words. He followed the two of them to the 6th level before stopping. Su Yan, I can't do it anymore. With my strength, I can only cultivate on the 6th level. Mikaryu Ice stopped and said to Su Yan. Yes. Su Yan nodded and did not say anything. After all, there were very few people who could reach the 6th level. Su Yan, in the Blood Devil Cave, I was actually still a little unconvinced by you. However, the shock you have given me now truly makes me, Mikaryu Ice, admire you. I believe that the Princess of Chu did not choose the wrong person. As long as you have a few more days, you will definitely surpass everyone's existence. Mikaryu Ice looked at the stairs leading to the 7th level and said to Su Yan. Hearing Mikaryu Ice's words, Su Yan only smiled bitterly and did not reply. After all, Su Yan knew very well that he was only a crippled celestial phenomenon. Su Yan, I can only cultivate here. You can still go one level down and reach the 7th level. Mikaryu Ice did not mind when he saw that Su Yan did not reply. Instead, he said, the 7th level can be said to be a new watershed in the Great Demon Ancient Pagoda. After reaching the 7th level, the heat it contains is not something the 6th level can compare to. This is also why Qin Luo is the only one who has resisted the 7th level in hundreds of years. However, now that the Monster Palace has been unified, and in addition to the fact that we have not seen Murong Fu and the others in the 6th level, they have also reached the 7th level. You only have the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon, so you have to be careful when resisting the 7th level. Chapter 274. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was actually not that big. Through elderly Tianyi's modifications, each level only had a dozen or so cultivation rooms. However, in the first few levels, each level was filled with people. By the 5th level, there were fewer and fewer people on each level. There were only a few people on the 6th level. In this situation, there was less competition for cultivation rooms. Therefore, Mikaryu Ice did not hold back when speaking to Su Yan. He spoke whatever was on his mind. He did not think much of what Mikaryu Ice had said previously. Later on, Mikaryu Ice's words of advice touched Su Yan's heart. He nodded solemnly at Mikaryu Ice. Under Mikaryu Ice's gaze, he resolutely walked up the stairs to the 7th level. In fact, even if Mikaryu Ice did not say anything, Su Yan knew that the 6th and 7th levels of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda were a watershed in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. It could be said that the heat one had to endure while cultivating on the 7th level was much stronger than on the 6th level. This was also the 7th level. For hundreds of years, only Qin Luo had reached the 7th level. However, due to the unification of the Monster Palace, the strength of all the Monster Palace disciples had become stronger. With this, the stalemate was broken. At this moment, the 7th level was no longer exclusive to Qin Luo. Many people had gathered there. Murong Fu from the Southern Palace, Yuan Taiqing from the Northern Palace, Lei Gao from the Western Palace, Ming Ruofeng from the Eastern Palace, and his Southern Palace disciple, Sun Chu, were all gathered there. First Heaven Room. Murong Fu looked at the room in the middle. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When he looked at the three of them, he sneered, "Do the three of you want to compete with me for the First Heaven Room?" The three of them could be said to be the strongest disciples in the 4 great palaces. They were all at the spiritual sea realm. When they heard Murong Fu's words, they were unconvinced. On the other hand, that Sun Chu quickly made a statement. "Senior Brother Mu, the reason why I, Sun Chu, am able to come here to cultivate is because I have received a lot of guidance from you. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to compete with you. Not only that, if any of these people want to compete with you, I, Sun Chu, will also lend a hand. Sun Chu was originally from Nangong. Before the Monster Palace was unified, he was already Murong Fu's follower. Although his declaration was said to be a declaration, it was actually a form of mockery towards the other three. It was obvious that he was implying that there were two people from Nangong present in the seventh layer. Ming Ruofing and the others frowned when they heard Sun Chu's words. They were the strongest of their respective palaces and had never been oppressed like this before. Naturally, none of them were willing to admit that they were inferior to Murong Fu. Murong Fu, the others may be afraid of you, but I, Yuan Taiqing, am not. Yuan Taiqing took the lead and stepped forward. He looked at Murong Fu and sneered, Murong Fu, today, if you have the strength, I, Yuan Taiqing, will naturally let you have the Sky Room 1. If you don't, then don't blame me. While speaking, Yuan Taiqing took the lead and rushed towards the Sky Room 1. If you want the Sky Room 1, you'll have to get past me first. Sun Chu saw Yuan Taiqing rushing towards the Sky Room 1 and quickly stepped forward to stop Yuan Taiqing. Get out of my way. Yuan Taiqing shouted coldly. The cultivation technique in his body suddenly activated, and a majestic force suddenly attacked Sun Chu. Sun Chu saw this and did not want to be outdone. He snorted coldly, and his whole body suddenly erupted with a powerful force. Although he was not the strongest of the four palaces, Sun Chu was not weak. However, Sun Chu's strength wasn't weak at all. He wasn't any weaker than Yuan Taiqing, the strongest person in the North Court. Don't forget about my existence. At this moment, Lei Gao, who had been standing still, shouted coldly. At the same time, his body moved, and he rushed towards the Sky Room 1 like a ghost. Good. Good. Since you all want this room, then don't blame us for being impolite. While speaking, Murong Fu suddenly jumped up, and a burst of bright light exploded from his body. The light overflowed, and contained a trace of majestic force. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked at this sight. Rank 7 Spiritual Sea Realm, this Murong Fu actually reached the rank 7 Spiritual Sea Realm. He is indeed powerful. Ming Ruofing saw this scene from the side and could not help but be shocked. He then looked at the other three and frowned. Murong Fu, rank 7 Spiritual Sea Realm. Yuan Taiqing is not weak either, reaching the rank 6 Spiritual Sea Realm. Lei Gao is also at the rank 6, Sun Chu is at the rank 4, and I am only at the rank 4. When Ming Ruofing saw the strength of these people, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Before the Monster Palace was unified, everyone knew that the East Palace was the weakest of the four great palaces. However, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the East Palace was the strongest of the four great palaces. None of the East Palace disciples were willing to admit that they were weaker than others. Ming Ruofing, as the second strongest of the East Palace, had always thought that he would not lose to others. However, now that he saw the strength of the four, he could not help but be amazed. After all, the difference in strength was right in front of him. Ming Ruofing originally wanted to give up on the Sky Room 1, but for some reason, Su Yan's determined eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. Ming Ruofing suddenly froze. Then, he looked at the Sky Room 1 and felt a surge of heat in his body. Although the Monster Palace is unified now, the four great palaces still exist. No matter what, I have to regain some face for the East Palace today, Ming Ruofing thought to himself, and the spirit in his body suddenly surged. He rushed toward the Sky Room 1. Ming Ruofing, you actually dare to compete with me? Then I'll start with you today. Murong Fu saw that Ming Ruofing dared to compete with him for the Sky Room 1. Anger suddenly surged in Ming Ruofing's body. With a cold shout, the boundless spiritual energy suddenly charged toward Ming Ruofing. Bang! That powerful force surged forward like a huge wave. Ming Ruofing suddenly frowned and shouted softly. The spirit in his body suddenly circulated quickly, and his body quickly retreated, dodging Murongfu's attack. At the same time, Murongfu patted his storage bag, and in an instant, a magic treasure appeared in his hand. Ming Ruofing was very clear about the difference in strength between himself and Murongfu. If he wanted to win against Murongfu, then he had to use a surprise attack. When the magic treasure appeared, Ming Ruofing's body suddenly poured a burst of pure spirit into the magic treasure. In an instant, a powerful energy surged, like a huge dragon, and directly bombarded Ming Ruofing's body. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." Seeing this, Murongfu sneered disdainfully. Then, the cultivation method in his body circulated, and suddenly, a burst of majestic spirit surged. "Break!" Murongfu shouted coldly, and suddenly, his palm directly bombarded the energy formed by Ming Ruofing's huge dragon. Suddenly, a loud sound surged, and the huge energy fluctuated, letting out a series of loud sounds. What a powerful force! Seeing this, the people at the side could not help but be stunned. Ming Ruofing felt a surge in his body. Puchi! He spat out a mouthful of blood. "A mere 4th stage spiritual sea realm cultivator wants to fight with me for the first heaven cultivation room." Because of the Monster Palace's rules, Murongfu did not attack Ming Ruofing ruthlessly. He coldly glanced at Ming Ruofing, then turned to look at Lei Gao, and sneered, "Lei Gao, do you want to end up like Ming Ruofing?" Lei Gao was also the strongest person in the palace. But in front of Murongfu's current power, he seemed so weak. "I give up." Although Lei Gao was unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and gave up fighting for the first heaven cultivation room. Seeing this, Murongfu smiled with satisfaction. He turned to look at Sun Chu, who was still fighting with Yuan Taiqing, and sneered again, "Yuan Taiqing, do you think you still have a chance to fight with me?" "Humph, Murongfu, even if I'm not as strong as you, don't think that I'll obediently give up the first heaven cultivation room. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself." Yuan Taiqing was much more unyielding than Lei Gao. Although he knew very well that he might not be a match for Murongfu, he would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. A man should have a man's pride. "Go to hell!" Yuan Taiqing roared angrily. Suddenly, he waved the magic treasure in his hand, and a bright light burst out, attacking Sun Chu directly. His speed was as fast as lightning. Although Sun Chu was also very strong, Yuan Taiqing was still slightly stronger. Under Yuan Taiqing's move, Sun Chu could not dodge in time and was directly sent flying. Seeing his little brother sent flying, Murongfu was instantly enraged. "Yuan Taiqing, you're courting death." With a cold shout, Murongfu suddenly leaped up and attacked Yuan Taiqing's back with a single move. This move was unexpected and ferocious. In addition, Murongfu's strength was already stronger than Yuan Taiqing. Yuan Taiqing could not react in time and was directly sent flying. Puchi! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out. "A bunch of motley crew wants to compete with me for the first heaven cultivation room." Murongfu looked at the 3 defeated people with disdain in his eyes. He swept his gaze around, full of majesty. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing heard Murongfu's words and looked at him with reluctance in their eyes. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, Murongfu was too strong. Murongfu saw their unconvinced eyes and sneered. "Don't look at me like that. If you know what's good for you, maybe I'll let you cultivate here. Otherwise, I'll make you scram to the 6th floor." Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing were both geniuses. When had they ever been humiliated like this? When they heard Murongfu's words, a wave of anger surged between them. They pointed at Murongfu and shouted at the same time, "Murongfu, don't be so smug. I don't want to stay in the 7th floor." With that, the two of them prepared to go to the 7th floor. They would rather die than be humiliated. However, Murongfu did not intend to let them go so easily. He let out a sinister smile and said, "Hee, why don't you want to stay in the 7th floor? Do you want to go to the 8th floor? Do you think you're strong enough?" Chapter 275. Although the footsteps weren't loud, the great demon ancient pagoda itself was a sealed space. This time, the sound of the footsteps was especially ear-piercing. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the footsteps at the same time. Looking at the staircase leading from the 7th floor to the 8th floor, everyone was stunned. The moment they saw the figure appear, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Su Yen. When everyone saw the figure clearly, they were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe that Su Yen could reach the 7th floor with just the strength of a 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. Just now, they had reached the 7th floor. They had already thought about it. Only the 4 of them could come to the 7th floor. They never expected that there would be someone else coming. Especially when they saw that Su Yan's footsteps didn't stop even after reaching the 7th floor. No one could accept this fact. Especially Murongfu. The reason why Murongfu made fun of Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing was because he thought that among the disciples of Monster Palace, no one else could enter the 8th floor other than himself. How is this possible? How is this possible? This kid is only at the 1-star celestial phenomenon realm. How can he reach the 8th floor? How is this possible? Murongfu kept growling in his heart. He couldn't accept the scene in front of him. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing couldn't accept this fact either. However, when they saw Murongfu's ugly expression, the two of them laughed. Ha ha ha, the number 1 person in Monster Palace. So you can only stay at the 7th floor and don't have the ability to reach the 8th floor. Ha ha ha, what a joke, what a joke. Yuan Taiqing looked at Murongfu and suddenly laughed. Murongfu was already feeling uncomfortable. When he heard Yuan Taiqing's words, he suddenly felt a surge of anger. Su Yen, you must die. Murongfu shouted. The spirit energy in his body suddenly circulated. He leaped and attacked Su Yen with his palm. Not good. Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing panicked when they saw this. They didn't have much feelings for Su Yen. However, the appearance of Su Yen, as well as the fact that Su Yen was able to reach the 8th level, gave this arrogant Murongfu a heavy blow. This made them stand on the same line. Now that they saw that Murongfu wanted to kill Su Yen, the two of them were shocked. They simultaneously circulated their cultivation techniques and quickly rushed forward, blocking in front of Su Yen. Bang! Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing worked together to block Murongfu's attacks. Su Yen also came to a sudden realization. Because it was Su Yen who had entered the 7th level alone, Su Yen had been carefully resisting the intense heat of the 7th level, and had not carefully observed the situation of the 7th level. However, when he suddenly saw Murongfu's attack, he suddenly came to a realization. Seeing that Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing had blocked the attacks for him, Su Yen felt a burst of gratitude in his heart. He wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing both ignored him, so Su Yen could only give up. He looked back at Murongfu and saw the murderous intent surging in his eyes. He couldn't help but frown slightly. When Murongfu saw Ming Ruofing and Yuan Taiqing blocking in front of him, his face suddenly sank. He shouted, Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofing, do you two really want to go against me today? Murongfu, I don't want to go against you, but I want to uphold the rules of the Monster Palace. Yuan Taiqing smiled coldly. He didn't give Murongfu any face. Ming Ruofing was also the same. He directly ignored Murongfu. Murongfu looked at the two's attitude and suddenly became angry. He looked at Su Yen, the murderous intent in his eyes thickening. He smiled coldly, and then the cultivation technique in his body suddenly circulated rapidly. His body suddenly surged with a bright light. A huge amount of energy followed the fluctuation. Not good. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing saw this, they couldn't help but frown. They secretly said to themselves, and their bodies took a step back. Su Yan also frowned when he felt the powerful energy surging towards him. Go to hell. The moment Murong Fu's spiritual energy surged, he suddenly shouted. He instantly pushed out his hands, and a powerful energy erupted. It swept over like a stormy sea. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Heavenly Reflection. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Yuan Taiji. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing saw Murong Fu's powerful energy, they hurriedly waved their hands and silently recited the chant. In an instant, two huge amounts of energy erupted and directly met Murong Fu's attack. The Yuan clan's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill and Heavenly Reflection Divine Skill are quite something. When Murong Fu saw Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing attacking at the same time, he frowned slightly, but soon returned to his usual cold smile. These two 10,000 Elephant Divine Skills are very powerful, but you two are too weak. You haven't cultivated enough, so you still lack some maturity. Murong Fu sneered and suddenly waved his hands. When he was reciting the chant, the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to riot and directly poured into Murong Fu's hands. As Murong Fu waved his hands, a huge spiritual energy ball immediately formed in front of Murong Fu. Today, I'll show you my Murong clan's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Murong Fu looked at the energy ball in front of him that was getting denser and denser. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he shouted, spirit-shattering fury. At Murong Fu's shout, Murong Fu's eyes widened. The huge sphere in front of Murong Fu attacked in an instant. The powerful attack spread out, and everything around it seemed to expand. A huge energy wave cut through the air, and a series of loud noises kept erupting. Bang! Murong Fu's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill collided with Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofing's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. When the three huge energies collided, there was suddenly a loud explosion and a bright light shot out. The entire Great Fei Ancient Pagoda seemed to tremble at this moment. Pfft! At the same time, Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofing, and Su Yan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the three of them flew back dozens of meters and landed heavily on the ground. Die! At this moment, Murong Fu had already arrived in front of Su Yan in a flash. He waved his hand and was about to smash Su Yan's head. When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's palm coming down, he instantly felt a huge pressure coming down on him. His entire body started to tremble, and the blood in his body seemed to be churning at this moment. Am I going to die here today? Su Yan frowned and looked at Murong Fu with a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan's expression and immediately sneered. He had long wanted to kill Su Yan, but due to various reasons, he had not been able to do so. Now that he saw Su Yan about to die at his hands, how could he not be happy? And just as Murong Fu's huge force was about to hit Su Yan's head, Murong Fu suddenly felt a powerful force surge from Su Yan's body. Murong Fu was immediately stunned. Bang! With a loud bang, Murong Fu was sent flying. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, including Su Yan. What? What was that power just now? Especially when Murong Fu looked at Su Yan, his eyes were filled with fear. Perimeter state. No, it's not just perimeter state, that power. Murong Fu thought about the powerful force that surged from Su Yan's body and his whole body trembled. What was that power just now? Su Yan was also puzzled. However, he quickly regained his senses and looked at the 8th level. Then, he resolutely stepped onto the 8th level. Su Yan was very clear that if he wanted to avoid Murong Fu's pursuit, then he had to leave here first. And the 8th level was obviously the best place to hide. When Murong Fu saw Su Yan walking towards the 8th level, because he was shocked by the power just now, he didn't dare to chase after Su Yan. Yuan Taiqing, Ming Ruofeng, and the others didn't feel the terrifying power that suddenly erupted from Su Yan like Murong Fu, so they weren't as frightened as Murong Fu. They only felt surprised. This was because when they saw Su Yan, they thought that today was the day that Su Yan would die. Now, the entire situation had been reversed. How could they not be shocked? Of course, besides being shocked, when they saw Murong Fu's panicked appearance, a surge of joy surged from the bottom of their hearts. Ha ha ha, Murong Fu, I didn't think that you would have such a day. Although Yuan Taiqing had suffered a few losses at the hands of Murong Fu, when he saw Murong Fu's panicked expression, he couldn't help but tease him. Ming Ruofeng also smiled and said, Murong Fu, you definitely didn't expect that you would be defeated by a 1-star heaven stage cultivator, right? I wonder if anyone would believe it. When Murong Fu heard the teasing of the two, he still couldn't recover from the shock. When Yuan Taiqing and Ming Ruofeng saw this, they no longer teased him. Instead, they left the 7th level and headed towards the 6th level. Murong Fu didn't care if the two of them went or not. He just laid on the ground and kept thinking about the scene just now. Could it be that the Princess of Chu left some kind of power in his body? No, that's impossible. Why would the Princess of Chu think so highly of him? Then if it wasn't the Princess of Chu, who else could it be? He's just a 1-star heaven stage cultivator, how could he withstand my attack? Murong Fu thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on with that sudden surge of power. Sun Chu and Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu's gloomy expression and didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would anger Murong Fu and just stood there in a daze. Chapter 276. Murong Fu's cry was extremely solemn and grand. It reverberated throughout the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda and was heard by everyone. When the disciples cultivating in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda heard this cry, their hearts could not help but tremble. Many people thought to themselves, this Su Yan is dead for sure. He actually offended Murong Fu. A mere 1-star Emperor of Heaven actually dared to offend Murong Fu. He is simply courting death. In the Monster Palace, Su Yan had only been there for a short period of time. In addition, Su Yan was weak to begin with, but he was able to create miracles time and time again. This had long made many people unhappy. Especially when Su Yan obtained 10th place in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda's cultivation qualifications. Everyone felt that he had just gotten lucky. Therefore, everyone was very disdainful of Su Yan. Upon hearing Murong Fu's cry, other than Chu Linger and the others who were faintly worried, the other disciples were all gloating. When Su Yan arrived at the 8th level, he also heard Murong Fu's cry. When he heard Murong Fu's cry, he realized that he had nearly died at the hands of Murong Fu. The killing intent in Su Yan's heart surged as his eyes emitted a resplendent light. Murong Fu, Su Yan, will definitely not rest until I kill you. Su Yan said coldly. He quickly calmed down. Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he was still not a match for Murong Fu. He had to learn to endure. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Thinking of the difference in strength, Su Yan suddenly recalled the powerful force that surged from his body when he was attacked by Murong Fu. He suddenly frowned. What was that power just now? Su Yan circulated his cultivation method and carefully checked the situation in his body, but he was still unable to detect the existence of that power just now. Could it be the power that Palace Master Chu left in my body? Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. He shook his head and said, impossible. Princess Chu was already at the end of her life at that time. She couldn't have planted such a powerful force in her body. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more confused he became. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, forget it. No matter what, I still want to see what this Supreme Fey ancient pagoda is all about." As Su Yan spoke, he glanced ahead and began to walk forward. Just as Su Yan took a step forward, a wave of fanaticism suddenly surged towards him. Su Yan immediately felt as if his entire body was being torn apart by a raging inferno. Although the Great Fey ancient pagoda contained a boundless amount of spirit qi, it was still not enough. However, cultivating in the Supreme Fey ancient pagoda also contained dangers. The greatest danger was the burning sensation that came with it. The further down he went, the stronger the burning sensation became. When Su Yan was at the 7th level, he didn't feel anything with the help of the mystic ice shield. However, at this moment, just by taking a step, Su Yan felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Waves of heat entered his body, and all the blood in his body seemed to be boiling at this moment. Mystic Ice Shield, 3rd level, activate. Su Yan suddenly shouted. The cultivation method in his body quickly circulated, and he directly activated the 3rd level of the Mystic Ice Shield that he had just cultivated. Suddenly, the color of the frost became even more intense. However, just as the frost on the Mystic Ice Shield surged, there was a loud cracking sound. The Mystic Ice Shield was torn apart. Without the protection of the Mystic Ice Shield, the surrounding burning sensation was like stepping into a raging inferno. It burned continuously. No. Su Yan's entire body seemed to be boiling. Beads of sweat kept falling from his forehead. He clenched his teeth tightly to withstand the burning sensation that came from his heart. Mystic Ice Shield. Su Yan suddenly shouted. He circulated the cultivation method in his body and activated the 2nd level of the Mystic Ice Shield, Mystic Ice Shield. When the Mystic Ice Shield was activated, Su Yan felt a chill. Su Yan let out a comfortable breath. However, Su Yan quickly recovered. Su Yan had already cultivated the Mystic Ice Shield to the 3rd level. Every level required different spiritual energy, and the defensive power was also different. However, even so, the Mystic Ice Shield was converted from the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield had the ability to resist the heat and extreme cold. Therefore, when Su Yan activated the Mystic Ice Shield just now, with the spiritual energy in his body, he could last for a period of time. However, the 2nd level of the Mystic Ice Shield, was different. It was a powerful defense that burst out in an instant. It was upgraded from the invincible golden body. Su Yan only had to use the invincible golden body once, and the spiritual energy in his body would be sucked dry. Although he was stronger now, it was better than before. However, Su Yan was also clear that the Profound Ice Divine Shield could only last for a few breaths of time with its current spiritual energy. Furthermore, after a few breaths of time, it would completely disappear and even the Profound Ice Cold Shield would not be able to be activated. At that time, what awaited him would be death. No, I definitely can't die here. Su Yan felt the surging heat around him. He thought quickly in his mind. He patted his storage bag and took out all the elixirs that could restrain the heat. He swallowed all of them. Not only that, but there were also elixirs that could recover spiritual energy. Su Yan also took them out and swallowed them. During this time, Su Yan also tried to use his condensed heavenly fire sacred meridian to absorb the heat around him. Unfortunately, it was useless because the heat was not emitted by flames. It was more like a fanaticism that burst out from his heart. It could not be converted into spiritual energy. Am I really going to die here today? Su Yan kept swallowing elixirs. However, even though Su Yan was the palace master of the Monster Palace, the amount of elixirs he carried was limited. In addition, the Mystic Ice Shield consumed spiritual energy too quickly. In a short while, all the elixirs in Su Yan's storage bag were swallowed up. Seeing the frost light on his body getting weaker and the heat from his body getting stronger and stronger, Su Yan smiled bitterly. However, his eyes were still filled with unwillingness. He kept patting his storage bag, trying to find if there were any elixirs that were left in the corner. Unfortunately, there were no other elixirs in the storage bag. Some of the elixirs had even been swallowed by Su Yan. Finally, Su Yan patted his storage bag and took out a piece of ancient black jade. Ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade and could not help but smile bitterly. At the same time, he remembered Mu Zijian's expectations of him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Mu, I'm afraid I'll have to let you down." Mu Zijian gave Su Yan the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial not only to let Su Yan take over the heavy responsibility of the Buddha sword sect, but also to let Su Yan find the secret of the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial. Unfortunately, apart from Su Yan discovering that the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial could absorb spiritual stones, he did not discover any other important functions of the jade. Now that the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial was suddenly taken out, Su Yan found it quite funny. He also knew that the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial had some intelligence, so he said to it, "Ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial, ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial, didn't you always want to leave? I'll let you go now." Whoosh! As he spoke, the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial suddenly flew out from Su Yan's hand. Su Yan was stunned. He could not help but curse, "You're really a jerk. To think that I fed you so many spiritual stones. How can you just leave like that?" However, when he thought about how he was going to die here, Su Yan did not have the heart to argue with the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial. Moreover, the ancient jade of the Fiend Celestial was only a profound artifact. It did not have any emotions, so he could not argue with it. "I never thought that I, Su Yan, would die here in the end." Su Yan looked around and sighed helplessly. Although Su Yan was unwilling, what else could he do? Now that Su Yan had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body, even if he returned to the 7th level and was not hunted down by Murong Fu, he would still be burned to death by the scorching heat of the ancient demon pagoda. Su Yan had no chance of survival at all. Unless a miracle happens. Su Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. He was calm about life and death, but there were many things that he was unwilling to do. Bang! However, at that moment, a loud explosion suddenly exploded in front of Su Yan. A miracle. With this loud explosion, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a burst of bright light. Su Yan had given up on struggling, because Su Yan was at his wit's end. He did not know how to change anything. Even if there was only a slight chance, Su Yan would not give up. This sudden loud noise was undoubtedly a sliver of opportunity. Su Yan suddenly woke up from his stupor and looked forward. He saw that the loud noise was actually from the ancient jade of the Fiend Immortal. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the ancient jade of the Fiend Immortal and saw that it was constantly moving. What is the ancient jade of the Immortal Fiend doing here? Su Yan frowned slightly as he observed the strange movements of the ancient jade of the Terminus Immortal. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation spread out from the ancient jade of the Terminus Immortal, causing Su Yan's entire body to tremble. This is... Su Yan was stunned. He suddenly reacted. Could it be that the ancient jade of the Immortal Fiend can absorb the heat here? At that thought, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. He, who had given up on struggling, regained his confidence. His eyes shone brightly. He endured the tearing pain in his body and slowly approached the ancient jade of the Immortal Fiend. After taking one step, Su Yan felt that the heat in his body had decreased significantly. This made Su Yan even more excited. The ancient jade of the Immortal Fiend. I did not expect you to have such a miraculous effect. This was not the first time Su Yan had experienced the feeling of walking out from the gates of hell. However, for some unknown reason, Su Yan felt that it was the most wondrous. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body. He slowly approached the ancient jade of the immortal fiend. The closer he got to the ancient jade of the immortal fiend, the less the heat in Su Yan's body. The smile on Su Yan's face also became brighter. The ancient jade of the immortal fiend. You did not waste the spirit stones I fed you. Su Yan was so excited that he suddenly hugged the ancient jade of the immortal fiend. Ah! Chapter 277. Su Yan was shocked as he hurriedly took a few steps back. He looked at his hands, which were already red from the heat. The pain was like being torn apart. Even with Su Yan's amazing willpower, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air under the immense pain. Compared to the pain, Su Yan was more curious as to why the immortal fiend jade had become like this. Could it be that the immortal fiend jade has absorbed the heat here and is emitting heat? Su Yan looked at the immortal fiend jade with a puzzled expression. The immortal fiend jade was a mysterious item to begin with. Even though Su Yan had obtained the ancient jade of the exterminating celestial for quite some time, he had never been able to figure out its secrets. Now that he saw the immortal fiend jade's strange behavior, he was even more puzzled. What's so special about the immortal fiend jade? After being burned like a raging inferno earlier, Su Yan's hands were still enduring waves of intense pain. As a result, Su Yan did not dare to touch the ancient fiend immortal jade. He could only watch from afar. However, because the immortal fiend jade had absorbed the heat, Su Yan could not feel the heat from the great demon ancient pagoda. Although I don't understand why the immortal fiend jade can absorb the heat here, it has saved my life. Su Yan looked at the immortal fiend jade and muttered to himself. He ignored the constant pain coming from his hands. If it was anyone else, they would have been unable to endure the pain. However, Su Yan had been eroded by the blood, burned by the heavenly fire, and the two dragons entering his eyes. All of these were excruciating pains. Su Yan had already endured the excruciating pain, let alone the pain of his small hands being burned. To Su Yan, it was nothing more than superficial knowledge. And because the immortal fiend jade had absorbed the heat, Su Yan did not need to use his mystic ice-cold shield to stay here. Without these, Su Yan did not need to deliberately block the heat of the Supreme Fey ancient pagoda. Su Yan, on the other hand, was able to properly sense the spiritual energy within the Supreme Fey ancient pagoda. When Su Yan came to the 8th level, he had been fighting against the heat of the Supreme Fey ancient pagoda. He had neglected the true existence of the Supreme Fey ancient pagoda. Although the Supreme Fey ancient pagoda contained the heat of the heavens and earth. However, there was a rich spirit chi here that was not present in the outside world. Even though I'm a crippled heaven soul avatar now and can't cultivate here, I can still use the dense spirit chi here to recover my strength. Su Yan looked at the ancient jade of the fiend celestial and saw that it was still absorbing the heat here. Since there was nothing out of the ordinary, Zhang Xian ignored it and sat down under the baleful celestial jade. He circulated his cultivation technique and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to recover his strength. Su Yan had just started to circulate his cultivation method when the surrounding dense spirit chi suddenly started to revolve. The spirit chi was originally formless. However, when Su Yan circulated his cultivation method, it was like a river that constantly poured into Su Yan's body. In order to withstand the heat of the 8th level of the Supreme Fey ancient pagoda, Su Yan had exhausted all the spirit chi in his body. In such a situation, if it were in the outside world, it would take at least a few days to recover. After all, Su Yan was now a celestial phenomenon realm expert. The amount of spirit chi in his body was naturally incomparable to that of a saint bloodline realm expert. It was precisely because he was in the celestial phenomenon realm that the amount of spirit chi required was immense. Even if he exhausted all the spirit chi in his body, it would take some time to recover. However, now that he was in the Supreme Fey ancient pagoda, he could feel the rich spirit chi around him. In less than a few seconds, Su Yan had already recovered to his peak state. As he had recovered his strength, Su Yan's hands that had been burned by the ancient jade of the fiend Immortal also slowly recovered through the healing of the spirit qi. Although Su Yan was able to withstand the pain, he was still unable to endure it. Pain was still pain. Now that he had recovered, Su Yan's heart surged with joy. He spread his arms and smiled. The spirit qi in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda is really not comparable to that of the outside world. No wonder cultivating in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda is so much faster than cultivating in the outside world. It's because the rich spirit qi here is not something that the thin spirit qi in the outside world can compare to. Su Yan looked around and muttered to himself. At the same time, feeling the rich spirit qi, Su Yan was a little sad and disappointed. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that I'm in the celestial phenomenon realm now. I can't absorb the spirit qi here at all. If I can absorb the spirit qi here and turn it into my own power of heaven and earth, breaking through to the two-star celestial phenomenon realm is just around the corner. In Su Yan's disappointment, he suddenly thought of something and a bright light burst out of his eyes. I wonder if cultivating my mystic ice-cold barrier here will be much faster than cultivating in the outside world. When Su Yan thought of this, he silently recited the incantation. With a soft sound, a frost-colored halo suddenly appeared around Su Yan, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, Su Yan's brows furrowed again. Suddenly, the mysterious ice-cold shield on his body became resplendent once again. Although the mystic ice-cold barrier was evolved from the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice-fire barrier, it was now the mystic ice-cold barrier. However, now that it had become Mystic Ice Shield, it could be considered a defensive skill that Su Yan had created herself. It was because he had created it himself that there were no seniors to follow in his footsteps. Similarly, there were no records about the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier. As for the Mystic Ice Cold Barrier, Su Yan had no way to learn it. He could only explore it himself. Previously, in the 3 days before the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda opened, Su Yan had been cultivating the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier. He had figured out some tricks. The Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier could be divided into 10 levels. As for Su Yan's Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier, it should be at the 3rd level according to the classification. It had a weak frosty color. I wonder what changes there will be at the 4th level. Although the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier's levels were created by Su Yan could only differentiate the levels of the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier. He did not know what changes there would be at the next level. With my current strength, I wonder if I can break through to the 3rd level. Su Yan said softly. Immediately, his eyes condensed together. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated and absorbed the spiritual energy in the Supreme Fei ancient pagoda. It kept surging into the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier kept emitting a dazzling light. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Su Yan kept trying like this. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, the spiritual energy that surged into the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier was just to maintain its existence. It could not break through to the 3rd level. After a few more days of trial, it was still the same. Su Yan could not help but frown. According to my previous cultivation situation, the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier should be able to break through to the 4th level after absorbing so much spiritual energy. However, why is it still not breaking through? Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. Could it be that it has something to do with my strength? Su Yan thought of this and felt the changes in the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier. He quickly confirmed that it was because of this reason. Although the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier could be cultivated, it was not enough to break through just by relying on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. One had to rely on spiritual energy to break through. And the conversion of spiritual energy had to be done by a warrior. Su Yan directly channeled spiritual energy into the Mystic Ice-Cold Barrier, but it could not form spiritual energy at all. In other words, the spiritual energy only flowed through Su Yan's body and went out after one round. It could not be converted into spiritual energy. If it could not be converted into spiritual energy, it could not break through. This was also the reason why a martial warrior had to rely on cultivation techniques to cultivate. This was because only a cultivation technique could transform the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into spiritual energy for one's own use through cultivation. This was also the true importance of cultivation. The level of a cultivation technique was also destined to be the height that a martial warrior could reach in the future. This was also the importance of a cultivation technique. It seems that if I can't break through to the two-star celestial phenomenon stage, I won't be able to cultivate this mystic ice-cold barrier. After Su Yan thought of this principle, a bitter smile appeared on his face. After all, Su Yan was only at the one-star celestial phenomenon stage. The spiritual energy contained in his body was also limited to the one-star realm. The spiritual energy of this one-star realm was simply not enough to break through the fourth stage of the mystic ice-cold barrier. Previously, Su Yan had wanted to use the dense spiritual energy here to cultivate the mystic ice-cold barrier. Now, it seemed that Su Yan was just overthinking things. If his strength could not be increased, he would not be able to do anything. Cripple the celestial phenomenon stage, cripple the celestial phenomenon stage. Although Su Yan had already seen through it, when he thought about it now, he still felt a faint sense of anger in his heart. Everything was because of this crippling of the celestial phenomenon stage that Su Yan could only stay at the one-star realm. Under this anger, Su Yan's eyes also emitted an unusually firm gaze. No matter what, I must break through. Su Yan gritted his teeth and began to try to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. This time, Su Yan was no longer cultivating the mystic ice-cold barrier. Instead, he was continuously cultivating and attacking the heaven and earth force that had formed in his body. It was to awaken this heaven and earth force. He was not willing to give in to fate. So what if he crippled the celestial phenomenon stage? Su Yan firmly believed that as long as he worked hard, even if he crippled the celestial phenomenon stage, he would still be able to cultivate. Just like before, Su Yan was thought to only be able to stay at the spirit-drawing realm. However, Su Yan had stepped on a new path. Su Yan was the same now. He wanted to open up a new path. No matter what, Su Yan did not believe that his generation would be wasted like this. Chapter 278. The celestial form realm cultivated the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth encompassed all things. At the celestial form realm, one could only comprehend one or two strands of the power of heaven and earth. At the celestial form realm, one could comprehend a few different strands of the power of heaven and earth. As for the celestial form realm, no one knew how many strands of the power of heaven and earth one could control. On the contrary, at the celestial form realm, one could not feel the power of heaven and earth. Without feeling the power of heaven and earth, one could not cultivate. However, Su Yan did not believe in this evil. He wanted to go against the heavens. He did not believe that he could not comprehend the power of heaven and earth. He did not believe that he would become a good-for-nothing. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade was still absorbing the heat of the 8th level of the great demon Ancient Pagoda. With the immortal fiend Ancient Jade, Su Yan was not afraid of the heat of the great demon Ancient Pagoda. It gave Su Yan a good place to cultivate. Su Yan sat down cross-legged and quickly circulated his cultivation technique, constantly awakening the power of heaven and earth in his body. If he failed, he would continue. If he failed, he would continue. Over the past few days, Su Yan did not know how much spiritual qi he had absorbed and how many times he had failed. However, he still could not comprehend the power of heaven and earth in his body. Could it be that I can only stay at the celestial form realm forever? Su Yan thought, feeling indignant. He was even more unwilling to give in. His eyes turned slightly and he circulated his cultivation technique again. Bang! However, at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Su Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the immortal fiend Ancient Jade. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade, which had been quietly floating in mid-air, suddenly jumped up violently. The immortal fiend Ancient Jade was originally black in color, but now it was completely red. Like a burning fire, its entire body was wrapped in flames. Su Yan could not help but frown. After all, Su Yan knew too little about the secrets of the immortal fiend Ancient Jade. In fact, Su Yan did not even know what kind of existence the immortal fiend Ancient Jade was. He only knew that it was a spirit artifact. However, after observing the immortal fiend Ancient Jade a few times, Su Yan felt that it was not the case. After all, the state that the immortal fiend Ancient Jade displayed was completely different from that of ordinary spiritual artifacts. Su Yan felt that the baleful immortal Ancient Jade was like a person. After all, the intelligence of the Ancient Jade of the immortal fiend was not lower than anyone else. Whoosh! As the immortal fiend Jade trembled incessantly, it suddenly leaped up and headed straight for the 9th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda. Immortal Fiend Jade. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. When he saw the jade flying toward the 9th step, he quickly jumped up from the ground and rushed toward the 9th step. The moment Su Yan stood up, Su Yan did not realize that the cultivation method within his body had suddenly changed. A strand of spiritual energy surged into his body, exuding a strange power. Su Yan was very nervous about the ancient jade of the fiend Immortal, so he did not pay attention to what was happening in his body. Bang! Just as Su Yan reached the 9th step, there was a loud explosion. A strong heat suddenly attacked him. Su Yan was shocked. In these few days, Su Yan had been at the 8th level. Because of the ancient jade of the fiend Immortal, he was safe and sound in the 8th level. As for the scorching heat of the supreme demon Ancient Pagoda, it could be said that he completely ignored it. At this moment, the strong heat suddenly attacked him. Although Su Yan was shocked, he quickly reacted. It seems that the immortal fiend Jade is unable to absorb the heat on the 9th step. As Su Yan thought about it, he could not help but frown. When he was on the 8th step, Su Yan almost could not withstand the heat on the 8th step. The heat on the 9th step was definitely stronger than the 8th step. This caused Su Yan's heart to faintly surge with a wave of worry. After all, Su Yan's profound ice-cold shield could not even withstand the heat of the 8th layer, let alone the heat of the 9th layer, which was even stronger than the 8th layer. Su Yan was not sure if his mystic ice-cold shield could withstand the heat on the 9th step. The 9th step. Su Yan looked at the 9th step and frowned. He was in a dilemma. He did not know if he should go down. If he did not go down, Su Yan would stay on the 8th step. He could cultivate properly and not worry about this problem. But thinking about the immortal fiend Jade, Su Yan did not know what the immortal fiend Jade was. However, Su Yan could not give up the immortal fiend Jade. Su Yan could not do it. Not to mention that the immortal fiend Jade was a magical item, and not to mention that it was given to him by Muzi Jin. The ancient jade of the fiend Celestial had saved his life twice. No matter what, Su Yan would not give up on it. Furthermore, the ancient jade of the fiend Celestial had revealed that it was just a piece of jade. However, Su Yan could feel the howl of the immortal fiend Jade. That howl was not the sound of excitement. Instead, it was the sound of someone in great pain. Although Su Yan did not know what happened to the immortal fiend Jade, Su Yan was not willing to give up the immortal fiend Jade just because of this. It was not only because the immortal fiend Jade was in Su Yan's possession. It was a matter of morals and principles. If I die, then so be it. Su Yan saw that the immortal fiend Jade had been at the 9th step for a long time. He did not hesitate anymore. He gritted his teeth and activated his skills. Holding his breath, he rushed towards the 9th step. Plop! Just as Su Yan rushed towards the 9th step, there was a loud explosion. An intense heat rushed towards him, penetrating Su Yan's mystic ice shield and entering Su Yan's body. The burning pain that surged from the bottom of his heart caused Su Yan to let out a low growl despite his strong willpower. No, I have to hold on. I have to hold on. Su Yan clenched his teeth as he circulated the cultivation method within his body to the extreme. The spiritual energy within his body continuously surged towards the profound ice-cold shield to resist the heat. Under Su Yan's efforts, the pain in Su Yan's body lessened. At this moment, Su Yan could see the situation of the ninth step clearly. Looking at the ninth step, Su Yan could not help but frown. The ninth step was different from the previous 8 steps. There were no rooms in the ninth step. It was obvious that even elderly Tianyi could not reach the 8th step. Not only that, there were no rooms in the ninth step. The ninth step was not flat like the previous 8 steps. Instead, it was full of potholes. There were many oddly shaped stones in the ninth step. Those standing stones were also scarlet in color. Clearly, each stone contained a scorching temperature. Not only that, Su Yan also discovered that there was a huge fire pool in the middle of these stones. There was lava boiling in the fire pool, like a volcano. Plop! Right at this moment, a loud explosion was heard. The molten lava suddenly burst forth, giving rise to countless amounts of hot air that spread out in all directions. At the same time, there was a sudden heat in the air. Su Yan could not help but growl in pain. His whole body was hit by the strong heat and he was sent flying. What the hell is going on? The moment Su Yan was sent flying, he hurriedly retreated a little. Looking at the fire pool in the middle, he frowned. At the same time, he did not forget to quickly run his cultivation method to resist the heat. At this moment, there was another loud bang. Countless streams of molten lava surged up, forming a huge fire dragon that charged directly in Su Yan's direction. The fire dragon was as quick as a bolt of lightning. As its gigantic body slid, countless storms were stirred up, and its tremendous power erupted. Under this pressure, Su Yan's entire body felt like it was about to explode. Black Ice Shield, open. When Su Yan saw this, he was shocked. However, he reacted quickly and hurriedly operated his secret art. He chanted an incantation in his mouth. Suddenly, the profound ice divine shield opened up and a golden light surged out from the frost. Plop! When the fire dragon collided, a loud explosion rang out. Under the impact of the huge power and the heat, Su Yan's whole body was blown away. Poochie! At the same time, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his body. His whole body went limp and fell to the ground. Although Su Yan's black ice shield blocked the attack, Su Yan's clothes were destroyed. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. He was in a very sorry state. Not only that, the heat in the 9th level was still there, constantly eroding Su Yan's body. The waves of pain came, as if thousands of ants were biting his body. Su Yan felt as if all the blood in his body was about to boil. No, I can't die here. Su Yan roared out in a low voice. His eyes rotated and a scarlet red light burst out. Suddenly, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body and the black ice cold cover surged up. The moment the black ice cold cover surged up, Su Yan felt that the heat in his body was reduced by a lot. Su Yan couldn't help but be happy. However, right at this moment, a loud bang rang out once more. Not good! Su Yan suddenly exclaimed. His eyes focused on the center of the 9th level. He suddenly saw a huge fire dragon exploding from the huge magma. With a roar, it attacked Su Yan again. That speed was even faster than the previous one. Black Ice Shield. Su Yan immediately ran his cultivation method and silently chanted the chant. Before he finished chanting, Su Yan felt that his whole body was emptied. The spiritual energy in his body was not enough to open the black ice-cold shield. His whole body directly knelt on the ground because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy. Damn it. Chapter 279. Although Su Yan was not afraid of death, it did not mean that Su Yan wanted to die. Looking at the huge fire dragon, Su Yan could not help but reveal a look of fear in his eyes. Swoosh! At this moment, a loud sound was heard, followed by a bang. A loud sound was heard, and the energy of the huge fire dragon that was attacking Su Yan was directly blown apart. When Su Yan saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. When he looked again, he saw the crimson ancient jade floating in front of him. The corners of Su Yan's mouth could not help but reveal an excited expression. Celestial Fiend Jade, you saved me again. Su Yan said excitedly. He originally wanted to hug the Celestial Fiend Jade again, but with the previous experience, Su Yan suppressed the excitement in his heart. He just looked at the Celestial Fiend Jade and smiled foolishly. Celestial Fiend Jade, now that I think about it, this is the third time you have saved me. Plop, just as Su Yan's words sounded out, another loud explosion sounded out. Suddenly, a gigantic fire dragon erupted from the magma pool. Again. Su Yan could not help but be shocked, and he hurriedly looked at the Celestial Fiend Jade. However, the moment he looked at the Celestial Fiend Jade, the Celestial Fiend Jade suddenly let out a loud roar, and its entire body kept jumping up and down, creating a series of loud noises. Su Yan originally wanted to use the Celestial Fiend Jade to save himself when he saw the fire dragon explode, but now that he saw the Celestial Fiend Jade's violent behavior, he could not help but frown. At this moment, the fire dragon had already attacked. The huge force came straight at him, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. Under the pressure of this powerful force, Su Yan knew very well that even if he had abundant spirit energy, he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack, let alone the fact that he was lacking spirit energy. Su Yan glanced at the Celestial Fiend Jade, and instinctively wanted to run away, but unfortunately, he was lacking spirit energy, and his speed could not be faster than the fire dragon. Su Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of unwillingness. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the fire dragon charged towards him. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've turned danger into safety several times. I didn't expect that I would die here in the end. Bang! Just as Su Yan was about to lose all hope, a loud sound suddenly exploded in front of him. A black figure stood in front of Su Yan. In a flash, the black figure waved his hand, and the huge fire dragon was shattered, turning into sparks that scattered in the 9th level. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the phantom in front of him, he was completely stunned. After entering the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan had been in danger several times. Every time, Su Yan felt that he was going to die, but every time, a miracle appeared. Su Yan wasn't surprised by the previous miracles, but now, looking at the black figure, Su Yan was completely stunned. He had no idea how the phantom appeared. Just as Su Yan was perplexed, the phantom suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, he felt a gentle force emanate from it. Although this force was gentle, the force it contained was not small. When it struck Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying. Instantly, he flew to the 8th level. As the 8th level's heat had been absorbed by the Celestial Fiend Jade, Su Yan's lack of spirit energy was of no use here. At that moment, the black phantom flashed and appeared in front of Su Yan once again. Su Yan snapped out of his shock and looked at the black phantom in front of him. He stood up and asked, "Who are you?" The black phantom did not answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he reprimanded Su Yan. A mere 1-star celestial phase cultivator dares to step onto the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. You are simply courting death. When Su Yan heard his words, he couldn't help but sweat. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After all, the elder was speaking the truth. Furthermore, he had saved him. Su Yan really didn't know how to answer. The old man didn't care about Su Yan. Instead, he looked at the ninth layer and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the fire Chilant's devil's soul to be trapped here. No wonder I couldn't find it before. Fire unicorn demon soul." The black phantom elder muttered without lowering his voice. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Clearly, he didn't know what the elder was referring to. The fire Qilan is one of the sacred beasts. When the elder saw Su Yan's confusion, he glanced at him and explained. Sacred beast. When Su Yan heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the elder in front of him in surprise. He was no stranger to sacred beasts. Furthermore, he had only heard of the Qilan sacred beast. He had never heard of the fire Qilan. The elder glanced at Su Yan and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the ninth step. His slightly aged face immediately darkened. He stood there and didn't say a word for a long time. Su Yan looked at the old man's weathered face that was faintly emitting a dignified aura. However, he did not dare to ask too much. Instead, he quietly waited by the side. At the same time, he was secretly guessing the old man's identity. Why do I feel that this power is so familiar? Su Yan sensed the power of the old man and felt that it was somewhat familiar. However, when he thought about it, he had never seen such a person before. He could not help but squint his eyes. He glanced at the old man and suddenly thought of something. Power. This power. Isn't this the power that saved me from danger several times? As Su Yan thought about it, his face immediately surged with excitement. When Su Yan entered the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, every time he was in danger, there was a power that saved him several times. At that time, Su Yan had been wondering what kind of power it was. Now that he saw the elder in front of him, Su Yan suddenly realized that the power came from the elder in front of him. When he thought of the strange power and looked at the elder's gloomy face, Su Yan became even more interested in his identity. However, when he saw the elder's gloomy face, especially the dignified aura that came from the elder's face, Su Yan didn't dare to ask recklessly. He could only wait quietly for the elder's answer. The elder quietly looked at the ninth step. His expression was sometimes gloomy and sometimes relaxed. After standing there for a long time, he relaxed and revealed a smile. He said with a laugh, "I understand. I understand." Upon hearing his words, Su Yan frowned again. When the elder saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, "Kid, are you having a lot of questions in your heart?" "Yes." When Su Yan heard the elder's question, he nodded without standing on ceremony. When the elder saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled and said, "You can call me Sword Sage." Sword Sage. When Su Yan heard the elder's name, his pupils suddenly dilated. He had been in the Sword Collection tomb for a long time, so he naturally knew who Sword Sage was. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection tomb. Founding ancestor. When Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, he looked at the elder's eyes and suddenly a bright light surged. He thought about the day he left the Sword Collection tomb. It was Sword Sage who expelled him. Then why was Sword Sage here? While thinking about it, Su Yan suddenly realized something and said excitedly, "Sword Sage, did you follow me from the moment I was expelled from the Sword Collection tomb?" Smart. Sword Sage smiled again and said, "Actually, I didn't want to expel you from the Sword Collection tomb at that time. I just wanted you to leave the Sword Collection tomb. With your talent, you wouldn't be able to develop in the Sword Collection tomb. Although the Sword Collection tomb is the #1 sect in Celestial Twin City, the world is too big. As long as you continue to travel and experience, you will be able to reach the peak." As Sword Sage said, he looked at Su Yan and nodded with satisfaction, Su Yan, you really are worthy of me saving you several times. It's just that you overestimate yourself. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he smiled embarrassedly. Just now, Su Yan didn't know who Sword Sage was, so he didn't dare to disobey him. Now that he knew his identity, Su Yan naturally didn't dare to disobey him. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection Tomb. And Su Yan could be said to be a disciple of the Sword Collection Tomb. Then, Sword Sage was his master. Master, as Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, with a plop, he knelt in front of the old man and said respectfully, Master, please accept this disciple's 3 kowtows. Sword Sage was stunned at first, then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He laughed and said, Good, good, get up, get up. After receiving Sword Sage's approval, Su Yan stood up from the ground with an excited smile on his face. Su Yan was a person who valued friendship. He had once taken Lu Hong as his master, so he naturally had to obey. So after coming out, even if Su Yan met many experts, Su Yan didn't think of taking them as his master. Even if it was the Princess of Chu, Su Yan didn't call him master. However, Sword Sage was different. This was because he was from the Sword Collection Tomb and came from the same lineage as Lu Hong. Therefore, Su Yan's acknowledgement was also from the Sword Collection Tomb, so it wasn't considered a violation of the sect. Furthermore, Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the Sword Collection Tomb. He was definitely more than qualified to be Su Yan's master. Upon hearing Sword Sage accept him as his disciple, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. Su Yan was no longer as reserved as before and asked, Master, what's the matter with the Fire Qilin Devil Soul? Kid, I nearly forgot about it after telling you all this. When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's question, he suddenly looked towards the 9th level of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He narrowed his eyes and said, Su Yan, haven't you been studying the Wraith Immortal Ancient Jade all this while? That Wraith Immortal Ancient Jade might very well be where the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul is sealed. Demon Soul. Su Yan became even more confused. However, Sword Sage clearly had no intention of explaining it to Su Yan. Instead, he looked in the direction of the 9th level and said, Su Yan, I'll naturally explain it to you in the future. Chapter 280. Subdue the Fire Qilin. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, his whole body trembled from excitement. A long time ago, Su Yan had heard that some powerful cultivators could subdue some demon beasts, or even sacred beasts to help them cultivate and fight. However, it was extremely difficult to subdue demon beasts. All this time, Su Yan had only read about it in some ancient books, and had never seen it in the 5 counties. Although Su Yan had thought about it before, he didn't know how to subdue it, so the thought disappeared in a flash. However, now that he heard Sword Sage say this, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Although he still didn't know what the Fire Qilin beast was, he knew that the Qilin was definitely a sacred beast, and from what Sword Sage said, the Fire Qilin must be a higher level than the Qilin. A higher level demon beast than a sacred beast. When Su Yan thought about it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Even subduing a demon beast was something that Su Yan didn't dare to imagine, not to mention subduing a sacred beast that was higher level than a sacred beast. Su Yan, you were hit by the Fire Unicorn Demon Soul just now, and your injuries are too heavy. If you go down to the 9th level now, you will definitely die, so you must quickly recover the spiritual energy in your body. Just as Su Yan was feeling excited and surprised, Sword Sage spoke again. Although Su Yan had a lot of doubts in his heart, he could see the anxiety and urgency in Sword Sage's face, which made Su Yan know that this matter was definitely not a small matter. Not daring to be careless, he nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Just as Su Yan was about to circulate his cultivation technique, suddenly, a burning sensation came from his body. That burning sensation instantly penetrated Su Yan's heart. Even with Su Yan's amazing willpower, under such a tearing pain, he couldn't help but let out a low roar. What's going on? Su Yan was stunned. Not only him, Sword Sage also frowned slightly. When his gaze swept across the stairs leading up to the 9th step, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, quick, that fire unicorn demon soul is about to awaken. The energy emitted from his body will become purer and purer. If we don't subdue it now, I'm afraid the entire Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda will be destroyed by it. Hurry up and recover your spiritual energy. I'll help you block the heat of the 8th layer. As he spoke, Sword Sage waved his hand, causing a powerful surge of energy to envelop Su Yan. The moment the majestic power fell, the burning sensation in Su Yan's body also disappeared. Although Su Yan was puzzled when he saw Sword Sage's cautious expression, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique to recover the spiritual energy that he had just exhausted. In the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda, this wasn't the first time Su Yan had exhausted his spiritual energy. When Su Yan stepped into the 8th level, he had already done so once. However, at that time, he had used the rich spiritual energy in the 8th level of the Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda to recover his spiritual energy in a few breaths. However, at this moment, Su Yan had just circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy here, but he couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy. He even felt as if his blood was flowing in reverse. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan's appearance, he frowned slightly. Could it be that the demon soul has already begun to absorb the spiritual energy here? As he thought of this, Sword Sage couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the staircase that led to the 9th level and his face darkened. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a powerful spiritual energy surged into Su Yan's body like a river. The depleted spiritual energy in Su Yan's body recovered in an instant. While Su Yan was stunned, he heard Sword Sage say, Su Yan, the fire unicorn demon soul has already begun to devour the spiritual energy here. You can't recover your spiritual energy here at all. I used the remaining power in my body to recover your strength. As I have helped you a few times previously, the power in my body has been exhausted. Therefore, when you enter the 9th level to subdue the fire unicorn, I can no longer help you. After Sword Sage said this, the shadow became weaker and weaker. Then, it disappeared and turned into a black shadow that surged into Su Yan's mind. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly shouted, Master, Su Yan, I'm here. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan looked around and didn't see Sword Sage's figure at all. He was puzzled. Su Yan, there are some things that I will explain to you in the future. The most important thing for you now is to enter the 9th level to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. If the fire unicorn demon soul absorbs the spiritual energy here, I'm afraid the entire monster palace will be destroyed. What? The entire monster palace will be destroyed? Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of surprise. Kid, don't underestimate the fire unicorn demon soul. The power it contains is beyond your imagination. Sword Sage felt Su Yan's surprise and said with a smile. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the 9th level. Sword Sage was suddenly startled and hurriedly shouted, Su Yan, quickly enter the 9th level and find the fire unicorn demon soul. Although Su Yan didn't know Sword Sage's strength. However, Sword Sage was the ancestor of the hidden sword tomb. How weak could his strength be? At this moment, even with his knowledge and experience, he was still panicking. Su Yan's heart surged. He didn't dare to be negligent. While operating his cultivation method, he summoned the profound ice-cold shield and quickly rushed to the 9th level. Su Yan, the fire unicorn demon soul has absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. The heat it emits is probably stronger than before. You must be careful. Sword Sage reminded Su Yan the moment Su Yan stepped in. Su Yan nodded and carefully walked forward. However, when he thought of the scene just now, he couldn't help but frown. He asked Sword Sage, "Master, the heat on the 9th level is getting stronger and stronger." "I'm afraid, Su Yan, you can rest assured. When I was restoring your spiritual energy, I poured some frost bloodline into your body. This frost bloodline will be enough for you to resist the heat here for a while. As long as you don't get hit by the fire dragon produced by the fire unicorn demon soul, you'll be fine." Sword Sage said, then paused for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "Su Yan, I know that with your current strength, it will be difficult for you to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. However, you have no other choice now." Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. However, he quickly recovered. The corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. Immediately, a bright light surged in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. Today, I will definitely subdue the fire unicorn." With that said, Su Yan clenched his fist tightly. Perhaps at that moment, Su Yan still had some doubts in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Yan's eyes were like torches. In his heart, he was even more determined to subdue the fire unicorn. Although Sword Sage didn't explain much about the fire unicorn demon soul. However, Su Yan knew very well that if he didn't subdue the fire unicorn today, not only would he die here, but the entire Supreme Fey Ancient Pagoda and even the entire Monster Palace would be destroyed. Therefore, today, whether it was for himself or for the Monster Palace, Su Yan had to subdue the fire unicorn demon soul. Thinking about it, the powerful pressure he suffered in the 9th level left a shadow in his heart. Su Yan also removed it from his heart. "Fire unicorn, I will definitely subdue you today." Su Yan gritted his teeth. There was no longer a trace of fear in his heart. The cultivation method in his body was activated. His body jumped up and flew directly to the 9th level. Bang! Just as Su Yan stepped into the 9th level, there was a loud explosion. In the middle of the magma pool, another fire dragon surged up. Good timing. When Su Yan first entered the 9th level, Su Yan didn't have the slightest ability to resist the fire dragon. However, it was different now. With Sword Sage's frost bloodline and the mystic ice cold shield, although Su Yan still felt waves of burning inside his body, this little bit of pain was negligible with Su Yan's willpower. Seeing the fire dragon rushing over, Su Yan didn't panic like before. Instead, his eyes were like torches. The moment the fire dragon arrived, Su Yan slapped his bag of holding and took out the Ghost Hall sword. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at the incoming fire dragon and the huge force coming at him. "Boy, quickly dodge." Sword Sage saw that Su Yan was still in a daze and hurriedly reminded. Hearing Hidden Sword Sage's warning, Su Yan's lips curled up into an evil smile. Just as the fire dragon was about to get close to him, he suddenly rolled his eyes and a red light appeared in them. His body suddenly jumped up. Shoo! The moment the fire dragon collided, Su Yan's body was like a bolt of lightning, directly leaping up. The fire dragon directly attacked the air. At the same time, Su Yan waved the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. Suddenly a ghost howl whistled. Peng! With a swing of the sword, a loud sound suddenly rang out. The fire dragon was directly cut into two, turning into sparks and scattered. "Good boy, you're really something." Sword Sage saw this scene through Su Yan's consciousness and couldn't help but smile in admiration. He then looked at the lava pool and said, "Su Yan, the fire dragon born from the fire Chilan demon soul will only erupt once every 10 breaths. So you must quickly find the fiend Immortal Ancient Jade and stimulate the demon soul hidden in it. Then, let the fire unicorn demon soul merge with the demon soul. Only then will you be able to stop the fire unicorn demon's soul from absorbing the Ling Qi here. Remember, you must be quick. The more Ling Qi this fire unicorn demon's soul absorbs, the harder it will be for you. N. Chapter 281. Ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal. Su Yan still did not understand what the fire unicorn demon's soul and the fire Qilin demon's soul were. However, he finally understood what the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal was. He also understood why he could not figure out the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal despite studying it for so long. Of course, Su Yan knew that if he could not subdue the fire Qilin today, not only him, but the entire Great Fey ancient pagoda and monster palace would be destroyed. Su Yan still did not know what the fire Qilin was. However, from Sword Sage's serious expression, Su Yan knew that he was not being alarmist. Whether it was for himself or for the entire monster palace, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated his cultivation technique as he stepped on the sword dragon, searching for the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal in the 9th level of the Great Fey ancient pagoda. Unfortunately, the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal had always been in the 9th level of the Great Fey ancient pagoda. Now, it was nowhere to be found. Su Yan had searched every inch of the 9th level of the Great Fey ancient pagoda, but he still could not find the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal. The ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal was not even the size of a palm in the past. Although the 9th level of the Great Fey ancient pagoda was not big, it was intricate and complicated. If the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal was in any place, it would not be easy to find it. However, the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal had absorbed the heat of the 8th level of the Great Fey ancient pagoda. In addition to the heat of the 9th level, it was red like a fireball. In the dim 9th level of the Great Fey ancient pagoda, it was definitely a bright light. However, Su Yan had not found any trace of the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal despite searching for so long. Su Yan could not help but worry. Where did the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal go? Su Yan furrowed his brows. He knew that he did not have much time left. At this moment, he could feel the scorching heat of the 9th level slowly surging up. The frost bloodline that Sword Sage had injected into his body was also slowly disappearing. If he waited for the frost bloodline to disappear, before the fire unicorn demon's soul appeared, Su Yan would be burned to death by the heat emitted by the 9th layer. Today, even if I have to turn the entire 9th level upside down, I will find the ancient Jade of the Fiend Immortal. Su Yan thought to himself. His eyes immediately glowed brightly as he once again set off to search for the ancient Jade of the Fiend Celestial. However, at this moment, with a loud bang, a huge burst of light erupted from the middle of the magma. Then, a fire dragon erupted, condensed, and pounced directly at Su Yan. Be careful. Seeing this, Sword Sage hurriedly reminded him. Good timing. Compared to Sword Sage's worry, Su Yan was not afraid of the fire dragon at all. Instead, he let out a soft shout as his lips curled into an evil smile. At the same time, his eyes turned and the Ghost Hall sword suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. Today, I will meet this fire dragon of yours. Su Yan let out a cold shout and immediately clenched the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. Facing the incoming fire dragon, he did not dodge at all. Instead, he leaped up and his body was like a bolt of lightning as he suddenly rushed towards the fire dragon. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan leaped up and immediately slashed out with his sword. A sword skill was released. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the Ghost Hall sword and attacked the fire dragon with a roar. Bang! The two forces collided and immediately caused a loud explosion. However, the fire dragon did not disappear because of this. Instead, it pounced towards Su Yan once again. Be careful. The hidden Sword Sage reminded him again. Su Yan did not care. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. His eyes surged as his body suddenly jumped up and directly avoided the fire dragon's attack. As his body leaped into the air, the ghost howl sword in his hand flashed. Whoosh! With a loud sound, it directly slashed towards the fire dragon's body. With a loud bang, the fire dragon was directly cut into two and turned into a bright firework that scattered on the ground. Boy, there are two boys. Sword Sage saw this scene and could not help but smile as he praised. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. His eyes were surging with a murderous intent. All of this was forced by the fire dragon. Su Yan almost died in the hands of the fire dragon when he first came to the 9th level. How could he not be angry? It was because of this anger that Su Yan did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, he directly destroyed the fire dragon. Of course, although he was angry, Su Yan was not affected by the anger in his heart. He did not lose his mind. With the previous two encounters, Su Yan more or less had some understanding of this fire dragon. In addition to the powerful strength of the fire dragon, the more important thing was that it contained a scorching energy. This scorching energy was definitely stronger than the power of the fire dragon. If it was the previous Su Yan, he could not even resist the scorching heat of the 9th level, let alone the scorching energy of the fire dragon. Naturally, he would not have the strength to fight back. However, it was different now. Su Yan's body had the frost bloodline that Sword Sage poured into it. Naturally, he was not afraid of the scorching heat. Since he was not afraid of the scorching heat, he was naturally not afraid of the fire dragon. Of course, Su Yan also understood that he did not have much time left. The frost bloodline in his body was constantly flowing away. He had to hurry up and find the celestial terminus jade. Otherwise, all of his efforts would be in vain. Celestial terminus jade, where are you? Su Yan stepped into the air again and started to search. As time passed, his brows furrowed tighter. Bang! However, right at this moment, another loud explosion suddenly rang out. Originally, Su Yan was anxious because he could not find the celestial terminus jade. Now that he heard the loud explosion, Su Yan knew that the fire dragon was about to appear again. He could not help but feel a surge of anger in his heart when he knew that the fire dragon was about to appear again. Are you done? Let's see how strong you are. Su Yan shouted coldly. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and turned to deal with the fire dragon. However, just as Su Yan turned his head. He was completely stunned on the spot. This time, what appeared was not a fire dragon, but a huge qilin. Moreover, this qilin was formed by flames. Those bronze furnace-sized eyes stared at Su Yan. There was a faint murderous aura surging. Fire. Fire qilin. Under the powerful aura of this sacred beast, Su Yan could not help but swallow his saliva even though he was usually arrogant. Although Su Yan had encountered the blood dragon and bone dragon in the Thousand Ghosts cave and under the sword well, because of their broken bodies, the deterrent force was not comparable to the fire qilin beast in front of him. It's over, it's over. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice was heard. I did not expect that. I underestimated the fire unicorn demon soul's speed of absorption. It's too late to say anything now. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he could not help but frown slightly. He glanced at the fire qilin and took a step back. He asked, Master, what is going on? Is this the fire qilin? This is not the fire qilin. Sword Sage smiled bitterly. Although it has the same appearance as the fire qilin, it is not the real fire qilin. To be more precise, it is only the fire unicorn demon soul. Fire unicorn demon soul. Su Yan frowned again. Yes, the fire unicorn demon soul was once extracted by a demon using the resentment of 10,000 souls in the world and condensed into 10,000 ghosts. However, that person underestimated the fire qilin's strength. When he extracted the fire qilin's soul, the fire qilin demon's soul escaped. Sword Sage paused for a moment before continuing. And it was because the Fire Chelan demon's soul escaped that the demon's plan was exposed. The Fire Unicorn demon's soul is sealed in the ancient demon pagoda. As for the Fire Chelan demon's soul, it is sealed in your fiend Immortal ancient jade. Su Yan already had doubts about this matter. It would have been better if Sword Sage did not explain. Now that he did, he was even more confused. Su Yan, I will naturally explain these matters to you in the future. It is obvious that the Fire Chelan's devil's soul has successfully devoured the Fire Chelan's devil's soul because it has absorbed the spirit chi. However, it has yet to awaken. Therefore, you must extract the ancient jade of the fiend celestial from its body. Sword Sage did not finish his sentence. However, Su Yan understood what he meant. Based on the strength of the Fire Chelan, not to mention the Monster Palace, even all the sects in the 5 counties would not be able to resist it. If the Fire Unicorn demon's soul was truly awakened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Master, what do I have to do? Su Yan was a little afraid of the Fire Unicorn demon's soul. However, Su Yan knew that no matter what, whether he died or not, he had to do it today. Not for the people of the world, not for the Monster Palace, but for himself. Su Yan had to extract the fiend Immortal ancient jade. What do I have to do? When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he smiled bitterly. Su Yan, to be honest, if the Fire Unicorn demon's soul had not swallowed the Fire Chelan demon's soul, I would have a way. But now... What? When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he could not help but frown. Although he was a little afraid, at least Sword Sage, the founding ancestor of the hidden sword tomb, was here. He felt more or less reassured. However, now that Sword Sage said that he did not know what to do, Su Yan was suddenly at a loss. At the same time, he was even more afraid of the power of the Fire Unicorn demon's soul. Sword Sage was the founding ancestor of the hidden sword tomb. Although Su Yan did not know how strong he was still an existence that surpassed the Radius realm. If even someone like that did not know how strong the Fire Unicorn demon's soul was, then how strong was it? Chapter 282. When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but frown. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "It seems like we can only take a gamble." Gamble? Su Yan was stunned. He didn't understand what Sword Sage meant. Sword Sage felt Su Yan's surprise and nodded slightly. Su Yan, the strength of this Fire Chelan's demon's soul is beyond your imagination. You are too weak. If you rely on your strength, you won't be its opponent. So, we can only take a gamble. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but blush with shame. Perhaps in the eyes of many, a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator was an expert of a generation. However, Su Yan knew that this little bit of strength was insignificant. Moreover, he was a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator who couldn't even feel the power of heaven and earth. This kind of strength was even weaker than an ordinary celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. Therefore, when Sword Sage said that he was weak, Su Yan only felt ashamed. Gamble, gamble. It seems like we have no other choice. Obviously, Sword Sage didn't like this kind of gambling method to solve problems. After all, the stakes of this gamble were too high. If he lost the bet, not only would Su Yan lose his life here, perhaps even the entire Supreme Demon Palace, or even the entire 5 counties would be destroyed because of this. However, they had no choice but to gamble. Because if they didn't gamble, they wouldn't even have the slightest chance. Now, Sword Sage and Su Yan had no choice. Su Yan, are you afraid? Sword Sage whispered to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. If Sword Sage hadn't asked this question, Su Yan would have been afraid. After all, Su Yan was only in the celestial phenomenon realm. However, he had to face the Fire Chelan, which was even stronger than the Qilin Saint Beast. How could he not be afraid? But what's the point of being afraid? Su Yan glanced at the fire Qilin sacred beast. He knew that he would not be able to escape from this calamity. It was useless to be afraid. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes. He replied with a firm tone, "Master, I am not afraid. Today, I will take a gamble." "All right." When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, he instantly became bold and laughed. "Su Yan, let's make a bet today." "Yes." Su Yan nodded. His eyes were like torches, no longer showing the slightest trace of fear. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan's gaze, he nodded in appreciation. Then, he glanced at the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul and said, "Su Yan, the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul has not fully awakened yet. So, we still have a chance. If we wait until it awakens, then we won't have any chance at all. So, you have to make the best use of your time." "Yes." Su Yan nodded again. Then, he gripped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body. When Sword Sage saw this, he said, "Su Yan, what you need to do now is to pry open the mouth of the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul and enter its stomach to find the fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. Then, you can stop the fusion of the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul and the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul." "Yes." Su Yan nodded his head once again as his eyes glowed. Although the Fire Qilin had yet to awaken, an irresistible majestic aura was being emitted from its body as well as its gigantic head. But now, Su Yan no longer had a trace of fear when he looked at it. When Sword Sage finished speaking, he suddenly jumped and flew towards the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul. When Su Yan flew over, Sword Sage's voice sounded again, "Su Yan, remember, although the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul has not yet awakened, its body has already formed a barrier around its body. It contains a huge amount of power. You have to be careful." Bang! Just as Sword Sage finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly erupted. A fire dragon burst out from the lava pool and rushed towards Su Yan with a roar. "Go to hell." Su Yan did not have much time left. When he saw that the fire dragon was still causing trouble, he was instantly enraged. He let out a cold shout and a powerful force suddenly erupted from his body. The Ghost Hall sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Bang! The fire dragon exploded, turning into countless sparks that fell to the ground. Then, Su Yan's eyes turned. He raised the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and attacked the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul's huge mouth. Bang! Before Su Yan could get close, Su Yan suddenly felt a powerful energy surge towards him. A light barrier erupted and Su Yan was sent flying. "What's going on?" Su Yan was shocked. "Su Yan, this is the barrier emitted by the body of the Fire Kirin's devil soul. Therefore, you must break this barrier now. Remember, you must be fast. Otherwise, the more spirit energy the Fire Kirin's devil soul absorbs, the stronger this barrier will become. At that time, with your strength, you will not be able to break it." Sword Sage knew that Su Yan was surprised and explained to him. Su Yan nodded his head. Once again, a resplendent glow appeared in his eyes. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. Gripping the Ghost Hall sword in his hand, a resplendent glow appeared. "One sword to settle heaven and earth," Su Yan coldly shouted. His body suddenly rushed out and the Ghost Hall sword in his hand struck forward at the same time. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword light flickered and cut through the air, causing bursts of loud noises. "Break!" Su Yan shouted coldly. With a loud bang, a huge amount of energy suddenly surged up. Boom! Su Yan was sent flying. Poochie! His body rolled over and over, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan's body fell heavily to the ground. Su Yan suddenly frowned when he saw that the barrier in front of the fire Qilan devil's soul was completely fine. However, the glow in his eyes remained the same as it flashed with waves of bright light. His entire body suddenly shrunk as he looked at the fire Qilan devil's soul. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate rapidly. A majestic amount of energy surged out and poured into the ghost hull sword. In an instant, countless rays of light burst out and a series of roars burst out. 9 dragons soul stealing. Su Yan bellowed as his body madly rushed forward once again. Bang! With a loud bang, a crack suddenly appeared on the seemingly indestructible fire Qilan devil's soul barrier. At the same time, Su Yan immediately felt a violent burning sensation surging towards him. Su Yan immediately felt as if his entire body was being burned by this scorching heat. Waves of tearing pain radiated from his body. The endless pain eroded Su Yan. Even with Su Yan's mental strength, he couldn't help but let out a low roar. Has the ice frost bloodline disappeared? Sword Sage frowned when he felt Su Yan's pain. Then, he saw the barrier beside the fire unicorn demon soul. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Yan, hang in there. Su Yan felt as though his entire body was on fire. The scorching pain that came from his heart directly burned Su Yan's consciousness. This kind of pain that was worse than death made Su Yan want to give up. However, Su Yan knew that he couldn't. Su Yan roared. The ghost hull sword that was about to leave his hand was once again held tightly by Su Yan. No, I can't give up, I can't, Su Yan roared furiously. His pupils suddenly turned and a ray of light gushed out. A ray of red light directly hit the barrier. At the same time, Su Yan's cultivation method quickly circulated. He held the ghost hull sword in his hand and pushed it forward. Bang! With a loud bang, the barrier of the fire Qilan's devil's soul finally cracked open. Puchi, the interior of Su Yan's body churned the moment the barrier was broken. Another mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. His entire body swayed and fell to the ground. Su Yan. Sword Sage couldn't bear to see Su Yan like this. Su Yan might have just met Sword Sage. However, Sword Sage had accompanied Su Yan since the day he left the hidden sword tomb. Sword Sage had watched Su Yan grow. He had watched Su Yan work hard to become stronger. He had also saved Su Yan many times. Although Su Yan had just become his disciple today, Sword Sage had already recognized Su Yan as his disciple. Seeing him in such pain, Sword Sage couldn't bear it. Su Yan. Sword Sage was the founder of the Hidden Sword Tomb. He had seen many things in his life. However, seeing Su Yan like this, his heart couldn't help but sink. Moss. Master, I'm fine. Su Yan heard Sword Sage's sorrowful voice. He endured the pain in his heart and slowly stood up. At this moment, Su Yan's body felt like it was on fire. His whole body was as red as a fireball. His eyes were bloodshot. Su Yan gritted his teeth and endured the burning pain in his body. He asked Sword Sage, Master, what should I do now? Sword Sage was the founder of the Hidden Sword Tomb. He naturally knew how the heat in the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda affected Su Yan, a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. If it wasn't for Su Yan's amazing willpower, he would have died from the burning pain. However, Su Yan was still holding on. Sword Sage originally thought that he wouldn't be able to stop the fusion of the Fire Unicorn Demon's soul and Fire Qilan Demon's soul. However, when he saw the determination in Su Yan's red eyes, Sword Sage saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 283. Remember, you have to be quick. Sword Sage gritted his teeth and said, his voice trembling. He was very clear about the pain Su Yan was enduring. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. However, Su Yan was still able to hold on. This was already a miracle among miracles. How could the hidden sword sage have the heart to ask him to break those stones as soon as possible? However, there was nothing he could do. After all, these stones were the spirit-absorbing array set up by the fire unicorn demon soul. If he didn't destroy them, Su Yan wouldn't be able to pry open the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth. Therefore, he had no other choice. Hold on. Su Yan endured the immense pain in his body. He wanted to give up, but he knew that if he gave up now, all his efforts would be wasted. Therefore, he couldn't give up, he definitely couldn't. Su Yan roared as he endured the immense pain. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body suddenly circulated rapidly. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, he slashed at one of the stones. Bang! With a loud sound, the stone suddenly broke into pieces. A smile involuntarily flashed across the corners of Su Yan's mouth. Just now, he was really afraid that these rocks would be as hard as the previous barrier. If that was the case, regardless of how strong Su Yan's willpower was, he would not be able to break through so many rocks. Poochie! At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt the blood in his body churning. A stream of blood gushed out from his mouth. Su Yan's body went limp and fell to the ground. Su Yan. Sword Sage saw Su Yan in such a state and anxiously shouted. Cough cough, master, I'm fine. Su Yan coughed a few times and stood up from the ground again. At this moment, Su Yan's whole body was red, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. Only the skin on his face seemed to be constantly shedding. Su Yan, if you can't do it, just give up. When Sword Sage saw Su Yan in such a state, he couldn't bear to see him suffer any longer. This was because he knew very well that Su Yan's body had basically lost all of its defenses. The reason why he was able to hold on was because he was holding on with his last breath, relying on his strong will to persevere. Sword Sage was truly impressed by Su Yan's strong will. Sword Sage knew that even if he had lived for such a long time, he would not be able to match Su Yan's will. However, when Sword Sage saw Su Yan's painful appearance, he couldn't bear to see Su Yan persevere any longer. Furthermore, Su Yan's spirit energy had long been depleted. Even if Su Yan could break these stones, he wouldn't be able to pry open the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth. In the end, Su Yan wouldn't be able to escape death. Furthermore, even if Su Yan could pry open the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and enter the fire unicorn demon soul's body, with Su Yan's current body, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, Sword Sage didn't want Su Yan to persevere. However, in the face of Sword Sage's persuasion, Su Yan only smiled faintly. His blood-red eyes were still filled with unswerving determination. Looking at the other stone beside him, he gritted his teeth and gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he took a step forward. Bang! Another stone exploded. Seeing this, Sword Sage was moved. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, Su Yan. Since you're so desperate, I, Hidden Sword, will fight with you today. As Sword Sage spoke, the remnant soul in Su Yan's mind suddenly erupted with a powerful force. This force instantly entered Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. Then, he felt Sword Sage's body gradually disappear. He was shocked. Master, you, ha ha ha. Seeing Su Yan's anxious expression, Sword Sage let out a hearty laugh. Su Yan, since you're so persistent, how can I, Hidden Sword, not help you as your master? But master. Su Yan felt Sword Sage's body becoming more and more blurry. His heart suddenly ached. How could Sword Sage not know Su Yan's meaning? He smiled and said, Su Yan, don't worry. I've only used up the last of my strength and fell into a coma. In the future, when your cultivation becomes stronger, I'll naturally absorb the spiritual energy in your body and recover. So Su Yan, you don't have to worry about me at all. Now, I'll use the last of my strength to help you. Although it won't be of much use, at least it can save you from the pain you're going through now. Su Yan, you must remember, you must be fast. Otherwise, when the fire unicorn demon soul awakens, everything you've done today will be in vain. After Sword Sage finished speaking, he completely disappeared. Su Yan also couldn't sense his existence. Su Yan's heart ached again, but he could feel that the pain in his body had lessened a lot. He immediately grasped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and gritted his teeth. I must break this fire unicorn demon's soul, I must. Su Yan gritted his teeth and his body suddenly surged. Patting his storage bag, he took out the scarlet parting sword case and quickly circulated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. Break, Su Yan shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, several flying swords rushed out from the scarlet parting sword case and directly exploded at the stones. Bang! 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 After a few loud sounds, the stones were suddenly blown away. Seeing this scene, Su Yan finally showed a gratified smile, but soon this smile disappeared from Su Yan's face. Su Yan knew very well that this was only the first step to success. The real difficulty was still to come. He had to pry open the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and enter its body to find the evil immortal ancient jade and extract it from its body. Only in this way could he prevent the fire unicorn from awakening and prevent a disaster from happening. Su Yan looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's tightly closed mouth and suddenly frowned. This fire unicorn demon soul was an existence that surpassed the sacred beast unicorn demon Qilin. Although it hadn't awakened yet, it was easy to pry open its mouth. What's more, Su Yan didn't have much spirit energy left in his body. After all, Su Yan was constantly fighting against the heat here. If it wasn't for Sword Sage's last bit of spirit energy, Su Yan would have died. Su Yan didn't know how long he could hold on with his willpower. No matter what, since I've already come this far, I have to give it a try. Su Yan looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and gritted his teeth. He immediately jumped up and attacked the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth with the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning. The Ghost Hall sword in his hand instantly exploded with a powerful light. There was a loud bang. Su Yan directly hit the mouth of the fire Kirin's devil soul. When the formidable energy collided with the mouth of the fire Kirin's devil soul, it suddenly exploded. Su Yan's entire body was also sent flying under the rebound of this power. Poochie, Su Yan once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This fire Qilin's devil soul is indeed powerful. Even though it has yet to awaken, its body alone is already so powerful. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and once again clenched the Ghost Hall sword in his hand and attacked. Lowly brat, you think you can ruin my plans? Just as Su Yan stood up, a dull voice suddenly echoed in the air. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He frowned and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." "Ha, brat, I'm right in front of you." Just as Su Yan's voice fell, this voice sounded again. Su Yan was stunned again. Looking at the fire unicorn demon soul in front of him, he seemed to understand something. He frowned and pointed at the fire unicorn demon soul and shouted, "Is it you, bastard?" Bastard, humph, lowly brat, I, the dignified demon sovereign myriad soul, was actually called a bastard. You're courting death. Just as Su Yan's voice fell, the voice suddenly became furious. At the same time, a huge fireball erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body and directly hit Su Yan. The fireball came with a ferocious momentum. As it tore through the void, a series of whistling sounds echoed in the entire ninth layer. Seeing this, Su Yan was shocked. His eyes moved and his body hurriedly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the attack. At this time, the voice spoke again. "Brat, you have some skills. To have such a cultivation at the one-star celestial phase realm, you are a rare talent. If you surrender to this sovereign now, I might spare your life." Surrender. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Then his eyes darkened and he shouted, "Don't even think about it. Today, I will definitely extract the fiend Immortal ancient jade from your body." "You think you can?" When the fire unicorn demon soul heard Su Yan's rejection, it immediately became furious and coldly shouted, "Brat, if you didn't stop me, I'm afraid I would have devoured the fire unicorn demon's soul long ago. I, the great demon sovereign myriad soul, would have been reborn. And all of this is because of you. Do you think that I can still let you destroy me now?" The fire unicorn demon soul's voice exploded again. At the same time, several fireballs erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. Although Su Yan didn't know who this self-proclaimed demon sovereign myriad soul was, Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to stop the fire unicorn demon soul from fusing with the fire unicorn demon soul. Otherwise, if this demon sovereign myriad soul took control of the fire unicorn demon soul, the 5 counties wouldn't be peaceful. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming, Su Yan clenched his teeth and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body. He coldly shouted, "Break." His body suddenly surged forward, and he directly slashed at one of the fireballs with his sword. Several fireballs were suddenly broken apart. When those fireballs disappeared, several fireballs suddenly surged out of the fire unicorn demon soul's body. Seeing this, Su Yan frowned. Chapter 284. Hearing this voice, Su Yan frowned. Looking at the fireballs that kept coming out, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Su Yan was very clear about his body's current condition. Although he had the power from Sword Sage, after all, Sword Sage had saved Su Yan several times. He did not have much power left. In addition, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Hidden Sword Sage's power couldn't hold on for long. If this fire Qilin Devil's soul were to continuously erupt with fireballs, Su Yan would not even need to use these fireballs to attack, as he would die from the exhaustion of the spirit qi within his body. As Su Yan was thinking, the fireballs arrived in front of him. Su Yan suddenly frowned again. The great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly circulated. His body leaped up and with a cold shout, the ghost howl sword in his hand suddenly slashed out horizontally. A powerful force burst out from the ghost howl sword, and a bright light surged out. With a bang, the fireballs were shattered, turning into countless sparks that fell to the ground. Su Yan launched a strike and was panting heavily. It was obvious that the spirit qi in his body was getting less and less. At this moment, the voice sounded again, "Ha ha ha, it's useless. Kid, don't think you can stop me." Following that, a few more fireballs surged out from its body. Su Yan frowned and hurriedly took a few steps back. "This won't do. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion before I can pry open the mouth of the fire Qilin Devil's soul." Su Yan stared at the fireballs that were constantly surging towards him and frowned. "A mere one-star Emperor Tian Xiang wants to stop me. You're courting death." Seeing Su Yan's expression, the thousand-ghost demon's soul laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, kid, if you surrender to me now, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, when I awaken, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Surrender. Don't even think about it." Su Yan snorted and snorted. In his mind, the word surrender did not exist. What an arrogant kid. A mere one-star Emperor Tian Xiang. I, the thousand-ghost demon soul, want you to surrender to me. This is the blessing of a lifetime. You're courting death. The thousand-ghost demon soul snorted. Suddenly, countless fireballs burst out from the fire unicorn demon soul's huge body. Su Yan was shocked. There are so many fireballs. With my current strength, I can't break them one by one. Even if I break them, the fireballs will continue to surge towards me. There is no chance at all. Su Yan looked at the fireballs that kept surging towards him, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. Is there really no other way? Su Yan's heart sank. His mind was spinning. What way is there? Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't know anything about the fire unicorn demon soul. He had never heard of this 1,000-ghost demon soul before. How could he know how to deal with it? Su Yan wished that Sword Sage wasn't asleep. If he was, he would definitely think of a way to deal with the current situation. What way is there? Su Yan roared in his heart. When he looked at the mouth of the fire Qilint's devil soul, he saw that there was a crack in its mouth. His eyes suddenly brightened. Master said that as long as I enter the fire unicorn demon soul's body and extract the celestial fiend jade, I can stop the 1,000-ghost demon soul from regenerating. Then, thinking of this, Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword scripture started to spin rapidly. Looking at the mouth of the fire Kirin devil soul, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. Then a burst of majestic power was emitted from his body. Ha ha ha, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. When the self-proclaimed 1,000-ghost demon soul saw the power erupting from Su Yan's body, he laughed. Boy, it's useless. Don't make a pointless struggle. Just accept your death. Su Yan didn't care about the 1,000-ghost demon soul's laughter. His eyes continued to move and emitted a demonic blood-red light. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body spun rapidly. The spiritual energy in his blood vessels kept flowing into the pagoda sword. The moment the spiritual energy entered the pagoda sword suddenly emitted a bright golden light. As the light spread, a powerful force exploded. When the 1,000-ghost demon soul saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, he was stunned. Then, he said in horror, the pagoda sword. How is this possible? How can the pagoda sword be in your hands? The pagoda sword. You're the successor of the pagoda sword sect. The 1,000-ghost demon soul was clearly afraid of the pagoda sword sect. When he saw the pagoda sword in Su Yan's hand, his voice trembled. Then, he became furious and shouted, the successor of the pagoda sword sect. Good. Looks like I'll have to get rid of you today. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion. Countless fireballs erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. The light from the fireballs lit up the entire 9th level of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan didn't care about this at all. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and continued to emit a scarlet light. Die, brat. The 1,000-ghost demon soul immediately burst into laughter when he saw the fireballs. So what if you're the successor of the pagoda sword sect? So what if you have the pagoda sword? You're still going to die at my hands today. Pagoda sword venerable, you probably didn't expect this. Thousands of years ago, you sealed me here. Now, the only successor of the pagoda sword sect is going to die here. The more the 1,000-ghost demon soul spoke, the prouder and crazier he became. Especially when he mentioned the pagoda sword sect, his voice sounded crazy. Brat, to be honest, I really have to thank you. If you didn't bring the fiendish immortal ancient jade and trigger a resonance with me, I might have been sealed here for the rest of my life. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Pagoda sword venerable, you probably didn't expect this. Su Yan didn't care about the 1,000-ghost demon soul's laughter. He stared at the mouth of the fire unicorn demon soul and the fireballs that were flying towards him. His spiritual energy was pushed to the limit. Just as one of the fireballs was about to hit him, Su Yan, who hadn't moved his body until now, finally moved. Now is the time. Su Yan coldly cried out. In an instant, his eyes turned and a bright glow erupted from his blood dragon eyes. His entire body was like a long rainbow as he leaped up. The Buddha sword, which was emitting a resplendent golden glow, shot forward and sliced through the air with a deafening boom. Bang! Zhao Fu's sword slammed into the first ball of fiery qi, resulting in a massive explosion as boundless fiery light shot out. Is it useful? When the myriad ghost demon master saw this, he laughed out loud again. Kid, just accept your death obediently. As the 1,000 ghost demon soul spoke, a fireball suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. The huge force suddenly exploded on Su Yan's body. When the 1,000 ghost demon soul saw this, he laughed even more mournfully. Pagoda sword venerable, this must be your last successor. I didn't expect you to die at my hands in the end. Ha ha ha. At this moment, myriad ghost demon sovereigns saw the scene before him and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. When he saw the icy light surging from Su Yan's body, the 1,000 ghost demon soul was stunned. How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. When Su Yan heard the 1,000 ghost demon soul's terrified expression, the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. He looked at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth and narrowed his eyes. Success or failure depends on this. As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly became like a bolt of lightning. He tightly gripped the pagoda sword in his hand and charged forward. When the 1,000 ghost demon soul heard Su Yan's words, he was furious. He roared, "Brat, do you think this is enough? Die!" With this roar, countless fireballs suddenly erupted from the fire unicorn demon soul's body and rapidly smashed towards Su Yan. Success or failure depends on this. Success or failure depends on this. When Su Yan saw this, his expression didn't change at all. He was still cold and emotionless. Only his eyes, which were staring at the fire unicorn demon soul's mouth, kept emitting waves of resplendent light. At this moment, bang! Suddenly, countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. The black ice divine shield on Su Yan's body was instantly blasted apart. A searing pain exploded from Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but roar in pain. His entire body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Die! At this moment, the 1,000 ghost demon soul roared again and countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Just now, when he used the black ice divine shield to block those fireballs, he had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. Now, Su Yan was already at his wit's end. Under the attack of the fireballs, Su Yan's entire body suddenly tottered. Waves of searing pain constantly surged in his body, constantly eroding Su Yan's body. Brat, let's see how you struggle. Seeing this, the 1,000 ghost demon soul sneered and roared, "Die!" Then, a few more fireballs directly flew towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body suddenly tumbled. It was as if his body was being torn apart, and all his tendons and veins were burning. Even with his strong willpower, he could not help but let out a low roar. Even so, Su Yan still clenched his teeth and persevered. "No. I can't lose here like this. No, I definitely can't. Good brat, you're still not dead. Let's see how long you can last." Chapter 285. Bang! Countless fireballs exploded on Su Yan's body, and the intense pain instantly spread to every nerve in Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body felt like it was about to burn. Su Yan also let out a low roar in pain. However, his eyes were still surging with a resplendent glow. Success! Success or failure will depend on this. Su Yan clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted. Ignoring the fireballs, he exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body and directly attacked the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth with the Buddha sword. His speed was as fast as lightning, and under the cover of the countless fireballs, he directly passed through. Asterisk bang, asterisk the Buddha sword instantly hit the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth, and suddenly a loud explosion sounded. After receiving such a heavy blow, the myriad ghost demon ancestor couldn't help but let out a cry of grief. The arrogant voice from before also turned into shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? You're just a one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, how can you? Although the myriad ghost demon ancestor didn't believe it, the fire unicorn demon soul's big mouth had already been pried open by Su Yan. The moment the mouth was pried open, the surrounding fireballs also disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a light smile. With a bang, his entire body fell onto the ground. Although the fireballs had disappeared, Su Yan had received too many attacks just now. Now, Su Yan's body didn't have a single piece of intact flesh, and his clothes were also burned to ashes. Did it work? Seeing the fire unicorn demon soul's pried open mouth, Su Yan felt a gratified smile in his heart. However, at this moment, the myriad ghost demon ancestor's voice sounded again. Haha, good boy, I really underestimated you. You actually made me open my mouth with willpower. Not bad. But do you think it will work? Ha, don't forget, even if you pry open your mouth, you still won't be able to extract the ancient jade of the fiendish immortal. You still won't be able to resist the rebirth of my 10,000 ghosts demon lord. What? When Su Yan heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his entire body froze. His muddle-headed will suddenly sobered up at this moment. That's right, the 1,000 ghosts archdevil was right. Although he had pried open the 1,000 ghosts archdevil's mouth, he still couldn't extract the ancient jade of the evil immortal from the 1,000 ghosts archdevil's body. He still couldn't stop the 1,000 ghosts archdevil from regenerating. Everything he had done today was in vain. No, I can't fall like this. Su Yan was on the verge of fainting, but when he heard myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, his mind moved. He forcefully supported his broken body and struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, Su Yan's injuries were too serious. Just as he stood up, his knees went soft, and he fell to the ground again. When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw Su Yan like this, he laughed loudly and said, Ha, lowly brat, stop struggling. You can't stop me. Hearing myriad ghost demon sovereign's words, Su Yan didn't know why, but anger suddenly surged in his heart. This anger surged in Su Yan's heart and stimulated the will in his heart. No, I must stop it, I must. Su Yan roared in his heart, and a bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. With a loud bang, a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged in Su Yan's body. Roar, a dragon's roar reverberated, and Su Yan's entire body was suddenly torn apart, turning into a dragon. What's going on? When myriad ghost demon sovereign saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was in a daze, another mighty dragon's roar reverberated. Following that, a bright light surged, and Su Yan's entire body suddenly drilled into the fire unicorn demon soul's body. The moment Su Yan entered the fire unicorn demon soul's body, myriad ghost demon sovereign suddenly let out a sorrowful cry. No. Impossible, how can I, myriad ghost demon sovereign, be destroyed by a mere one-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? No. Absolutely impossible. As myriad ghost demon sovereign roared, a bright light suddenly surged in the fire unicorn demon soul's body, and a majestic power directly exploded towards Su Yan. Su Yan was already exhausted. He had only succeeded in transforming into a dragon by sheer willpower. When the majestic power attacked, Su Yan wanted to dodge, but the space inside the fire unicorn demon's soul was small to begin with, and Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Bang! All of a sudden, Su Yan's entire dragon body was blasted away. Brat, you forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. When Su Yan's body was blown out of the fire unicorn demon soul's body, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign suddenly laughed sinisterly. Brat, if you didn't stop me, how could I, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign, have spent 1,000 years of my cultivation? You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. As Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign roared, the fire Cheelant's body that had been in a daze all this time suddenly moved. Its 4 huge limbs fell down. Bang! The entire Supreme Demon Ancient Tower trembled. A surge of majestic power suddenly surged forth. Pucci, under the pressure of this power, Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign roared, and the fire Cheelant's body suddenly pounced towards Su Yan. Its 4 huge limbs trampled on Su Yan's body. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly trampled into a pulp. A strand of soul rushed out of Su Yan's body. When the fire unicorn demon's soul saw this, it couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a raging fire rushed out of its nose and it shouted, Brat, you're only at the 1-star celestial phase realm, but you've actually condensed a soul. Interesting. Today, I'll kill you to vent the hatred in my heart. Now, I'll devour your soul. Hearing this voice, the fire unicorn demon's soul suddenly opened its mouth wide, wanting to devour Su Yan's soul. Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign, you stole my soul. It's time to repay it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the fire unicorn demon soul's body. What? Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign was stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright light surged out, and the fiend Immortal Ancient Jade burst out from its body. The fiend Immortal Ancient Jade was no longer the same as before. Its entire body was scarlet red, and it constantly shone with a bright light. At the moment when the light shone, with a loud bang, the fiend Immortal Ancient Jade exploded, and a huge body surged out. It was the fire Cheelant demon beast that was similar to the fire unicorn demon soul. Fire Cheelant. Although the Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign had the body of a fire Cheelant, he couldn't help but tremble when he saw the fire Cheelant. Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign, you destroyed my body thousands of years ago. Now, it's time for you to pay for it. The fire Cheelant demon's soul roared, and the raging flames around its body suddenly burst out, directly colliding with the fire unicorn demon's soul. The fire unicorn demon's soul roared, but it wasn't in a hurry. It opened its huge claws and attacked the fire Cheelant demon's soul. With a loud bang, a huge surge of energy surged, illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it was daytime. The fire unicorn demon's soul took a few steps back, and the Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign inside its body said in astonishment, Fire Cheelant, how can you be reborn? No, how is this possible? Your demon's soul is under my control. How can you be reborn? Hearing his words, the fire Cheelant demon's soul roared and laughed. Haha, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign, you didn't expect this, right? I forgot to tell you, when you controlled me, I already left a trace of my demon's soul in your demon's soul. In addition, for thousands of years, I've been constantly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and devouring spiritual stones in the world. Naturally, I can be reborn. However, I actually have to thank you, Myriad Ghost Demon Sovereign. If you hadn't expended so much energy fighting that punk, I wouldn't have been your match. But now, the fire Cheelant demon's soul sneered, and directly collided with the fire unicorn demon's soul. Although this body actually belonged to the fire Cheelant did not hesitate. At the moment of impact, it released all its strength. Be it the soul or the body, they were all born from the fire Cheelant, and they were all sacred beasts. The strength of the two was enough to destroy the world. As the intense battle broke out in the 9th level of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, it immediately caused the entire monster palace to shake. The disciples cultivating in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda immediately sensed the powerful energy, and one by one, they left the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. All the upper echelons of the monster palace were gathered here. Elder Tianyi frowned when he sensed the majestic energy fluctuations in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. He wasn't the only one. All the disciples were the same. Of course, there were also some disciples who were angry. This person was none other than Murong Fu, who wanted to kill Su Yan. Murong Fu had been stunned by Su Yan's powerful defense on the 7th level. And because he was stunned, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yan grew even stronger. He was cultivating in seclusion on the 8th level, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Needless to say, Murong Fu was truly a genius of his generation. In just a few days, he had touched the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. And he was about to break through to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Suddenly, a majestic energy came from the bottom of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. The strength of the energy was beyond imagination. It scared Murong Fu so much that he immediately ran out of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. This also caused him to fail in his attempt to break through to the 8th level. Looking at the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda that was still surging, how could he not be angry? Elderly, what is going on? Murong Fu was angry, so he naturally didn't hold back when speaking to Tianyi. Tianyi was also frustrated by this matter. When he heard Murong Fu's tone, he frowned and shouted, "I will naturally deal with this matter. There's no need for you to worry."